Welcome back. What's the crack, everybody? Hope you're having a good evening. Shit. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. Okay, I forgot to take off the repeat. It is what it is. It wouldn't be a Terrax stream if I didn't make at least one fuck up, okay? Welcome in, Southern Man. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Pull up a chair. Get comfy, as we're about to get into another episode of the Deductionist Files, ladies and gentlemen. This one is The Photographer's Shadow. My dear listeners, welcome back to the Deductionist Files, your dedicated audio space for meticulous examination of the most compelling criminal cases where human behavior reveals its deepest contradictions. I am Detective Teriak, your host and fellow observer, committed to peeling away the layers of deception through the careful attention to detail, timeline reconstruction, and the subtle cues that expose inconsistencies in even the most elaborate stories. In this series, we immerse ourselves fully in each mystery. We reconstruct the environments, the relationships, the pressures of the moment, and the long-term consequences that ripple outward from a single violent act. We analyze how ordinary people can become entangled in extraordinary darkness, how initial statements evolve under scrutiny, and how investigators use persistence, evidence, and psychological insight to uncover truth. This is a program for those who value depth over sensationalism. Whether you are listening during a quiet evening, a lengthy drive, or while reviewing notes from previous episodes, you yourself are engaging in an active process of deduction. We explore cultural contexts, personal motivations, forensic advancements, and the emotional toll on all involved: victims, families, investigators, and communities. Each file builds your own observational skills, teaching you to notice what others might miss: a shifting timeline, an overly rehearsed explanation, or a reaction that does not match the claimed emotions. We move from case to case with respect for the gravity of these events, always centering the human cost while appreciating the craft of thorough investigation. The stories we examine span different regions, eras, and social settings, yet they consistently highlight universal themes: the fragility of trust, the power of evidence, and the resilience required to pursue justice when answers aren't immediately clear. Settle in comfortably, have your attention fully engaged, perhaps with a way to jot down your own observations as we proceed. We're about to enter a case filled with dramatic contrasts, evolving narratives, and intense recorded confrontations that offer rich material for analysis. The details will unfold methodically, and together we will navigate them with precision. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is afoot. Welcome in, Mo, and welcome in, Halfwood. Pull up your chairs, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a good one. It's a spicy one. I'm pretty sure it's a well-known one as well. So let's see if you'll be able to spot what case this is as we outline it. Let me get me some coffee before we get into the outline of the case. But let me know how you're feeling in chat as well. And let me know if you're like, Teriak, this show is shit. This show is terrible. Why are you even doing the deductions files? All this kind of stuff, you know? Or if you have any recommendations that maybe we should try out this thing and all that, more than welcome, folks. You're more than welcome. So the man putting in the old shamrocks. You gotta love the shamrocks, you know. 4-leaf clovers. That's a psyop. That's a psyop. Let us outline the case, folks. Let us step back to the sun-baked suburbs of Mesa, Arizona, in the spring and early summer of 2008. Time and a place marked by the rapid growth of the Phoenix metropolitan area. where desert landscapes meet expanding residential developments, tech jobs, and a strong sense of community among young professionals. This was an era of digital cameras replacing film, social media beginning to connect people in new ways, and everyday life carrying an undercurrent of optimism mixed with personal ambitions and relationships that could turn complicated. At the heart of this story is Travis Victor Alexander, a 30-year-old motivational speaker, salesman, and active member of the Mormon Church. Charismatic, ambitious, and deeply involved in his faith community, Travis lived in a Mesa home shared with roommates. He was known for his positive energy, public speaking engagements, and efforts at self improvement. In 2006, he met Jody Ann Arias, a 28-year-old woman from California who worked in various sales and service roles and also had ties to the same religious community. Their relationship began passionately but became turbulent, marked by breakups, reconciliations, and significant emotional intensity that continued even after they officially ended their romantic involvement. A tragedy unfolded on June 4th, 2008. Travis was found dead in his Mesa home by friends who had grown concerned after he missed appointments, failed to respond to messages. The discovery revealed a scene of extreme violence in the bathroom. Travis had been stabbed multiple times with over 25 wounds. His throat had been slashed and he had been shot in the head. The crime scene showed signs of a prolonged and brutal struggle. Blood throughout the bathroom and hallway, defensive wounds on Travis, and evidence suggesting the attacker had attempted to clean up afterward, including a washed floor and removed items. Initial investigation focused on the possibility of a home invasion or random attack, but quickly shifted as patterns emerged. Jody, who had driven from California to Arizona around the time of the murder, became a person of interest. She initially claimed she had not been in Arizona at the time, stating she was in California and later Utah for a work-related trip. As investigators pressed for details and evidence mounted, including her rental car, phone records, and later DNA and photographic evidence, her account began to shift. Key elements in the early investigation included witness statements from friends of Travis who noted Jody's persistent contact despite the breakup, security cam footage showing a rental car similar to one she used, and the discovery of a bloody palm print and hair at the scene. Red herrings appeared in the form of initial theories about unknown intruders or other acquaintances, but the focus increasingly narrowed. Jody was arrested in July 2008 in California. What makes this case particularly suited for a deep analysis are the multiple recorded interviews and interrogations spanning from her first police contacts through later sessions. These sessions capture a wide range of behaviors, cooperative at times, emotional, defensive, and occasionally theatrical. The timeline reconstruction relied heavily on digital evidence. Deleted photos recovered from a camera found in the washing machine at Travis's home, which documented events leading up to the murder, including images taken by the perpetrator. Key players include Travis Alexander's grieving family and friends who pushed for answers, the Mesa Police Department investigators who methodically built the case, Jody herself, whose changing explanations provided critical points for deduction, and the broader community affected by the loss of a well-liked young man. Evidence threads involved forensics, DNA, blood spatter, ballistics, digital records like phone pings and deleted files, behavioral patterns, prior stalking allegations, and the physical logistics of the cross-state travel. The atmosphere of 2008 Arizona, with its blend of suburban normalcy and the intense personal drama unfolding behind the closed doors, adds important context. We see how a relationship began with shared faith and ambition, evolved into obsession and ultimately violence, with investigators piecing together a narrative that contradicted the public image. Jody attempted to maintain red herrings such as an early alternative suspect considerations and Jody's initial alibis delayed but did not prevent the case from moving forward. We stop short here of final courtroom outcomes. Instead of positioning ourselves at the threshold of the primary recorded materials, these interrogations offer a masterclass in evolving statements, memory claims, and the challenges of maintaining consistency under sustained questioning. The desert heat of Mesa, the quiet home turned crime scene, and the hours spent in interview rooms set a stage rich with deductive opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to chat for a sec. We got Jack in chat. What's happening, bruh? What's happening? Hope you're well, Jack. Hope you enjoyed the carnivore talk yesterday as well, sir. We also got Shante. The fuck? Why aren't my comments showing up? Hey, I was reading. I was motherfucking reading, Shante. Gaze and Tranyak. Unbelievable. See you. You see you, Shante. Welcome. Welcome in. Because you're Shante. You know, it's like a L'Oreal commercial. Because you're Shante. You know? I think I didn't want to let me post Tranyak. True. The YouTube auto thingamabob is a bit of a beach. Is a bit of a beach, ladies and gentlemen. But let's get into it, folks, shall we? Let's get into the footage. The main thing that we're here for, as they say. So this bitch, Jody, is about to get herself absolutely grilled. The original footage was about 7 hours in terms of when you compile all the investigations together, or sorry, interrogations together. So I shopped around for something in around like the 2 to 3 hour mark. I think that's kind of like the healthy kind of like range to it. Particularly because it's kind of like the same kind of length that we do when we're doing like the film room and debates and all this kind of stuff. But this is from JCS Criminal Psychology. And for those who have done any, here's the YouTube page. There's not much videos on it, to be honest, but anybody who's been around the panel scene will know that this is actually Kazoom's channel. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to check it out, he's at 5.63 million. So again, like I said, every little helps, as they say, ladies and gentlemen. Every little helps. But anybody who knows Kazoom, this is you should be able to recognize this voice as we go through this. And a very nice thing about this particular video that Kazoom does is it gives you the whole picture. It gives you the whole picture. So even like the lead up and all this kind of stuff as well. And don't be afraid to smash that like button or maybe just even caress it. Caressing it works as well. And it's free. Goddamn free, okay? I don't want to hear no excuses, okay? You know? But let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
In the year 1980, on Wednesday the 9th of July at exactly 11:54 p.m., a little girl named Jody Ann Arias was born in the city of Salinas, California, and completely unbeknownst to her doting parents, was destined to become one of the most infamous people in the United States of America. From what we know about her behavioral sequences, and despite what her defense team would later want you to believe, there's virtually nothing in Jody's childhood that can be linked as a contributing factor to what she would eventually be capable of. The only thing worth mentioning was that she dropped out of high school in the 11th grade to pursue a career in photography, but it went nowhere. In February of 2006, at 26 years of age, she began a new job as a salesperson for a network marketing company called Prepaid Legal, and it was through this occupation where she crossed paths with fellow sales representative Travis Alexander, a 28-year-old practicing Mormon from Arizona, who also worked part-time as a motivational speaker.
When you get someone to the briefing, they say no, that counts. When you get someone fully exposed and they say no, that counts. Every time you get one of those, cross one off the list. By the time the 100th one's crossed off the list, you won't be able to spend the money.
He was a very charismatic young man, which immediately caught Jody's attention. They met at a business conference in September of 2006 and began a curious relationship from that point forward. To cut a long story short, Jody was in love, and Travis was not. They broke up after just 5 months, but soon after the split, Jody moved from her grandparents' home in Yreka, California, into an apartment just 2 blocks from Travis's house in Mesa, Arizona. She was
Mesa, I said Mesa. That's what I'm saying, Jack. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, that's the gut telling you. It's like, and again, it's only when you kind of like, you start to get into the carnivore, if you do fall off the horse, as I was saying yesterday as well, it really kind of highlights like how bad like this food that you were just like putting in before carnivore actually is. You know what I mean? Because Jack says as well, that's the most pain I've been in a while. Like that, like you were like regularly damaging your body that much, and the fact that you've like started with the carnivore, it's actually highlighting it now. It's like that's how much damage this food's actually doing to your body. You know what I mean? We got Shante as the resident psycho expert. Says, oh yes, I've often held back my psycho stalker behavior because I too didn't graduate high school. Yeah, 100%. But this, and an interesting kind of like case study, I kind of mentioned this on last week's episode as well. It's like when we get these like female murderers, it does give you kind of like it's almost like a double bubble. It's almost kind of like a mini whatever podcast into like the female psyche as well. But like, gentlemen, my one piece of advice, if there is any, if you notice any of these behaviors, I mean, if you're walking away from a relationship, just walk away. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot, and I understand there's a lot of things that run through your head. It's like, oh, but what about the good times and all this kind of stuff? Kind of similar to the Jack with the McDonald's. Oh, but like when I, like all like the good times I had with the McDonald's before and all the stuff, just walk away. You don't need that pain in your life. You know what I mean? See how I tied in both both Jack's story to this one with the whole relationships things. Like you as a man should be confident within yourself. You know what I mean? And like this whole aspect of like you don't need a woman to bring you happiness. You should be creating the happiness from you. And from there, like the happiness, like it comes from you. It radiates from you. And if you ever find yourself in a position where it's like, oh, I'm not happy unless I'm with this woman, or the same thing with from the inverse, like from the female perspective, oh, I can't live without him and all this kind of stuff. That's a telltale sign where it's like, I need to get out of this mentality. I need to get out of this relationship and kind of start working on yourself, you know? And like this is the thing as well to it. It's like you want to make sure that like you're not like an empty vessel. You're not like this aspect where it's like you cannot strive for anything. You cannot like live without this particular person, all this kind of stuff. And it is a totally normal thing as well. There's a lot of people that like they go through that, and they like they have the fear or the like fear or anxiety of this whole aspect of, oh, like life is meaningless without this other person, all this stuff. It's like, well, work on the meaning and get yourself up there. You know what I mean? It is a tough task. It's like to climb the mountain, so to speak, but it is heavily worth it. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to live your own life, or do you want to live someone else's life? And that's the thing, especially with like social media. We referenced it in the introduction statement. Like, this time period is when social media started popping off. You know, digital cameras was, think about it, digital cameras, you know, like that was a key thing in terms of, I think, what's highlighted this kind of like whole, oh, like I want to live the lavish lifestyle. Oh, this chick is like living in mansions, or this dude has all these supercars, all this kind of stuff. That's what I want. No, base it based on your own. You know what I mean? Be your own person, so to speak, you know? Now they're saying same goes for women. Run the fuck away from people like that. But it's much more normalized in women to behave this way. That is true, Shante. And like call back to a previous episode as well. Shante was quite astute in terms of like observing like male behavior, where he was like he was putting locks on the fridge and all this kind of stuff. If your partner or husband or boyfriend or whatever is there like locking shit up and all that, that's a telltale sign of like control freak and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So 100%. They were living just fine before they met them. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like before you met this person, and that's again, it's very difficult when you're in the midst of it, or the depths of hell, to use some vivid imagery. You think, oh, like I can't do this, or like I can't live without this and stuff. But you were living just fine before you met them. You know what I mean? And when you get into that position, it is very difficult because, especially if the spouse or the partner is like, using like the psychological tricks to make you dependent and all this kind of stuff. But it's probably the best piece of advice I was given was actually by my English teacher. He said, lads, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're unhappy or miserable, I think that the word he specifically used was like miserable. Do whatever you can to get out of that situation, even if it's like extremely difficult and all this kind of stuff. Do whatever you can to get out of that situation. Dante says, and men just take it because they're stronger, but she will find you in a weak moment and stab you in the back. And that's the other thing as well. And why this whole kind of thing of like, oh, men are like stronger than women and all, like it can lead you into that false sense of security. Because everybody's got to sleep at some time. You know what I mean? And then what you do when she creeps up on you when you're in your sleep, you're completely defenseless. You know what I mean? So, like, and as we kind of will get into in this case, with the weaponry and all this kind of stuff we have in modern day, we got Pseudo Master Chef in the building. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. And again, shout out to Pseudo Master Chef. Thank you very kindly for talking about the iodine stuff with the carnivore conversation we've had. Pseudo is the reason why I've switched out the bacon for eggs. And like I said, I've noticed incremental improvements. So shout out to you, Pseudo. Fear of being alone. Women tend to have it. I'd never settle for crazy. 100%. But men also have this as well. And like Shanti was mentioning as well, where it's like, oh, I'm a dude. I can take the beatings. It's like, you should not be taking beatings of someone who is your partner, someone you apparently love or says that they love you. You know what I mean? Why are they hitting you? You know what I mean? Like I said, you get caught up in it, you get wrapped up in it. You know what I'm saying? You're never alone, surrounded by friends and family. Precisely. Women tend to not like to be alone because you're looked at as broken and unlovable. Nah. That, like I said, like that's the kind of like the default mentality. But this whole aspect of doing stuff for yourself, like becoming kind of like living your own life, and not trying to live someone else's life. Like that's what I'd kind of like point to, and that has been exacerbated or exposed with this whole kind of social media thing. Like we see people like trying to be, the top G or trying to be, the latest model and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So definitely something to take into consideration. It's not as normal for women to be alone. And like that, I think that's like a lot of that's got to do with like the perception. You know what I mean? Where it's like women get attention from the guys. So it's like if you're a woman that's alone, you're like, hey, how can you be alone? All this kind of stuff. But sometimes you need to take time and work on yourself. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people think of, oh, this is what everybody does, so then I must do it. It's like, no, you don't want to kind of put yourself in a box, 100% half hood. False. I lock up my ice box because no one eats my push pops. This motherfucker. Shouldn't be eating push pops anyway. You should be going carnivore, Mo. Some people are awful and don't have supportive friends or family, and they tend to trap in a partner much easier. 100%. That's the whole thing of like the targeting like the weakest animal in the pack. You know what I mean? Like when lions hunt and all this stuff, is if there's like one animal that's like straggling behind, that's who they go for. Like that whole kind of like predator mentality. There's a lot of commonalities between it. See, if you're wasting time in a relationship with someone who wouldn't marry you, you're wasting your life anyway. Exactly. Eggs rule, 100%, brother. I bring 6 hard-boiled eggs to work every day. Mama. I've stayed in a relationship like that. It felt like love. Yeah, like they give you the whole like that kind of like false sense of love. You know what I mean? It was there's a book called Pimp, and in it talks about the whole like pimp culture and all this kind of stuff. And the dude, the main character in the book, goes to like one of the elder pimps, and he asks him for advice on a particular woman that he finds hard to manage or hard to control and all this stuff. And his advice was, beat that bitch with a coat hanger, and then run her a bath and give her some pills, and she'll be so grateful that she'll forget that you're the dude that fucking done that to her. You know what I mean? That put her in that place. Put her in that situation in the first place. You know what I mean? So, like I said, be very careful about who you find interest in, who you try to start relationships with or try to build families with, because, like I said, you're going to be sleeping next to them. You know, eggs and ground beef make up a lot of my current intake. Hey, my man, same here. I have 4 eggs, 400 grams of beef, plenty of butter, and then some cheese. You know, because I like cheese. I'm a cheesy kind of guy. You know. I don't even know how to explain it. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to pinpoint it, you know. I try and stay away from cured meats. Yeah. Like the best thing you could do, especially for bacon, because I can't find any bacon in the stores that don't have any of this sodium nitrates in and all this kind of stuff. Best thing you can do is like buy pork belly yourself and just make the cuts yourself and then cure it yourself, you know. Just use sea salt to cure it. In a relationship, what's your limit of physical? A slap, a punch, pepper spray, etc. Like just think about and it doesn't even need to be physical half-hood. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of the psychological thing is that like this whole thing of like if you notice that like they're constantly being negative towards you, anytime you try to pursue something that like is actually a benefit to you, and they start, I think it's called negging on that. If you're like trying to make improvements in your life and they're like negating that, trying to put you down and all this kind of stuff, especially in front of friends. If like the way like your partner describes you in front of friends and how they kind of move in front of friends will tell you a lot about their mentality. So if they're constantly like putting you down in front of like your friends or family and all this kind of stuff, that's a telltale sign where they're basically trying to project that, oh, I'm just with him because, you know, like I'm clearly the better one and all this kind of stuff. That's a mentality where it's like, bro, you're wasting your time with that person. You're wasting that time. You're basically like you're their safety net. You're not actually someone that they want to be with and all this kind of stuff. Cured meats from the store has a lot of bullshit in them. I think if you cured it yourself, you can make a case for it. True. That is true, but then you have like the whole like prep thing and all that stuff, which is actually not that bad when you think about it. Like this whole thing of like when women complain about having to wash dishes, like it takes 5 minutes to clean well after yourself after you cook, and that's not factoring in if you're to clean while you're cooking. You know what I mean? I felt like people disappeared. The room would spin. Took me forever to realize it was just whiplash. 100%. Like I said, when you're in those throes of passion, all this kind of stuff, it's very hard to keep your head straight, you know? True, I've cured my own pork belly. Just use Himalayan sea salt and pepper. Much healthier. But I still limit it. True that. Yes, that cheese. I've lost 50 pounds in 7 months in carnivore. I've introduced green veggies back into my diet. And that's the other thing as well with carnivore. You can kind of slowly kind of like, you know, test other things and kind of incorporate other things and all this kind of stuff into it as well. Obviously not McDonald's, Jack. You never want to be like incorporating McDonald's back in or fast food and all this kind of stuff. But fermented vegetables like sauerkraut, raw organic sauerkraut, that's definitely, I've heard a lot of positive stuff about that. You know what I mean? And like coffee as well. Coffee's not carnivore, but if you can incorporate it back in, do you know what I mean? All this kind of stuff. You don't want to overdo it as well with the caffeine. Many people's limits are at the grave. Yeah, I've seen people almost get killed and go right back. Yeah, it's crazy, Shante. You know, and like that's a hard thing to identify. Where it's like, what is my limit? You know what I mean? Takes a lot of time to think through and all this kind of stuff. You know. We got GT. Hey, what's my ex-wife picture doing on screen? We'll get into it, GT. We'll get into it. Trying to catch up and chat. Everybody, chat is on fire tonight. You know, I've been bare in front of friends and family. They weren't there. I probably would have died. Yep. And it's very difficult because there is the whole kind of thing of like shame and guilt and all this kind of stuff. But trust me, like like being kind of like open with your relationship with your, especially your parents, if they're still there, and kind of like friend, like true friends, because like they'll be able to give you like the good advice and all this kind of stuff as well. Mo was all for carnivore, my man. You know what I'm saying? Why are we fooding right now? Yeah, like I said, I have to get better at kind of identifying if two people are having a conversation with each other and like not try to address them, all this kind of stuff, you know. But anyways, nothing else in terms of the topic. We're stress eating because of the topic. These motherfuckers, right? We're getting back to the video, ladies and gentlemen.
At that moment, labeled the crazy stalker X by all of Travis's friends, and although Travis agreed, he would continue having sex with her out of pure convenience. She would show up unannounced on countless occasions, sometimes in the middle of the night, and Travis would let her in every time. It became somewhat of a routine, and a dysfunctional situation that neither were happy with. Travis, although he enjoyed the sex, essentially wanted her out of his life, while Jody desperately wanted a serious relationship. And going off the myriad of entries in her diary, she firmly held on to the belief that they were meant to be together. In late May of 2008, however, she would ultimately have a change of heart. Travis had a work retreat planned to Cancun, Mexico for July 10th. It was all paid for by his employer and allowed him to take a friend with him. Jody knew about this, and believed, or at the very least hoped, that she would be the one going. Yet in the last week of May, it became known that Travis was taking another woman instead, a Mormon girl by the name of Mimi Hall, someone that Travis had been romantically interested in for some time. When Jody found out, it would be safe to assume that she was heartbroken. It would be even safer to assume that she was absolutely enraged, and the collective opinion is that a specific thought process began to emerge in her mind. One that forged a psychological justification for a certain decision. On June 4th, 2008, 6 days before Travis was set to leave for Mexico, Jody would once more show up unannounced. All we know for sure is that they had sex and took explicit pictures of each other using Travis's new camera. At roughly 5 p.m., Travis would get in the shower and Jody would begin taking pictures of him using the same camera. Then, moments after this picture was taken, Jody would stab Travis a total of 27 times. She would also cut his throat and shoot him in the face. During the onslaught, Travis's camera took 2 accidental photographs. The first was taken as Jody dropped it during the onset of the attack. The second was taken as she kicked it by mistake while moving Travis's body. It showed Jody's foot and a fatally wounded or deceased Travis. The amount of time that passed from the 2 photographs was 62 seconds. Jody then spent an estimated 45 minutes cleaning down the crime scene to make sure none of her DNA was left behind. This included wiping down the victim's body with a cup of water and a cloth. She also deleted the pictures from Travis's camera before throwing it in the washing machine. She would then drive back out into the desert and leave Travis a voicemail for the purpose of placing herself away from the crime scene and give.
And like this is the thing as well, like it wasn't even like sleep, it was like literally he was just in the shower. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like men are stronger than women, all this kind of stuff, they can still kill you. They can still kill you. You know what I mean? So gentlemen, you got to be very careful about who you're inviting into your home. You know what I mean?
Giving herself an alibi.
I know Leslie called you, so I already talked to her, so you can call her back if you want, but it's not necessary. My phone died, so I wasn't getting back to anybody. And what else? Oh, and I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction, over 100 miles, thank you very much. So yeah, remember New Mexico? It was a lot like that, only you weren't here to prevent me from going into the 3 digits, so fun. Tell you all about that later. Also, we were talking about, when we were talking about your upcoming travels my way, I was looking at the May calendar, so I'm all confused. But Heather and I are going to see Othello on July 1st, and we would love for you to accompany us. Let me know, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. End of message.
Jody would then drive to another man's house in Utah by the name of Ryan Burns and stayed the night. He would later testify that nothing seemed off about Jody's behavior, only that they kissed and engaged in sexual intercourse. Travis's body was discovered by Mimi and her friends 5 days later, the day before they were supposed to leave to Cancun together.
How long were you there trying to get into the house?
Just, a couple of minutes. I banged on the door, rang the doorbell over and over again. Nobody answered. I was scared that something might be happening to him because I knew that he had a stalker. Travis's friend on the phone suggested that we go in through the garage and look for him in the house. And then as soon as they said that they saw blood, that there's blood everywhere, I stopped looking and said he's dead. he's dead. And so immediately I called the police.
After the news of Travis's death broke the following day, Jody called the police and offered to help with the investigation. She was then transferred to the lead detective, Esteban Flores, of the Mesa Police Department. The most notable detail of the phone call was that Jody agreed to provide a sample of her DNA. Over the following month, forensics were able to uncover the deleted photos from Travis's camera, and despite her best efforts, discovered Jody's DNA all over the crime scene. During this time, oblivious to the evidence that was building against her, Jody would post multiple pictures of her and Travis on Facebook, alongside emotional messages to Travis himself. She even sent his family flowers and a letter expressing her grief over his death. The Mesa...
And again, like we heard, like this whole aspect where she went to some other dude's house, like she's got other options, all this kind of stuff. But like, it's this kind of key thing of like, well, if I can't have, even if it's like a safety net or like a second choice or a second option or whatever, like if I can't have him, then nobody's going to have him. You know what I mean? And like that's what drives like this whole kind of psychotic type behavior where it's like they think that they own you. You know what I mean? In the same way for like controlling boyfriends, all this kind of stuff, they think that they own you. So even if they have like other options available, I don't know, it's maybe an ego thing or something along those lines where it's like almost like a thing of like they can't stand you being happy because they're miserable. You know what I mean? And it's very similar to this whole kind of leftist mentality as well, you know? But like I said, it is what it is.
Police Department launched their case against Jody on July 15th, 41 days after the murder. Detective Flores would be the one to conduct her interrogation. He had spoken with her once over the phone and was present when she was fingerprinted and swabbed for DNA. The Siskiyou County Police arrested Jody at her grandparents' house at 7:35 a.m. and only said they had a warrant for her arrest without giving further information. She was placed in handcuffs and didn't once ask what she was being arrested for in the 6-minute drive to the local police station. What made...
Bruh, imagine that. FBI, open up. And you go, hey fellas, how's it going? And then they handcuff you and you're just like, yeah, this is totally normal behavior. You know, we're just going to get ice cream or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Crazy. And this actually comes up in a Columbo episode, Murder Under Glass. And right at the end of the episode, the dude was like, how did you know it was me? Or how did you like start to see me as a suspect? And Columbo says, like when you arrived on the scene, when you came you came directly. You never asked for your stomach to be pumped. You never asked to be seen by a doctor. You came straight to the crime scene on request. If that ain't the best damn example of citizenship, then I don't know what is. And it's like this whole thing of like how you act when you're accused is something that like you cannot prepare for. Which in this case, this bitch Jody, you know what I mean? That's the key thing of like we arrest her, but she never questioned it. You know, because she knows that she done it.
What makes Jodi Arias stand out among the many cases in the realm of true crime is the manner in which she attempts to navigate the system. She seems to believe that if she presents herself in a certain way and adopts a very specific character with very specific traits, it will give her the best chance at evading the consequences of her actions. In her mind, this character is a soft-spoken, sweet-natured, God-fearing individual. Yet to everyone else, is quite possibly the most universally annoying person to ever abide in the history of existence.
Can I get you just to have a seat here?
In the next moment, Jody will hear Detective Flores approaching the room. She will then abruptly place her head on the table to make it appear as if she's sleeping. She will now notice the detective has instead walked past the room and then revert back to her regular sitting position.
This bitch. This absolute bitch. Oh my god, man.
For whatever reason, Jody wants to appear as if she's in a far calmer state than she actually is. She wants the detective to believe that she's relaxed enough to doze off, when she is in fact extremely alert and anticipating his arrival. She places her head back on the table to feign a placid state once more, and you'll notice her left shoulder hovers in what looks like a very uncomfortable position for just over a minute. She then hears the external door open, at which point she takes a deep breath and then fully rests onto the table.
Okay, let me get those off here. So you remember me?
Of course I do.
I traveled all the way up here to come talk to you. Because, I've been working on Travis's case ever since it happened. Okay, and I know exactly when it happened, when he was killed. I know a lot of details. And just recently we found quite a bit of evidence, and I'll discuss that with you. The main thing that I'm looking for, though, is answers on why certain things happened, why they went so far, and also to get your statements.
Okay.
She's been brought to a police station in handcuffs and now just told her arrest is concerning the death of her ex-lover. An innocent person sitting in her position would want immediate clarification as to what exactly is going on. Jody doesn't inquire further, just gently accepts to cooperate after being given a very vague, yet highly accusive clarification of the situation.
And also notice, like, she's now up and she's like leaning in because the detective's like, oh, we have a lot of evidence. You know? Like, I bet her heart must have fucking sank when he said this shit of, like, we have a lot of evidence and we're going to go through that evidence with you. You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, gentlemen?
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even to Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, is because I believe that you know some of these details.
Okay.
And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay. Because we're here at the police department, the sheriff's department here in, was it Siskiyou County?
Siskiyou.
That's what it's called, okay. And you're considered under arrest or detained. You're not free to go. And I'm a police officer. I have to read you your rights. Okay. I'm sure you've heard them on TV. I have to read them off this little card here, but they're pretty much the same. And I'll explain them to you as we go. Okay. And if there's a question that you don't want to answer, you don't feel comfortable, you can say no. Or you can elaborate as much as you want. It's completely up to you. It's at your speed. I don't want to pressure you.
Is this recorded at all, or should we?
I don't know if there's a recording or something.
I don't know if these are voice recorders. I noticed them. If they have video, or if they have audio, or batteries, or what.
I don't think they're on.
And like this whole thing of like trying to, oh, I'll help you, and all this kind of shit. God damn. God damn.
Hindsight allows us to recognize this is simply an attempt to appear innocent. She seems to think that if she appears confident enough to recommend the use of an outdated voice recorder, that it will seem as though she has nothing to hide in the eyes of the detective. But it's just bizarre. If the detective wasn't already certain of Jody's guilt, he would most certainly become suspicious at this moment.
Sorry, really cold.
It's okay.
You still have heat still?
Yeah, I haven't touched those or anything, but
Oh, okay.
Jody's mind would be racing here, yet she desperately wants her exterior self to appear calm. She's so focused on having this nonchalant disposition that she completely fails to realize her behavior doesn't match the situation whatsoever. She's in a state of hyperarousal while feigning a state of composure, and the end result just looks very strange. It gives reason for her unusual infatuation with a voice recorder, and also for her oncoming sitting position, which really can't be described. Only compare.
And like that's the key thing as well. Like she's trying to distract herself from the detective, which is why she's you know, so interested in these voice recorders. But this whole aspect of the detective saying, I don't know if it's recorded, all this kind of stuff. It's another kind of aspect of like trying to give her a false sense of security, because we've seen you do the whole like trying to fake your fucking sleep, you know, the whole thing at the initial thing, you know, like where she put her head down and like heard the dude come and was like, oh, I'm gonna pretend that I was asleep the whole time, all this kind of shit, you know. But again, this whole you've just been detained, arrested, all this kind of stuff, and you don't have any questions. You know what I mean? Think of like Tyrone was there like in this similar situation. He'd be like, I ain't telling you shit, cop. Well, why you lock me up, motherfucker? You know what I mean? Quite singular or unusual.
Compared to a sea lion peeking over a rock.
And they're not on, so what I want to do is just get to the bottom of it. Everybody wants to know, okay? And you know, so I'm going to ask you some questions. You can voluntarily answer them if you want. Okay, is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
There was some question about you being. Well, let's start with this. What have you been up to since Travis's death? What have you been doing?
Well, I've been working. I haven't been really working in prepaid legal. There's not a whole lot here in this marketplace, which is...
It's kind of small here.
It's small here, and really that could be seen as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, because that just means the market is untapped in a large way. So I could have, if I wanted to, but I'm kind of like a deer in the headlights when it comes to prepaid legal. I just have a fear of just approaching people.
You'll come to notice that Jody will go off on these unrelated tangents anytime she has the slightest chance to do so. It's a recurring theme in interrogations for when the suspect is facing serious charges. And the common theory is that it's an attempt at gaining a momentary escape from what is likely the most terrifying moment of their life. Going into detail about topics completely unrelated to the situation at hand essentially delays the onset of their new reality. Forensic psychology views this as a form of denial. The detective subtly nudges her away from the theme of network marketing and onto the topic of Travis. She starts off with a Facebook post she made in his memory.
I realized looking back on it that it kind of sounded immature. It's more like my dear Travis kind of letter. And so I took it down because...
More personal?
Yeah, some of it was detailed, a little bit more personal. Not too personal, nothing inappropriate. Just, I just felt funny. I think because I'm a photographer, I tend to communicate more through pictures, so I posted a ton of pictures that I had of him, and I have a ton more that I just can't access right now, and videos and things that I know his family would want, but
She then explains how it's hard to talk about Travis's death with the guy she's now dating.
And we've been talking a lot, and we try not to talk about that because it's kind of like, ugh. And plus Travis is my ex-boyfriend, but at the same time he's my friend, so while I'm mourning my friend, how do you talk to your new potential possible maybe person that you might start dating about your friend even though he was your ex-boyfriend? So it's kind of a gray area.
The detective knows
This is, oh my god, and see you, Shante. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Based on the angle she's sitting is determined by a 2.5 centimeter difference between your rib cage and the fullest part of the bust. But wait, if I had weight, we could probably do the math. What's up with like the fake? Like we're going into like scientific detail about fake boobs. Gentlemen, get your mind out of the gutter. This is we're trying to do detective work here, not about fake boobs. Holy, unbelievable, unbelievable.
she'll happily trail off until the morning comes, so he cuts her off and locks her into the situation at hand.
And I'm talking to a lot of people, and everybody's pointing a finger at you. You know, everybody is saying, I don't understand what happened to Travis. I don't know who killed him. But you need to look at Jody. And sometimes the simplest answers are the correct ones.
One of the most fascinating parts of this interrogation is how long the detective allows Jody to cling on to hope. For the first 45 minutes, she will be terrified, yet still believe there's a chance she will be going home at the end of it. The detective will hint at her suspicions and culpability in a gradual manner, yet not directly accuse her until a much later stage. Dangling the idea of hope above someone's head while simultaneously hinting at the grim future that awaits them would perhaps be considered cruel in most other circumstances. Yet on this occasion, it is tolerated for a tactical purpose, which is to allow...
It's like this whole thing of putting the mind in like a split position. You know what I mean? It's basically like a mind fuck, you know, where it's like they don't, and like withholding certain pieces of information and like gradually turning the heat up and all this kind of shit puts them in a mind fuck because then they don't know how to act because it's literally impossible to predict. Like the same thing of like when people talk about like Trump. If you ever hear like Eric Weinstein talk about like Trump with his tweets and all this kind of stuff, where he'll put out a tweet either to like provoke the Democrats, you know what I mean, and put them in that like impossible position where it's like the mind is like fighting against it, and you cannot kind of get comfortable or like set your feet in any solid grounding. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing where like this is a typical thing the woman does when she's trying to lead you on. It's like, well, you know, I think we should just be friends, right? And then she says, for now. You know, where it's like she slams the door, but then it kind of creaks open just a little bit. You know what I mean? And then you're basically mind fucked. You know? And it's like the whole kind of like cognitive dissonance is a good kind of example of that. Like when people are kind of confronted with cognitive dissonance, they don't really know what way to go, and basically the whole reality is kind of shattering. And that's why they get so defensive and aggressive and all this kind of shit when you point out the cognitive dissonance. You know? Also, welcome in JJ Beans. Welcome in. Shante entered the room 2 seconds before the rest of her. While I'm cooking, so I'm not paying that close attention, I guess. Hey, it is what it is. Welcome in, JJ. For now is crazy. Yeah. But it's that same thing. And gentlemen, that's a key thing where like if you ever notice that thing where they're slamming the door, but then they're leaving the creak open, it's like, I think we should just be friends for now. Get the fuck away from that woman. You know? Sounds like a woman with guerrilla warfare setup. Jesus. Golly.
For as much divulgence from the suspect as possible. Her fear will cause her to panic. Not enough to the point where she completely locks up, but just enough so that she continuously tries to claw at her own salvation, and in the process will divulge information that will be extremely damaging to her defense later on.
And that's one of the reasons I started looking at you a little bit closer. And over the last month or so, I've gotten into Travis's life, talked to all his friends, his family. I got a really good understanding of who he is now. And I got a very good understanding of your relationship with him. Obviously you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, but you were still having a sexual relationship, which...
Does his family know about that? Just curious.
No, his family doesn't know anything. Yeah.
I'm interested in protecting how he's remembered as well. And
just for the purpose of integrated context, at Jody's trial, she would label Travis a sexual deviant, a domestic abuser, and a pedophile.
He truly had feelings for you. And for some reason, he felt that the relationship between you and him was somewhat unhealthy. But he couldn't stop it.
And that's the other thing with like women with reputation destruction is, my God. Like to say those things about someone, you know what I mean, is one thing, but to deliberately do it to try and, you know, like, man, it's crazy, you know. Jante saying, I don't even like telling a guy I just want to be friends. They take it weird. I've had to be super clear that I'm not interested, never will be. I understand, and like that's like what you call like the honest woman or like the good woman or whatever. Like they'll make it clear and say, listen, I'm not fucking interested in all this kind of shit, and try to be as blunt as possible and all this kind of thing. But the woman that wants to lead them on, wants to kind of use them for resource and all this kind of shit, the deceptive woman, like she wants to put you in that cognitive dissonance where she'll say, I just want to be friends for now. It puts you in that mindset, like as the dude, where it's like, well, I'm still going to be nice to her, and then anytime I catch any feels or I want to kind of thing, I'm going to now start limiting or pull myself back in terms of like that aspect. So I'm treating her like a girlfriend, but she's not my girlfriend. You know what I mean? And the dude doesn't really know like how to act in a lot of situations, all this kind of stuff, and it drives people crazy. Also, shout out to Pseudo Master Chef. Thank you very kindly on the Ko-Fi. 1 second, need to refresh the page. With the $6, he says fake boob patrol FBP. Shout out to you, sir. Let me play a little clip for that. Appreciate you kindly, sir. We're only $44 away from opening up the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very kindly for the support. I told a chick that once. She didn't appreciate it. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Most women lose their shit when they get turned down. Yeah, and like that's the whole thing of like an important like lesson or thing. And like guys kind of you know, they're well experienced with this thing, but like learning how to deal with rejection. Right? And I know there's like some dudes that freak out and all this kind of shit. Typically like the younger males and all this kind of stuff. But learning to deal with the no. Like salespeople. Like you cannot be a salesperson if you cannot handle no. You know? But in terms of rejection, like typically like women are the ones being asked, so they never actually have to deal with the rejection. When they put themselves out there and they get rejected, holy shit. You know? Wouldn't want to be friends is fucking comical. If you refuse me, you're literally blacklisted forever. But this is what I'm saying, Redact. Like this whole aspect where there's a lot of women that want you to treat them like a girlfriend, but not actually be the girlfriend. That's where they put you in that cognitive dissonance aspect where it's like, let's just be friends for now. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you to kind of like keep your distance, but I also want to give you like sell you that false hope. So I'll still be able to get shit out of you and all this kind of thing, you know? Yeah, us guys used to rejection, just brush it off like crumbs. Yeah, once you become like experienced with it enough and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Men are like champs when it comes to it, you know? See, Redact, that makes sense. I've told guys, if you can't handle being friends and nothing more, you gotta, don't gotta ever speak to me again. 100%. Just be blunt, you know? Be open, direct with them. Say, just like, these are my intentions. I don't want to be friends and all this kind of shit. And if you don't want to speak to me, yeah, 100%. You know what I mean? And like, it's better in the long run because then that dude's not going to be wasting time trying to do the whole simping thing and all this kind of shit, you know? Like, what are we going to do as friends? Do we want to build a show together? Nah. Yeah, 100%. Lies, Shantae. What are you talking about? You want to build a shed? Absolute, unbelievable, Shantae.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
You don't want to build no shit. What the fuck you talking about? Like, oh, were you gonna start carrying the 2x4s? Shut the fuck up. Dude, the Mad Chef said, then again, the only great woman I was ever turned me down, was with turned me down at least twice. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? Back on the saddle, as they say, you know? I'm not saying I want, I said I will. Yeah, you ain't carrying no 2x4, Shantae. What are you talking about? Not a euphemism, woman. Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, Shed, like, let's have some drinks and dinner and just say, have a good night. Unbelievable. 2x4s are not that fucking heavy. There's some shit I can't do. Yeah, I'm saying like the whole pallet or the whole crate. You're gonna be carrying in the whole crate of 2x4s, you know? Guy can carry in at least twice the amount of 2x4s than you can. Don't lie, Shantae. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
And I assume that's probably maybe the same way you felt about him, or
It's probably,
Maybe you didn't understand why he didn't believe it was healthy.
No, I didn't think it was healthy either, spiritually at least, and probably emotionally, but mostly spiritually. And I think that kind of, once you have something that's not healthy spiritually, it filters through all aspects of your life.
Her dialogue alters from spirituality to her work history and then to her finances before moving on to her family. Bear in mind she wasn't asked about any of this.
Financially, I wasn't doing well. I missed my family. I moved away shortly after high school, and I come back to visit, but I realized over the years I've missed out on a lot of things. My little brother and sister missed out on just
Here comes the tears.
their karate or their baseball or cheerleading or...
The detective nudges her back to the subject of Travis once more. He asks if the sexual element combined with his religion was the reason the relationship didn't work. Jody then takes it upon herself to recount her sex life history and simultaneously preach about her own devotion to the Bible.
I've had a couple of serious relationships before where I was intimate with a few people, and it's kind of silly, but I used to always joke that regardless of what the Bible says, and yes, I'm Christian, I just live my life by the 10 Commandments, and those are my rules. Da, 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 da. You know, thou shalt not this or that, but it doesn't say thou shalt not fornicate. So I just used to joke about that. We did pray about it. I remember we knelt by his bed once, and surprisingly, he suggested it. Normally, you know, I would suggest that we pray before we go on a trip or before we eat if we're alone.
That was kind of unusual for him, huh?
Oh my
Yeah, because he was very resistant to prayer. He's like, so I'd say, will you say a prayer? He's like, so why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? So we'd go back and forth.
This whole thing of like, oh, I'm just a sweet, innocent Christian woman and all this kind of shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, we had the fake tears, and then it's like, even the fucking, it says, thou shalt not fornicate. What the absolute fuck? This is crazy. Well, no, sorry. She's crazy, you know? We catch up on chat. A friend would want to do it for you, exactly, for the beers, you know? I ain't carrying, but I can help. What? Did I say I'm doing all the... Did I say I'm doing all the motherfucking work? Unbelievable. You know? But if I'm building a shed, right? I want the boys back because there's going to be a shit ton of heavy lifting. We're going to have to, you know, lift the roof up once we have the wall intact and all this kind of shit, you know? It's actually a fair amount to go into a shed, you know? Could one do it by themselves? Maybe. But it's at least a 2-person job, you know? I'm not disabled or retarded. Hey. Better than me, Shantae. You're better than me. What can I say? Guy, I want to go out. Girl, no. Guy, okay. Girl, want to go out. Guy, no. Girl, no. My life is ending. You know? But it goes to show you, like I said, when you have that dynamic where it's like, typically like women never like are the ones, like, generally speaking, that are actually making the first move. And when your life is all in that perspective, you like, there's never going to be a situation where you have to experience the rejection. You can give the rejection, but you're not actually experiencing it. You know what I mean? These emotions, I'm telling you, man, they are a horrendous thing. I've grown up helping my dad a ton. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Nah, actually, I hate women when women want to help build literally anything. I'd rather you watch me with a cold beer. Well, that's it. You like technically to Shantae's point, you know, in terms of helping, if they're fetching you the beers, you know, that is helping, you know. I'm sure you can hand over some nails, then work paintbrush and roll it right. Just do that with some other girls. No, but then if it's just the girls doing it, who's going to be lifting the 2x4s? You know what I mean? Who's going to be using the hammer? Who's going to be lifting the fucking roof? You know? Nothing like falling asleep at work. Hey, what can I say, Jack? What can I say? Doing a stellar job. Doing a stellar job. It's crazy how capable you think women are. Did I say I'm doing hard labor? No, what the fuck I can. But I'm damn sure I can help build a fucking shed. Hey, what can I say? No regrets. No regrets. By myself, it took me maybe less than an hour to put my daughter's crib together. When we got it the second time, a new one, her mom tried to help me and it took over 4 hours and 2 separate days. But like, this is the thing with like modern day stuff. Like if you're buying it from like IKEA, you know, it should be straightforward. Keyword being should, you know. She left out the commandment, thou shalt not be a murderous psycho. Well, true that, you know. And like I said, in terms of the commandment thing, like thou shalt not fornicate is wrong. And then also she's breaking like the second or third one? Thou shalt not murder. You know what I mean? But she's painting herself off to be this sweet, innocent fucking Christian, all this kind of shit. And obviously he's the dude that never wanted to pray and all this kind of shit. Bullshit. I help take care of my home. I never said you didn't. Holy shit. Like a home needs to be cleaned. It needs to be like the whole kind of like making something homey. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing as well. Like I'd bet I'd fucking lose my house. Like I'd be willing to put the whole mortgage on this. That's like you could walk into an apartment and just based on like the quote unquote homey feel, like you'd be able to tell whether or not it's a woman's home or woman's apartment or if it's a bunch of lads staying together. You know what I mean? Facts. Women are great at driving back and forth to the store for parts. I don't know, man. Like, are we talking about like competitive? I reckon like the dudes would probably do it quicker. Because again, like it comes to like who's going to be loading into the truck and then loading out of the truck. You know what I mean? Jante, we're just fucking with you. Well, hey, what? What are you making me? What are you making me? Round 4 having Tarek lifting up the roof. I'm just saying, look at the Amish. Look at the Amish. You know what I'm saying? The women are never the ones that are like lifting up the barn and all this kind of shit, you know? Doing it by my damn self. I said I'd fucking help. I could not do it my own. I'm thinking like, could someone actually build a shed by themselves? I suppose it depends on like how big you're making the shed and all this kind of stuff. You know? I was gonna build my own shed, but it needs to be on concrete to be done right. Then my property tax go up, so no shed. True that. Like, yeah, to be fair, women trying to help reminds me, making it longer. What can I say, man? What can I say? It's like, back to the video, ladies. Why are we talking about sheds? We're talking about carnivore earlier on. And you motherfuckers, we're talking about the food talk, and then we're talking about the shed talk. Unbelievable.
Jody, will you say a prayer? And I said, sure. And Travis was like...
The detective endures as much prayer talk as humanly possible before shifting the topic once more.
He was at a point in his life where he wanted to really start settling down. He felt like he needed to kind of grow up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, become a husband, become a father. Did you guys ever discuss possibly getting married or anything?
When we were dating, we did.
Okay.
Once we broke up, he brought it up. He actually proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't serious.
Let's move to after the breakup.
Oh, okay.
What kept you in Mesa at that point?
I actually moved to Mesa a few weeks after we broke up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a time period you really wasn't seeing anybody, and then Mimi came into the picture. What did you think about her?
I didn't know a lot about her. She seems like a really nice girl. He showed me her picture on Facebook. You know, I don't think she had a lot of pictures on there. He said that he's not sure why, but he's pretty sure that she could be it. And I was happy for him. I didn't find out about Lisa.
This conversation you had face to face with him?
Yeah, it was in his room.
Notice this is the same kind of mentality as last week's episode. When she's like, oh, well, I didn't even know her. And all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? A lot of similarities here. And I was happy for him and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? This is this whole thing of like, once you get into this room, one should be as honest as possible. You know what I mean? Don't be trying to say, like, trying to act or try to virtue signal or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, if it was genuine, yeah, man, it was tough or whatever. But I picked myself up and I was able to get back on the horse, and you know what I mean. I've got like these like this other love interest that I'm pursuing and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people actually work themselves into getting falsely accused and all this kind of shit because they try to do that shit. That's one thing I definitely noticed.
And he had his laptop, just on his bed.
Jody is desperately trying to make it appear as though her and Travis were on good terms. But this is just overkill. Jody was labeled the crazy stalker X by all of Travis's friends, and even Travis himself. The idea that he would show and then discuss any potential future romances with Jody is ridiculous.
And I truly believe he does love her still.
Oh, he does.
Travis had a, he's what you call a player. You know what that means? Yeah. He kind of pulls girls in.
Anybody, though.
He was reluctant to make a commitment first off. And truly, he didn't think that you were marriage material. And I don't know why not. I mean, I see you. You're a wonderful girl. You're struggling. You're trying to make your way through life, and I don't see why you guys couldn't have made it.
I think we have very different philosophies on a lot of ways. We would argue about the dumbest things, and like there were so many times where I just couldn't wrap my mind around what he would. I could, but I would try to get him to do the same for me. Like there was a time when I broke down on the way to LA once, and my car got a flat tire. So I had at the time roadside assistance because my car was still under warranty. And they went to take the car in to change the tire and realized that when they sold me the car, they didn't give me the wheel lock key. And I was kind of hungry. It was dinner time. It was 7:38, and it was dark because it was January. And the tow truck guy said, there's a Denny's 2 blocks down here, and there's a Jack in the Box there, and he was driving me to the motel. I said, is there an IHOP around? Because I really like IHOP. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of like 5 miles back in the other direction. I was like, okay. He's like, I can drive you there if you want. And I was like, he's like this short Mexican guy, and he seemed really harmless, and I was like, okay. And he, and I asked him about his life, and he had a wife and kids, and so he wasn't flirting.
The travels of Jody and the sweet Mexican continues on for another 2 minutes. The detective then brings Jody's attention to what he already believes was the trigger motive for the murder.
So, moving over to his trip to Cancun that he was going to, when did you first find out about that he was going with Mimi?
Oh, I found out about that at his memorial services on Monday. It was the Monday night memorial service.
Okay. You didn't know he was taking Mimi?
I didn't know that. I think that's awesome, actually.
Oh my! Well, let the meme play.
Right.
Yeah.
She thought that was awesome. Oh my god, man. Oh. Because remember, like, this whole aspect of, like, once you make the claim, right, you need to have evidence, or you need to have, like, reason or rationale behind it, right? You need to have, like, the logic or the empirical. You know what I'm saying? Logical or the empirical. Like, this is why I keep telling y'all and all this stuff. It's like, if you have, like, a belief in your head, or you hold a belief to be true and all this stuff, and you have no justification for it, you have no sound reasoning for it, remove that fucking belief from your head. All right? She makes the claim that that's awesome. Why on God's green earth would that be awesome to you? Like, think about this. Like, why would you, like, say it's like, oh, like, my ex is, like, found a new lover and all that. Like, why would that be awesome? And this is where it's like, she's overplaying her hand, overplaying the hand to an insane degree. Like, why the fuck would it be awesome? You know what I mean? And this is why, like noticing what, like, terminology, what words people are using is a key thing. And like, we kind of, like, notice with, like, the whatever podcast and all this kind of shit, like, well, I feel like that, like, just using that terminology means that person basically just goes with their emotions. Whereas if you say, I think, or I reckon, It's like you have some sort of evidence for it, but you don't know it's like 100% truth. When you say I know, you're like, I have 100% truth with it. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, man, it's the little things. It's the little things that gives the game away. I just noticed Terex VK character looks like William Dafoe. Hey, see you, pseudo. Up you dick. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, sir.
Well, unfortunately, Mimi had called him a week or two before, and I told him, look, if you want to take somebody else, it's fine, but I have something to tell you. I don't look at you that way. I don't look at you as a boyfriend. If you want to be friends, we can be friends.
The detective essentially stated that Travis was friend-zoned by Mimi, but he still invited her instead of Jody anyway.
What kept you to him? I don't understand.
Wait, what? What the fuck did I just hear?
Essentially stated that Travis was friend-zoned by Mimi, but he still invited her instead of Jody anyway.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, where it's like he'd been friend zoned by Jody, right? But he invited Jody over the Mimi chick. You know? Well, imagine that in terms of like this, like Jody's ego. That he would rather go there with a chick that's essentially rejected him. Essentially said, oh, we'll just be friends anyway and all this kind of stuff. And still rather go with her over Jody. Oof. That is that's a big punch to take, you know. Welcome in, Blueberry. Welcome in. Should do a Casey Anthony review. Oh, don't worry, bro. We got plenty of cases. We got plenty of cases in store for the deductionist files coming up.
To him, I don't understand.
Well, moving is expensive for one. So once I was there, I was kind of stuck there.
But why do you continue to go back to him? You know what he wants. You know that it's not healthy. But yet you continue to go back. And it brings us to this point where we are now.
Part of my perspective now has to do with the fact that I'm going through a repentance process that I've worked out with, with my bishop. And he's given me, certain scriptures to read and then ponder and pray about. And
Preacher Jody emerges for another 2 minutes, going into detail about...
Preacher Jody, oh my God, man. That's such a beautiful way to phrase it. Because, like I said, this whole thing of like, like they'll hide behind things. They'll hide behind like these virtues and all this stuff. It's like, oh, well, I'm just, a poor, innocent Christian girl and a preacher, a bishop, and all this kind of shit. I'm sure you do. Sure you do.
Scriptures and baptisms. The detective then interjects and starts getting more confrontational with the facts about Jody's behavior towards Travis.
And obviously you guys kept this relationship hidden from everybody else, and because nobody really knew about it.
Well,
there were some people who I talked to and said, yeah, they continued to have a relationship even after they broke up. And there are others who were saying that you had become obsessive with him to the point to where you would go into his house when he wasn't there or when you weren't invited, and he would talk to people saying, she just kind of showed up and I don't want to tell her to leave, but I don't want her here.
Oh, must have been early on, because there were a couple times when we established a rule early on, just don't come over unless, he said you can come over anytime, but I need to know first.
The detective then starts ramping up the pressure and brings Jody's alibi and road trip into the discussion.
Was it the week of the first week of June? You took a trip to Salt Lake City. Which route did you take from there?
I was supposed to get on the 15 and go all the way up. And I somehow got off the 15.
Where did you end up?
For a while I was lost, and I'm not above sleeping in the car, so I slept for a while. Okay. I'm a heavy sleeper and I sleep a lot, so.
But you were on the 15 for a while, and you ended up getting off the 15 somewhere.
Yeah, I looked at a map, but I'm pretty sure I know where I went. Can I draw you a map?
Sure. So this trip took you a little over 48 hours.
Already, that whole thing, I can draw you a map of where I drove when I got lost. Like that's the whole kind of like pretense to this, like this quote unquote 48-hour fucking trip. Holy shit. Especially if you're it takes 2 days and it's like multiple sleep things, like let me know in chat like how much of you would be able to recall you getting lost, firstly, and then like a trip that's like 48 hours. This is unbelievable. Blueberry says the investigators are more interested in me than suspects. But yeah, that's what we take both views, or we take both aspects here in terms of like what these line motherfuckers, like the tactics they'll use, but also the tactics that the detectives use. And that's what we're talking about earlier on with the detective doing this whole thing of like slowly turning the heat up, but then also putting him in that state of like the mind fuck where we're kind of saying like a typical thing that a woman would do when she wants to lead a guy on will say, I just want to be friends. Slam the door for now. You know what I mean? And end it off with for now. So you give them that false sense of hope. You dangle the false sense of hope for them. And it puts them in that whole thing of like they genuinely don't know how to act. You basically just kind of like confuse them or daze them. You know what I mean? I can just hear, oh my God, get the mind out of the gutter, gentlemen. We're here. We're trying to use reason here. Okay. See this thing. God gave men a brain and a penis, but only enough blood to use one at a time. Okay. I got lost. Let me show you detail exactly why lost. Exactly, pseudo. You know? Crazy.
I have a problem with this trip.
Well, I went first too.
Yeah, I know. I know you went down here. I've gone over this trip over and over in my mind and on paper. And even if there's still 20 some odd hours, even if you pulled over to sleep a couple of times.
Oh, did I tell you that I got stranded?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned that. If you slept for 10 hours,
I only slept for
here and here, it would still leave 18 some odd hours for something else.
Maybe even 20.
This is what people are focused on.
And this is such a stupid thing to say. It's like, no, I actually slept less than 10 hours. So it would leave 18 hours before you mentioned that. 20 hours if you're only sleeping for 8 hours. So where did you go in these 20 hours?
You know, is this trip that you took. Because they're saying she left. She didn't get to till Thursday. Wednesday? That's when Travis was killed.
I did not go near his house. Aren't there?
I pulled your cell records. Your cell phone was turned off between here and here.
Well, I didn't turn it off physically, but it died.
And then it magically, you found your charger here?
It was packed under the seat of the passenger side, and it was when I was.
When you were lost, you couldn't have maybe pulled over and found it, or?
Well, I did finally start looking when I was stranded. I wouldn't have pulled over when I was lost.
Detective Flores explains to Jody multiple times over how the trip doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and whether it's feigned naivety or that she literally doesn't understand the concept of time and distance, she pretends to be confused by the allegation rather than actually confront it. This goes on for 3 minutes before the detective confronts Jody with the evidence of the photographs on Travis's camera.
But I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that trip.
I honestly got lost. It's bad timing.
And notice the body language here. She's now like, oh fuck. Like there's now a huge gap in my alibi. There's now a huge gap. And like that's like her body is betraying her here. Because like think about like when you're stressed the fuck out and all the stuff, that's the pose that you take. You know what I mean? No worries, Pseudo. Like I said, Pseudo, it's like we had it with the carnivore, then the shed talk. You know what I'm saying? You guys' mind wanders during these things. It's actually it's a pretty impressive thing. I'm not gonna lie. But her body language here is kind of like, oh fuck, right? You're like, oh shit, like I'm fucked. Like she's like stressed out and all this kind of shit. And this is before the detective is now going to go to the next level. So think about you're on your little was it like your training machine, your little treadmill and all this kind of stuff. We're now gonna increase the incline even further. And let's see how she copes with this.
You at Travis's house on Wednesday?
Absolutely not. I was nowhere near Mesa. I was nowhere near Phoenix. I wasn't even close to him.
What if I could show you proof you were there?
Boom.
Will that change your mind?
I wasn't there.
You can be honest with me, Jody.
I was not at Travis's house. Was not.
You were at Travis's house. You guys had a sexual encounter, which there's pictures. And I know you know there's pictures. Because I have them.
Shit.
I will show them to you.
Now, like, this is the whole thing of now she's literally trying to do like the deer in headlights. You know what I mean? Because if you were innocent, you'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about pictures? I wasn't there. That would be like the typical reaction. You know what I mean? But now, like, she's trying to do the whole thing where she's not going to move an inch or not move a mile and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? She's trying to, like, keep her body as composed as possible, which is the wrong fucking move.
Okay. So, what I'm asking you is for you to be honest with me. I know you were there.
Nah, Shante, what she I'm pretty sure she left the camera there, but she tried to delete the photos. Well, no, sorry, she did delete the photos, but they were able to get the photos back. You know what I mean? I think, yeah, like that pose where she had her head in her hands was like, I'd done all this work trying to like work out like a flawless alibi, and it's now come undone because now there's like between 18 to 20 hours gap where she cannot explain. The alibi is now been destroyed. And this detective turns the heat up even more and says, well, like, there is photos. And now she's like that whole like stun thing which she was doing was like, wait, what the fuck? I deleted those photos. That's what she wanted to say. You know what I mean? But she was just kind of like try to keep it cool, calm, and collected. Oh my God. Tried to wash it. She didn't delete them. No, she deleted them, but the forensics, the what you call them, like the oh, there's a particular word for it, like the people that do like the technical forensics or like the computer forensics, like they're able to retrieve that. So if you were to delete something off your phone, like there's I think it's called like the kernel or something like that. Like you're able to kind of like look up like the deleted files. And then you're able to actually get it back, you know? Thought washing the camera would delete them? Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. But even, like I said, if you throw your machine in the washing machine, all this kind of stuff, they're able to get that shit back, you know? And particularly now, like this is 2008, mind you. Like we're in 2026, baby. You know what I mean? So like any messages that you think you're deleting in WhatsApp, they were able to get back. Same thing with social media posts, all this kind of stuff. They were able to get all that shit back, you know? She might have deleted them too. I just remember washing it. Yeah, but like even with the crime scene, she tried to wash down the crime scene and she still left like forensic evidence behind, all this kind of stuff, you know? Everything is going to start unraveling with this bitch, I'm telling you. So it was one of those cameras where it connects to Wi-Fi. I wouldn't be certain that they would have like Wi-Fi. Maybe they would have had Wi-Fi cameras by 2008. But like even just in like the actual hardware itself. You know what I mean? Like the fuck, I don't have the technical expertise to explain this. But it's like with the system that's on a lot of these like digital cameras and all this kind of stuff, like it'll still save thing, even though it'll say it's deleted, you know? She did all that planning beforehand and it just fucked up up all, and she's And she even had time to fix it, 100%. You know what I mean? This is where we're like, oh, justice is coming. Justice is coming, baby. Oh, I love these interrogation videos.
Are you sure those pictures aren't from another time?
Positive.
Yup.
Remember I told you about the camera?
Mm-hmm.
The card's intact. Remember I told you that card was destroyed? I didn't want to tell you the truth. And I have pictures of you in Travis's bed.
And 1 second, I'm just gonna go back here for a second, right? And just like notice the time here in the bottom left, right? So she moves there, right? 58, 53, so 59 minutes, right? And for over a minute, probably longer, right? She's not moving a single inch. Now compare that to the very start of it, right? Where she's like constantly moving. She cannot keep her body thing. If you can see the little preview thing in the bottom corner, where she's like, even when she went down to sit down on the ground, she's constantly moving, right? So it's like, that's a telltale sign where it's like, naturally she's like a fidgeter. You know what I mean? But now she's not moving in multiple minutes time frame here. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, there's a cloud, but when it comes to the actual device, you can only remove her from the device, I believe. Not meaning the SD card is with a fairly high powered magnet. Yeah, because like basically like what like the way like the computer memory will hold is that it'll still retain a certain degree of like the memory even though it's deleted, and like there'll be a record as well in terms of the device of what was actually deleted or the files that will be deleted as well. You know what I mean? And a typical thing is that it's like when, like, let's say you bought like a 32 gigabyte memory stick and then you plug it into your computer, you'll notice you don't actually have a full 32 gigabytes of memory. You'd have like 31.4 gigabytes of memory. You know what I mean? So like that's a key thing in terms of like the technologies.
The day he died.
Are you sure it's me? I mean, because I was not there.
It's you. And you know it's you. I know all the details of this case. The only thing I don't know is why. Why did you choose to go visit Travis that day? And why did you do what you did?
I would never
Why,
hurt
Joey?
Travis.
You did. You hurt him. That's why we're here. That's why I flew up here.
Yep.
Because I needed to talk to you about this. I can just arrest you and throw you in jail, but I want to know why. Why did you do this to him?
I wouldn't hurt Travis. He's done so much for me.
I know you took pictures of him in the shower just before he died.
I don't think he would allow that.
Mm-hmm. And the camera actually took a couple of photos by
And notice that response there. She didn't deny it. She says, I think he wouldn't allow that. You know what I mean? That's another telltale sign, especially against these lefties. If you ever watch them in debate, right? They'll never deny certain things. They'll say, oh, well, I don't think that would be possible. Not that it's like, no, like that isn't possible. And things like that. Like the words are key here. The words being used are key.
accident during the time that he was being killed.
Really?
Yeah, Joey, really. You were there. Quit playing this game. It's time for you to just come out and
I didn't
tell
know.
me.
I did not hurt Travis. I did not hurt Travis. I wouldn't do that to him.
The detective then goes on to explain the DNA evidence collected at the crime scene, which includes Jody's blood mixed with Travis's blood, Jody's hair, and Jody's bloody palm print.
You either had blood on your hand and you touched the wall, or there was blood on the wall and you touched the blood.
Could my palm print have already been there and then blood touched it?
Jody. Jody, this is over. This is absolutely over. You need to tell me the truth.
Listen, the truth is I did not hurt Travis.
If you want, I can show you some pictures of him. Do you want to see pictures of him?
Part of me does and part of me doesn't.
Why? Because you don't want to remember?
No, I just,
Jody.
there's a morbid curiosity.
Jody,
I wanted to know how he died.
we can keep playing these games over and over again. I'm not going to believe you.
Listen,
It's over.
could it have been my blood from
Your
before?
image is not important right now. Saving the rest of your life is.
Listen, if I'm found guilty, I don't have a life. I'm not guilty. I didn't hurt Travis. If I hurt Travis, if I killed Travis, I would beg for the death penalty. It just seems so impossible. I'd want to see it. I'd want to know. I mean, I'm not a murderer, but I guess if I were to do that, I would wear gloves or, something. Okay, let's say for a second that I did. And I say, I did it. I mean,
The motive is there. The jealousy issue.
but I wouldn't even say it was jealous. I mean, there may have been some jealousy there, but
Then what is
I
it?
think if
What
anyone-
caused this?
I think if anyone, maybe Travis was jealous, but
That's not what ever.
And that's the key thing as well. The shit, like, I would never hurt him. Not that I didn't hurt him. You know what I mean? Like, this whole thing of, like, the would, could, should. You ever hear, like, the woulda, coulda, shoulda? That's all, like, the conditional tense. It's, like, the whole aspect of, like, the oughts, like, the moral art, oughts, that, like, that. Like, you cannot get a should from an is. You cannot get an ought from an is. The is ought problem. You know what I mean? The would, could, should is all conditional. It's all like, if this happened, I would do this. If this happened, I should do this. If this happened, I could do this. But when you're talking about is, I am, you are, he, she is, they are, like that, though, that word, like the being word, like that's like the descriptor. The woulda, coulda, shoulda is the prescriptor, the prescription. So, like I said, man, the little things, it's the words that give you away. Very few killers have successfully left a clean crime scene. Only Dexter could pull it off. Mama.
Everybody else says. I can prove you were there. I can prove it. But what I don't have is I don't have answers on why it happened. Or, maybe something just got out of hand. Maybe things got out of hand.
did you find the gun? Maybe that would.
Jody, we're just playing games here. I'm gonna take a little break, but I need you to think about what you're doing here. Because the best thing for you to do is to tell me the truth. It's so important that you tell me why this occurred, what was going through your mind, and what caused you to do this. I'll let you think about that. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna go look for some pictures, and I'll bring them over, and we'll continue this discussion. Okay? Let me go find them. I'll be right back.
Tips, I'm not a murderer.
Bro, look, I wish I could zoom in on this. Look at the little face thing, right? Detective, I'm not a murderer, right? Sad face, sad face, sad face. As soon as the door closes, sad face gone, and then like the eyebrow up saying, oh, I'm fucked. Like, one sec, I think I could replicate this, because I don't know if you guys can see this, right? Let me get the camera going, one sec, right? So it's like, basically she's going, detective, I'm not a murderer. And then as soon as the door closes, she's like, that's basically what she does. Holy shit, this bitch is a goddamn psychopath. Holy fuck. Unbelievable. You don't even really need a confession. That'd be the cherry on top. Yeah, like the whole aspect is like standard procedure and all this kind of stuff, like to gauge like remorse and all this kind of stuff. But the whole kind of thing of like the thumbprint, it's like, oh, I've been in the apartment before and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, but your thumbprint is in the blood. You know what I mean? It's in the motherfucking blood. So how do you explain how your thumbprint got in the blood? The whole like, how do you explain your blood being there? How do you explain your blood being mixed with this dude's blood? You know what I mean? And like that's where I'd even kind of like with the whole kind of like suspending like the false hope in front of them and all this kind of shit. Like I wouldn't have even went into that particular detail. See what she says by saying it's like, oh, your hair was there and all this stuff. Get her to commit to it. It's like, oh well, I've been in the apartment before, and then later on the fact that the thumbprint is in the blood, the you know, her blood being mixed with his blood and all that stuff, and then see what she says. Now, notice, like, all this movement when the detective's not in the room.
What kind of gun is that? Just curious.
It's a Glock.
I just bought a gun.
Our detective is strapped with the Glock. 262s in the shoes. I'm sorry, 222s.
Probably. I was taking it somewhere.
These are just a few photos. And I want to be careful not showing you certain photos
Please
because
don't
some of
show me.
them are very bad.
If Travis were here today, he would tell you that if it wasn't me.
No. My job is to speak for Travis right now. And everything Travis is telling me is that Jody did this to me. Look at that one. Remember him?
Is he naked? In the shower?
Yep.
Jody is then shown one of the pictures that was taken by accident while she was in the process of murdering Travis.
It's your foot, Jody. Those are your pants. No, it's off color because we had to enhance it and the color kind of changes a little bit. That's Travis.
This is his bathroom. That is not my foot.
Couldn't even recognize Travis. He'd been there so long. Do you have any recent cuts that are healing?
Well, my cat scratches me. Little things. These are all her work. You can see. This is her. That's her. I've got scars. She's a feral cat. All these little things are her.
Well, enough about your cat, but there's no doubt in my mind that you were there. There's no doubt in my mind that you did this. None. So you can go until you're blue in the face and tell me you weren't there and you had nothing to do with it. I won't believe you. I want to know why. It's killing me inside. I don't know why.
Like there's no reason for it. There's no reason why. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
And I have a solid case against you. And I can present it to the judge. As cold as it is now. I don't know why she did it. Or I can present it to the judge with your explanation.
If I found
That's not
guilty, what
true.
happens?
You'll have to pay the price.
Ain't no
what's
if,
the price?
bitch.
I don't know.
Don't you know what the sentences are? The sentences that are carried for something.
It depends on your situation, how old you are, depends on the type of crime. It depends on whether you show remorse or not. And part of that remorse is at least coming clean. When somebody doesn't come clean, I don't see any remorse. I know you're afraid. But you're already going through it right now. There's no backing up. There's no backing up to yesterday. There's no backing up to that day. It's already happened. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to face the consequences.
You know, if I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm not really for things like, you know, I'm all for the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I just can't. I didn't kill Travis. I just didn't. I did not take his life.
You need to come out and tell me why.
Like, that's another thing as well. Like subconsciously, she's trying to put the emphasis on the not. You know what I mean? That's why they won't. Typically, they don't say I didn't. Like, I did not kill thing and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas like the memes like I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. You know?
Why this happened. I will not accept any other excuses. I will just move on with my investigation, with my final report, submitting all the conclusions and all the evidence. And we can just let a judge and a jury decide. We can leave it in the hands of a jury.
Lie detector test.
We can do that, that's fine.
Would that help me at all?
I mean, you can't use them in court, but...
Well, then there's no point in taking it.
Took a knife to him and couldn't stop.
And again, oh my god, man, she's shooting herself in the foot so many times because it's like the lie detector test. Oh, like, you can't use them in court. It's like, oh, well, then I won't take it then. Like, meaning, like, I only want to do anything or everything I can to help prevent me from getting convicted in court. Not, this is the God's honest truth. You know? Oh my god, man. These psychopaths. Holy shit. The master chef's back onto the carnivore talk. He says, I had to ditch my homemade carb-loaded pizza pick with some beef. Hey, my man. My man. About how this ends, but my guess is a self-defense claim. I mean, like, not to not to get too modern with her or to go off on a tangent in terms of the modern thing, but like that's basically what Carmelo Anthony's trying to do. Is self-defense, all this kind of shit. That shit will not stand to reason. Why are you denying it here? Why are you not coming forward? Why are you not being honest? You know what I mean? We have all this like evidence. Like the dude was in the shower. So how are you going to explain the self-defense? This dude tried to attack me by taking a shower. You know what I mean? Like the only hope this bitch could try to do is like the insanity defense. But even then you're getting locked up in the cuckoo clinic. You know? I don't think she did it. I mean, she did mention the Bible, so she can't have done it. Yeah, I mean, talking about the 10 Commandments, bro. How more innocent can you get? You know? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You couldn't stop. And before you knew it, it was all over. And then you panicked. And then
I've never been that angry at him. Not enough for that. I've been so far angrier at other people, at other ex-boyfriends.
Then tell me who could have done this. Who did this?
I don't know, but if I go to trial for this, and if I'm convicted for this, whoever did this is going to be sitting very pretty somewhere. Glad that it wasn't them.
And it's my job to make sure that an innocent person does not go to jail. But I don't see an innocent person sitting in front of me.
My job to see you rot in a jail cell,
Travis
bitch.
has done a lot for me, and I wouldn't hurt him. He introduced the gospel to me.
Why is everybody saying that you are capable of hurting him? Everybody says it.
I don't know why anyone.
So don't tell me that you're not capable.
I don't even hurt spiders. Oh, I kicked a dog once.
What the fuck?
I was a freshman in high school.
Yeah, we actually have testimony from that said dog. You know, that bitch is guilty. She kicked me.
School. And I love animals. And we had this dog, his name was Doggy Boy, and my parents, until this dog that they have now, have never been able to, and I don't mean just them, we as a family have never been able to care for a dog properly as far as give it attention and take it for walks and be consistent.
To save you the oncoming ramble about Doggy Boy the dog, she lightly tapped him with her foot for tearing open the trash, and she's felt so bad ever since that it changed her entire worldview on the animal kingdom. She now apologizes to the dog, through the detective, who's conducting her interrogation for first-degree murder.
And I need to apologize for that to him. I know it sounds weird, my relationship with animals. It's kind of like they're like people too, you know, they have souls.
What you need to do is you need to apologize to Travis. But you just refuse.
Listen.
You know, I can't help you anymore if you're not gonna help yourself.
You asked
I
me
really
prior.
can't. I can't, Jody.
It's fascinating to observe how fast she can switch from one emotion to the next once she realizes a particular strategy hasn't worked. The attempt at
Bazinga.
elevating her character
That's what I was noting with the facial behavior. That is a clear indicator of a goddamn psychopath.
by expressing how much she cares for spiders and pets hasn't seemed to have any effect on the detective. So she then switches her disposition from sorrowful to analytical, as she once more tries to manipulate his perception of her.
If I did anything that had anything to do with his death in any way,
It's not if to me.
I wouldn't.
It's not if. It's not if at all.
Well, to me it is. I would be more than remorseful.
Is it maybe something you're blocking out of your head?
I don't think so. I mean, I tend to write everything down. I just finished the book, The Road Less Traveled.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, the true definition of sanity is dedication to reality at all costs.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is definitely reality. We are sitting here inside of an office, the sheriff's department, and you are facing first-degree murder charges.
What is the
And you
difference?
are going to be booked into jail, and eventually you will be brought back to Arizona, and you will stand trial. That's the reality. And once you realize that, I think you'll be better for it.
I've had worse issues with other people. They're all still alive. I'm still friends with my ex-boyfriends. They're all still alive.
You know, I've been doing this a long time. And there's one thing that I can never get out of my head. Ever since the first day I talked to you. There's an old saying that, you know, someone's just not acting right. Look into it. You have not acted right from day one.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not acting right, Jody. You're acting like somebody who's guilty.
How so?
That's for me to know and you to find out, bitch. I would even went down this line. I think this is a bad line to go down in terms of detective. You know what I mean? Like I'd play a bit more kind of like cold, where I kind of say, listen, I don't give two fucks about what happens to you. But maybe that's like against the policies or whatever. But I'd be sitting there like if I was in this chair here and I was like doing the whole like bad cop thing, I'd be like, keep going the way you're going, Jody. I can't wait to watch you burn. You know, I'm actually going to clear my schedule to make sure I make this court appearance because this is going to be fan-fucking-tastic because you've shown no remorse. And I actually want you motherfuckers to show no remorse because then you get the max sentence. You either start tap dancing right now and give us the whole fucking story or you're going straight to the fucking prison cell.
You tell me. I know because I've been doing it a long time. It's taken me a long time to figure it out. But within the first 30 seconds to a minute of a conversation, I know when somebody's acting right. There's a certain way people act.
How did I act
Okay,
that would
it's not
make
like
you think?
It's not like TV. It's not anything like that. It's not what you see in the movies.
Is it because
And I notice she's like fishing for information of like how should I act and all this kind of stuff. Oh, now an interesting gambit that he could have played is that like he tells her something that's like completely false. Like, oh, like people that are innocent actually hop on one foot or something crazy like that. You know what I mean? And see if she does it. And it's like, but that's what she's trying to fish for. She's trying to fish for this thing of like, how should I act, and trying to get herself off and all this kind of stuff. This bitch is guilty as hell, ladies and gentlemen. But before we continue, we're going to go on a little bit of a grift break, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to open up the panel, I'm also considering maybe doing a second, doing a double header today as well. So let me know in chat if you want to see the next case as well after this one. But before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, let me put the curtain down. We're going to be going on a wee bit of a grift break now. If you're enjoying the show, make sure you get the donations rolling. If we get to $50, we open up the panel and you can express your thoughts. You can hop alongside the detective, as they say. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the music. Now's the perfect time to fill up your drinks, grab your cup of coffees, take the pee breaks, all this kind of stuff. I'll see you in a little bit, folks.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a-bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived a view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a-wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Teriak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me souls as I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. Now with me little leprechaun, Jones. We're grifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Lolera.
Nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 night. I've got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kinpee, fill me pot.
And we're back, folks, and we are back. Shout out to Suda Master Chef for the $5 on the Ko-Fi, putting us up to 11, so we only need $39 if we want to open the panel, ladies and gentlemen. And let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, Suda. Appreciate you, Connie Sudo. And he says, come on, people. I spent almost 4 months off work due to injury/surgery with no income, and I'm the only one donating. Shit. Oh, sorry. Shit ain't free. True that, Sudo. True that. But goes to show you as well, like, in terms of, like, being responsible with your finances and all this kind of thing. I kind of mentioned this, like when we were going through like the Bitcoin stuff and all that, like if like there's so many people who aren't prepared for that kind of stuff, Sudo. You know what I mean? Like if that happens to them, like they're fucking fucked. You know? So again, our boy Sudo, he's got those financial skills, or sorry, not financial. Technically it's pronounced financial. You know what I mean? That was kind of like that was the kind of like a trippy thing to learn as a kid. It's like it's not actually pronounced finance, it's pronounced finance, you know? Crazy. But anyways, like I said, folks, we're getting back into the show. Like I said, this beach is crazy. I think I'm gonna actually go a little bit later today and squeeze in a kind of a double header for this week's show. But we're back to the crazy psycho bitch. You know what I mean? And essentially she's fucked. Not in the good way. Like, she's going to prison, but she's still trying to do this whole thing of like, oh, well, what way should I act? Still trying to see if there's any way out of this. But there ain't. There ain't no way out of this. You going to jail, bitch. You going to jail.
I'm not crying.
No. It's not because of that.
What is it? I mean, I'm not going to change how I act.
No, obviously you can't change the way you're acting.
I mean, I am who I am.
Okay, you're sincere in the way you're acting. But
well, how is
you're just not telling the truth.
How is it different?
Well, it's not really something you need to focus.
And like, this is a key thing where it's like, that's why I'm saying, like, the detective, I think, makes a mistake here going down this line, because now she's like asking the questions. And if you think of like just your standard interviewer, like, the one in control of the conversation is the interviewer. You know what I mean? Because he's the one who's asking the questions and he's letting the interviewee talk. So like, think about in terms of debate as well. Like, that's the key thing. Is like, if you're the one that's like asking the questions, that's how you gain control of the conversation. How you start dictating the control and all that stuff. Because if you're the one that's asking the questions, you're deciding where the conversation goes. Whereas if all you're doing is just answering the questions, you're kind of like up to, now again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you win the debate or that that'll actually work out good for you. It's like this whole aspect of the typical thing that like lawyers say will be, don't ever ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. You know what I mean? And like, that's a key thing in debate, where sometimes like the smart move is to kind of take a step back and let them interrogate you. And then, like I said, you're able to kind of like kind of win from that direction. You know what I mean? And in terms of like my aspect, and let me know in chat if this is a bad move or whatever. But like, I'm quite open to being interrogated. Like, if I genuinely know I'm the truth, that I'm telling the truth, and like that, like I have the truth in the situation, I'm more than comfortable to sit back and say, listen, ask any questions you need to, because like, I want this to be resolved. You know what I mean? Also, Suda Master Chef with another $10 on the Ko-Fi. Let me give you the shredding tip for that one, because we're up to 21 on that one as well. Shout out, salutes to Suda Master Chef. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks, up to $21 out of 50. which means we only need, quick math, $29 if we want to open up the panel. And also, Pseudomaster Chef says, to be fair though, I turned 50 this year. When I was younger, I had times where I was down to my last dollar, but I always looked at saving / investing as if it were a bill. 100%. And like I said, I'm not saying that like every man should be on top of the finances. You almost have to be like irresponsible with your finances to realize how important finances are and to get on top of it and all that. But it's definitely a skill that like everybody should develop, to be frugal with your money. 1 second, let me make sure I'm using that word right. Frugal. To be careful with money and resources, avoiding waste and prioritizing value. Be frugal, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome in, Mrs. D. Hey crew, hey Teriak. How's everyone? We're good. It's all good. Hope you're well, Mrs. D. Like I said, if anybody's curious about the carnivore stuff and all that, Mrs. D has a lot of information. I hear a lot of people say they can't afford to invest. Meanwhile, they spend $15 a day on pizza, etc. for lunch, $4 in coffee in the morning. About priorities. And like that's the thing as well, I find, Pseudo, is that and I kind of went over this with the boys before we last week when we were kind of hinting at like the carnivore. I think we went off on a tangent in terms of like carnivore and finance and all this kind of stuff. I basically pointed out that it's like if you're spending, let's say, $20 a day on like fast food stuff and all that kind of stuff, like even just like say like on anything, you're just wasting $20 a day on whatever. That's like over $7,000 a year. And are you telling me that investing $7,000 in like Bitcoin or stocks or gold or something like that's not going to pay dividends in the long run? You know what I mean? And even if it's like, oh, but I can't live without my coffee. It's like, okay, rather than going to Starbucks, get some order in some coffee powder or like fuck it, like invest in a machine or whatever, and just make it yourself. It always works out cheaper in the long run if you make this stuff yourself, So again, it's about priorities. Like, are you willing? And like I said, if you check on the Discord, I have a budget template and thing that you can like download yourself, plug in your own values, and it'll automatically calculate out. You can type in how much you earn a year, what your income is, and then it'll calculate out all the expenses for you. You just type in your expenses, how much it's costing you per month or per year. You know what I mean? And from there, it'll tell you, okay, right, you should have X amount left over per year at the end of the year. And like I said, you don't necessarily have to wait till the end of the year before you invest in all this kind of stuff. And I know there's like a random kind of like what we're saying with Pseudo. It's like you get an injury. Like that's going to be like unforeseen costs and all this kind of stuff. But make sure you're in a stable situation. You know what I mean? That if you do get like knocked out for like or knocked off path for like 4 months or so, that it's like you're not like struggling. You know what I mean? And all this kind of stuff. Buying a cow, half a cow, to do a carnivore, mostly red meat diet is a big money saver. Just got to spend it up front. That is the other thing as well. But if you're able to budget and you budget correctly, it's like you're kind of saying, okay, yeah, like I'm like at the start of the year, let's say I'm spending $1,200, but now I know that I don't need to spend any money for food. And like that's sorted. You know what I mean? The non-perishables, as they say, like for example, like your soap, your like shampoos and all this kind of stuff. Like you spend all that up front, and then you're sorted for the year. You're not like having to spend all that kind of stuff, and that's like I find it a better way, because then I know like I'm never stuck for that, and I'm not having to spend money on the things as well. Miss D says, I understand that not many people can afford the type of carnivore lifestyle my husband has. However, you can 100% do carnivore on a budget. Yeah, 100%. Like I do carnivore on a budget. I spend about, how much do I spend on food a year? Let me check my budget. I spend about €1,300 a year, and that's with beef. Majority is like the beef, the cheese, the butter, and now eggs. I swapped out the eggs for the bacon, and then like once a week I'll have chicken thighs. You know what I mean? And that's €1,300, and that's my whole food covered for the year. Yes, I agree. We buy a quarter cow every month. 52 to 55 kilograms works out cheaper. Exactly. Shop around. Be frugal, as they say. But back to the psycho bitch. You know what I mean? She's now trying to do the whole, like, what way should I act? You know what I mean? Is it because I'm not crying and all this kind of stuff? Like I said, I think this is a mistake on the detective's part. Because now she's asking the questions and he's kind of on the back foot.
Not anymore.
After Jody failed her attempts to extract inside knowledge on the best way to behave in order to appear innocent, she then attempts to explain why she hasn't been able to appear innocent.
It's not that I'm not remorseful that he died. The reason I hesitate is because maybe this is something that's wrong with me psychologically, is I think of the butterfly effect. And it's like, you could say that the guy pumping gas gas down at the gas station could have potentially, because you see all these movies, these funky movies where it's like this affected this, which affected this, which affected this, if he had never done this.
I know if you had never met him, he probably would still be alive.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's because you killed him.
No, I just can't admit to something that I didn't do. If it would help my case and give me an easier sentence, I know that people plead guilty for those things.
No, and I don't want you to do that. That is the absolute last thing I want.
I wish that I had answers. I'm sorry. There's just no reason. There's just no reason.
There's no good reason why this happened. There's never a good reason why somebody dies like this.
This seems to be the moment Jody fully confronts the reality of her situation. The anguish she has over her own fate will become visible, yet she will now disguise this anguish as grief over Travis's death. She does this by posing a question.
How many times was Travis stabbed?
More than I want to remember.
I would have said, detective, I don't have that information on me at the moment. You know what I mean? Because the reason why she's asking that question is then to, like, set the tone of, like, oh, I'm crying because he was stabbed so many times or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? But if you give her nothing, then she's just going to be, like, randomly crying. Not randomly, because she knows she's done fucked up. She knows she's going to prison. You know what I mean? She's caught. Caught rapid, as they would say in Ireland.
I think you're feeling the reality in the moment now.
Ding, 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 ding.
Travis's family is gonna miss out on with Travis. There's just no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
All I know is that I need a story or else it's just cold. It's so cold. But without the truth, I can't paint another picture. And it's going to be up to the prosecutor to paint that picture. And if you want that prosecutor, and I've met him, and you don't want him painting that picture.
I have to maintain my innocence. I can't admit to doing something that I haven't done. There's just no
Well, I have more work to do.
Can you give me a rundown of what's going to happen from here when you leave?
Yeah, you're,
Like, just today, for example.
well, you'll probably be taken across the street to the county jail. You'll be processed through there.
This is a really trivial question, and it's going to reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit?
You're going to be taken the way you are. I can't give you anything else.
Do I have to go in handcuffs everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
That's just procedure.
Whether you wrote a bad check or you're facing murder charges, you're going to go in handcuffs.
Done your makeup, Jody. Gosh. I didn't hear you breathe. I wonder how am I still
What
here?
the
I
fuck?
can't breathe. I didn't hear you breathe.
again, notice how much she's moving compared to when she was starting to get confronted and all this kind of stuff. She's doing the whole like dead pose. If you notice like someone's a fidgeter, a good way to be able to tell whether or not you're pinging them with the facts is if all of a sudden they like stiffen up and then they're not like fidgeting and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But what the fuck is this behavior, bro?
He knows our need. Still beating.
Jody was then taken to the county jail.
This is like watching some Exorcist type shit. What the absolute fuck is going on?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
This bitch is batshit crazy. What the fuck?
And charged with the murder of Travis Alexander. She stayed there overnight, and it would be a total of 16 hours before she was taken back to the Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office. Her second interrogation commenced at approximately 9:30 a.m.
Just
Hold up. Oh, she's still singing. Holy shit. Welcome in, Mez. This bitch is a goddamn psychopath. Bitch got demons. Bitch got demons, pseudo.
If you want to go ahead and stand up for me, as I take these cuffs off, just go ahead and put your hands down at the waist, okay?
The game plan for this second interrogation will be a lot more strategic. Investigators will have studied the footage the day prior and will now have a...
And this is a key thing as well, that I like what the police do, and this is why I don't, I say that it's like, while I don't agree with having female cops, like, I think the police should have females in terms of like these interrogations when you have a female perpetrator, when you have like a female murderer and all this kind of shit. Because like like women know like women mentality, you know what I'm saying? Like they know like the female like psyche and all this kind of shit. So being able to kind of like use this whole kind of like sisterhood mentality against them is a good tool. Because when you have like two men, all this kind of shit, I don't think it works as well. Like I talk about the same thing. Like for example, like in terms of like a debate example, is when like, for example, like if there's a particular, let's say the topic is feminism, and you have like not so erudite versus Andrew, and then not so erudite versus Rachel. Rachel has a better strength in terms of the aspect, or she has a better advantage, because when it's versus Andrew, like erudite's like strategy is going to be painting him off as the misogynist, smoky man bad, all this kind of shit. Versus when it's Rachel, she can't do that. And you're basically eliminating one of erudite's weapons. You know what I mean? Same kind of principle here when you have like both a female detective and a male detective. These women can't like use their tricks and all this kind of shit. And as Kazoom was mentioning, you're going to be able to like be a lot more strategic in terms of the way you go about this.
Greater understanding of Jody's personality. The initial tactic is for Detective Blaney to criticize and berate the suspect's character while simultaneously reinforcing fear and apprehension. She makes it very clear from the offset that the suspect's fabricated naivety and sickly sweet persona will not work on this occasion, and Jody's self-esteem will be broken down in a manner that would typically be considered bullying or abuse under different circumstances. This is done so that when Detective Flores returns, it will be a welcome relief, and an immediate rapport will then be attained, which in turn will make the suspect far more likely to cooperate. It's a derivative of good cop, bad cop, and the two investigators execute this technique in a near-perfect manner. Detective Blaney's time with the suspect is essentially a non-stop psychological onslaught. which is sometimes executed in a passive manner, while other times in a far more direct manner. During the latter stages of the bad cop procedure, Jody will be asked if she would prefer to speak with Detective Flores instead. This question is posed a total of 5 times, and only on the 5th time will Jody finally give in and admit that she would. This will give her the impression that when Detective Flores finally returns, it was all her doing, rather than a calculated and prearranged strategy.
Okay.
The voice recorder isn't actually for the purpose of recording the conversation. It is a prop to reinforce the perception of Detective Blaney being the enemy, and not to be trusted. You'll notice that when Detective Flores returns, this device will be switched off, therefore reinforcing the idea that he is the friend who can be trusted.
Today's date is July 16th, and my name is Detective Rachel Blaney, and I'm here with Jody Arias. Is that how you say your last name? Arias. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just formality, and this is, if I have to, write up a report of what we talked about, at least I know word for word, what you said, and there's no mistakes. Mm-hmm. Okay. The reason that I wanted to talk with you this morning, there's a couple of reasons, actually. Let me say this. It's obvious to me that, you're not our typical suspect. You come from a good home, a good family. Your parents obviously care about you. That was evident.
Boys, get the popcorn ready, because I love this shit when it's like you see another woman like absolutely just fucking go for the jugular. You know what I mean? Like when you have like the good woman like going against the evil bitch. Oh my god, man! It's like poetry. It is like poetry. Also, shout out to Alfred for the $9. Saying 999. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you kindly. We're up to $30, folks. Only $20 more to open up the panel. But this, get the popcorn, boys. This is going to be a good one. And like I said there, with the tactics of like putting the little prop on the table, and like I said, the whole aspect of the female cop, because there's multiple ways to handle that, where it's like the dude comes in, starts being like brazen, and he's like the aggressor, all this kind of shit, and then she sees another woman and she does the whole like sisterhood thing. They're reversing it here, where it's like she's going to be a cunt, right? She's going to act like a cunt to this bitch, and then this like knight in shining armor is going to come in, take away the prop. It's beautiful. This is going to be like poetry.
When they talked to him yesterday, and you're a bright girl, probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday, and
the passive aggressive.
There's no question in my mind or any of the other investigators' mind that you were the person that took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do, is determine whether, you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances and things got out of control? When this hits the news, and it will, it'll go to the media, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to give you a chance to make things right. Show the families that you do have some remorse. But when you continue to deny when it's obvious that that's not the case, you appear to be the cold-blooded killer. And things are going to start moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause, before things, start getting heavy. This is your opportunity to help yourself out. We don't need you to tell us anything. I'm doing this for you. It's a matter of...
That was a bad strategy. Because like I said, like at the intro, it's like, oh, you're a smart girl, and kind of like start off kind of soft and then slowly turn the heat up. In this aspect, like she should have been down the lines that I was saying earlier, where it's like, Jody, I actually hope you don't, because I want to see you raked amongst the coals in the media for this. Because we have all the physical evidence, bitch. Don't call her a bitch, obviously, but like this, I hope you stay silent and we get you for this, and you get raked through the coals in the media. I'm hoping you don't say anything and all this kind of shit, right? Like that's where I would go with it, because then she's like in that state of fear where it's like, oh shit, like this is going to be the outcome, and then the knight in shining armor will come in and should be more prone to opening up.
Do you want to take control of your situation and paint the picture of who you are? Because you're the only one that knows that.
The professional ruthlessness of this investigator is quite astonishing. The demeaning and sarcastic tone she manages to superimpose over straight facts is gripping to witness.
You know, was it a matter of, like I said, this guy, Travis, building some sort of, what you thought was some sort of relationship? You know, were you hoping for marriage? Is this something that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path? You know, did he take advantage of you? Were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only you know that. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jody. You know, you're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now. And you let this eat at you. And it's going to destroy you. Or change you in a way that you wouldn't want.
Jody manages to veer off on trivial aspects of her and Travis's relationship that paint her in a positive light. Officer Blaney makes it very clear that she has far less patience than Officer Flores. With what appears to be a very sympathetic tone, she will snap the suspect's focus back to the element of the murder.
As much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're going to marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, you know, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, you know, kill somebody on a whim.
Nah, this is not bad cop enough. This is not bad cop enough. Like, I'll be playing on the whole thing. It's like, you went after him because he found something else. He found something better than you, and that ate away at your soul. Well, not even soul. That ate away at your mind. You couldn't handle that. You couldn't handle that. Your ego could not handle that. You heartless cunt. You know what I mean? Now, again, I don't know if that's too far in terms of like the standard procedure, but if it's not, then we need to change the procedure. Because like I'd be literally like throwing like metaphysical daggers at this bitch, you know?
Fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You know, you tell me. You tell them. You tell, you know, Travis's family. I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, you know, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. You know, what was it that would make you, you know, so angry or upset?
Once Jody is forcefully brought back to reality, she all of a sudden has nothing to say. The passive yet disparaging tone of the detective must be a very hard thing for an individual to have to sit there and take, especially someone who has used their fabricated sweet nature to their advantage most of their life in order to avoid these types of situations.
And if you're smart, you'll realize that, you know, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this, probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then. You know, I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, you know, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me. Take a minute, just...
Yeah, like I think they're playing this wrong. They should have sent the dude in, and for him to be like as brazen as I was saying there. Suda says, "Yep, this is how. This is the use though of female detectives, is playing into her bullshit to get a justification confession." But that's what I'm saying. Like, use the weaponized sisterhood against her. I would have put the dude in there and been like this whole thing of like, your ego couldn't handle it. Isn't that right, you bitch? Your ego couldn't handle it. Travis got himself an actual good woman, not an evil bitch like you. You know what I mean? And just absolutely berated this bitch, and then send in the quote unquote sisterhood. And it's like, and then do the whole thing of like, I understand you as a fellow woman, you know, the patriarchy's evil and all this kind of shit. Don't worry, you know what I mean? Even start like crying alongside her and all this kind of stuff, you know? Oh, man. What can I say?
To think about what I said.
What the fuck is going on?
Jody is clearly exhausted and terrified. She, at this moment, was being observed by both Detective Blaney and Detective Flores in another room, and they even contemplated having Detective Flores enter at this moment. They ultimately decided against it, however, and Detective Blaney re-enters the room to maximize this state of dejection. The pressure will now be increased to a considerable degree.
Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you. You know, all of this time that you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but...
I'm just talking
you're talking about just
people I care about.
You're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered
specifically
Travis, I
about
would be
Travis.
very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, you know, maybe I...
No, like, what Suda says, Tarek, I don't think that would work with this psycho. I think they're actually playing it smart, considering they have a solid case without a confession, but who knows? Like, the whole, like, good cop, bad cop is, like, the bad cop wants the good cop to, like, be that reprieve. So, like, you have, like, the bad cop has to put her under so much fucking pressure and anxiety and all this kind of shit that when the good cop finally comes into the room, and it's just that her and the good cop, that, like, she'll eventually just break because it's such a relief. You know what I mean? But the fact that, like, the female here that's playing the bad cop role is still trying to, like, say, like, oh, but like maybe I misjudged you, maybe you're actually a good person and all this kind of shit. It's not going to, like, amp up, like, how good the good cop will be. You know what I mean? That's what, and again, it's just my own personal opinion. Like, again, like I said, they didn't even need a confession. Like as Suda was saying, it's like, you have enough solid evidence here anyways. You know what I mean? But in order to get her to break, that's the aspect there that at least I would have went at, you know?
I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, you know, I'm just really confused.
No, the woman's playing the bad cop. In this scenario, the woman's playing the bad cop, and the dude is going to be playing the good cop. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying I think this is a mistake.
I just, at this point, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself. You know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know what else to do for you here, Jody. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way beyond this point. And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so much.
No, you listen. You are not grasping the reality here, Jody, you are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer.
Every time Jody breaks down, the detective immediately focuses on Travis's family. She makes it abundantly clear that she has absolutely no sympathy for the suspect despite her best efforts.
I know Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life was taken. I know if it was my child, that's what I would want. And I know that you're not a mother.
This is why I say, like, the bad cop should have been the dude. Because, like, she's doing the whole kind of, like, heartfelt, like, emotion, like, I know if it was my child, how it would feel, and the family, like, evoking that whole thing. Like, the emotional side to it. But, yeah, like, the female's supposed to be playing the bad cop here. And, like, she is kind of, like, turning the heat up now. But like I said, like the whole kind of like aspect, at least the way I perceive it, is that like the bad cop is supposed to like make the good cop feel as though it's an angel. You know what I mean? And like that whole thing of like eventually she's kind of playing on that aspect. The woman is being the bad cop, it's most likely to play to her ego. Not entirely sure what you mean here, Shante. Because like I said, the main thing that the way I view it at least, and again, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, is that it's like you want to break her. Like she's in that mentality where she still thinks that she can get away with this, or she can like do a fandangle or some shit like that. You know what I mean? But like I'd want to like snap her out of that shit. So giving her the ultimate bad cop treatment. And just like fucking like just like eviscerate her essentially. But then when I leave and the good cop shows up, she's just so thankful that like she has like some reprieve and all this stuff. And she's eventually going to be like, oh my god, like thank God you're here and all this kind of shit, you know. Plus the female playing the good cop, in the male playing the bad cop, quit playing to the sisterhood role. Good way to manipulate. Yeah, that's what way I thought they were going to go with this. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing, like you'll recognize the whole kind of like the loving mother archetype. You know what I mean? And that's where like weaponize the sisterhood against it. You know? You think she's so good at manipulating men, and the woman should be breaking her down, letting her know she sees through her. Yeah, like that's why I thought like she was going to go with this, but I don't think she's going hard enough in the paint with the bad cop role. You know what I mean? But like I said, like I could be wrong because there is this whole aspect where she's turning up the heat and she's kind of doing it gradually. So we'll see how it goes.
But all women have those mothering instincts within them, and I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. Was I off base, Jody?
Could you be clear just so I could hear?
Sure.
All right, you ain't getting nothing, bitch. You ain't getting nothing, you heartless cow. How could you do this? Think of Travis's family, you heartless cunt. You know what I mean? Like that's the way I'd be playing it. But I don't know if probably get kicked off the force. You know what I mean? Daddy says, I wasn't saying the woman was. I said if she is. Wait, if the woman is being the bad cop, it's most likely to play. Oh, okay. So if she is playing the bad cop and playing to her ego, but I don't know how it's going. Yeah, no, like the female is definitely supposed to be the bad cop. And the dude is going to be the good cop, you know. I don't know. Do you disagree with what I'm saying? Like, what way would you guys play it in terms of this whole like good cop, bad cop? Like, would you put the woman as good cop, or would you put the woman as bad cop, and vice versa? Would you put the guy as the bad cop, And then, like, do you think that, like, this detective, like the female detective here, is not being hard enough, or do you think no, like she's actually playing it? She's playing it good at the moment. You know, she's been cooked for over an hour now. Yeah, she's more cooked than Jack Steaks. Put her in the microwave.
I understand that you're a very private person. Everybody has said that, and that's glaringly apparent. But all your business is going to be out in the open right now, so there's really nothing to hide from anymore. You know what I mean? And do you think at this point that your pride matters more than Travis's family's grief? This is your chance to make at least something right. Even if it's on a small scale, it's a big deal to his folk.
Even just the voice, I think it's like too soft, you know. But like when she was kind of saying like the loving mother, like you must feel like a mother, and like that whole kind of like emotional game they play, you know. Johnny says, I think she tried to play on her ego like the better woman. I thought you were smart. Maybe you are smart. I just don't think she's doing well at it. Fair point, fair point. Seems like she's about to start confessing. I just think the male should have been more forceful. Yeah, like I would have played to the strengths. Like imagine me there, like I was sitting up with the hands behind my head, like feet up on the table, and just like roasting her. And say, I hope you don't say anything. I hope. You know what I mean? And play that whole kind of like reverse psychology where like I don't want her to talk and say, oh, like I've got friends in the local newspapers. Oh, they're gonna love this stuff. They're gonna eat this up. There's nothing more than the media loves than to rake a murderer through the coals. You know what I mean? So I hope you stay silent. I can't wait to see this on the 9 o'clock news. You are going to be destroyed. I'm gonna see you burn in hell, bitch. You know what I mean? Imagine that, and then you get like the soft, like loving mother kind of like thing, and try to nurture her into and coax her into the confession. You know what I'm saying?
This is your opportunity to make right on some of your selfishness.
I wasn't angry at Travis. Everyone keeps saying whoever did this was so angry.
Then what were you? Were you jealous?
Jonathan's making an interesting point. She said, I think the male and female should have done this together. I think having a partner to play off helps them amp it up. Should they done it separate or should they done it together? The reason why I think Shanti makes a good point here. To go like kind of like the whole alley-oop thing, you know, the whole teamwork thing. Like that's a good reason to do it together. But I think in terms of the to do it separate is like you're setting the tone, like the whole kind of like energy things, like you're putting in a certain energy or vibe in the room. You know? Difficult to say. Doesn't always necessarily have to go good cop, bad cop. Good friend of mine's father was a homicide and SA victims detective. They approach suspects based on psychological assessment. In addition to physical evidence, they have also. Good point. You definitely want to kind of like analyze the person and to say, okay, right, you might be able to play off the ego here, or if they're, let's say if they don't have the ego, but like, you know, they love to lie, try to coax them into like lying to destroy their alibi or to do things like that, like when to bluff, like would bluffs work on this particular person, all this kind of stuff as well, you know? No, it doesn't always have to be good cop, bad cop, but when someone thinks they're a master manipulator, you do have to play your cards. Yeah. True that.
Was he expecting you to come over that day?
I told him I wasn't going to.
So was it a surprise that you actually showed up?
Jody prepares to set off on another tangent about photography, but gets shut down right away. The detective doesn't allow her thoughts to keep wandering off on something unrelated as a means for attaining a brief distraction from reality.
I got pictures of him once shaving, and then he was already weird about that.
Well, Jody, when you say things like that, it's obvious to me that you don't want to do the right thing for the family. You don't want to unburden yourself. You don't want to give them closure. And you're jerking my chain. And I don't appreciate my chain being jerked. I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of skirting around it. I thought that it would be easier for you to talk to a woman, to say what you need to say to a woman. Sometimes it is. But unless you're willing to give me something, then I can't do anything for you. After today, things are going to go so fast for you. You're going to be totally out of control of the situation. The wheels of justice will start turning. I understand that you're afraid and that you're horrified about that person within you that could do something like that. But it happened, and it's a done deal, and you did. At least you can do is tell the family how it happened so they can understand why. I mean, do you think you're going to get this opportunity again to sit down and just have a free-form discussion? There's not going to be any situation or place that's going to make it any easier for you. This is as good as it gets for you right now. Would you rather talk to him? If you do, you know, that's fine, and I'm sure that he'd be willing to talk with you again. Or would you rather continue talking with me? It's up to you.
I don't really have a preference, I guess.
I don't know what it is that's going on inside your head right now. I don't know whether you're weighing the odds, you know, trying to figure out how you can save your own skin here. Don't you think?
I don't know. Give me a grade out of 10 how you think the female detective is played, like specifically the bad cop role here. All right. Grade out of 10. How do you think she performed here? Pseudo says, I think they assumed they had enough physical evidence, so they thought they'd have enough. Want to save the female detective as the last resort to change your pitch. Well, like the confession is like the ironclad, like they're literally admitting to this, and it makes the court process a lot quicker and streamlined and all this kind of thing. But if you're gonna, like I said, if you're gonna do the good cop, bad cop, like I said, I'm not 100% this was the best way to play it. Women did not feel comfortable talking to each other and shit like this. I wouldn't be able to look the woman in the eye. That's what I think is going on with this female detective. And that's why like putting the man as the bad cop and then the woman as the good cop is much better. I think she's gonna read the fuck out of my face. Fair point. Unless you think they're the master manipulator, I guess maybe I don't see myself that way. But like what I'm pointing out is that like even with the female cop here is like this whole thing of like playing on the emotion, using like that certain imagery of like the mother, like the family, like how would they feel and all this kind of stuff, you know. I love they gave her I love how they gave her 300 grit sand toilet paper instead of tissues. Good point, you know. 4 out of 5 out of 10. Sorry, 4.5 out of 10 says Halfhood. Interesting. Shante, Pseudo, let me know your grading here. I guess she's not trying to be empathetic, but it seems like she's coming off as a little empathetic. Yeah. Like that's my whole thing to it. She's not playing the bad cop good enough. Well, let me use better words. I don't think she's playing the role of bad cop the right way, you know?
I think that it's going to make just a little bit of difference inside yourself as far as that closure goes, if you know that the family at least has something. And if you're not going to do that today with me right now, I'm just going to send you back across the street. Because we've been in here for a while. and I don't have, the entire day. I guess my patience are running a little thin. And if you think you're feeling grief over this whole incident, think about how they feel. For once, think about somebody else. And if you want to talk to Detective Flores as opposed to me, you can do that. Like I said, I thought it would be easier for you to talk to a woman.
I kind of do want to talk to him.
Oh. Well, firstly, let's go through the grading. Halfwood says 4.5 out of 10. Pseudo says 6 out of 10. And Shanti says, I don't know, I guess a 5 out of 10. Could have been better, but I've seen worse. So we're kind of saying about 5 out of 10. I would have given her a 2, maybe a 3 out of 10. Because even that last comment there, I think it would have been easier to talk to a woman. Like that to me suggests that like the female should have been the good cop here. And even the detective is kind of like alluding to that, where it's, like the dude should have been the bad cop, But it's hard to find, like I said, in this simp epidemic, it's hard to find men that will like go hard in the paint after women. You know what I mean? The whole kind of like father mentality, I guess. Like I said, if I'm to play the good cop, I'd be like, as soon as I walk in, I'd be like, hey, buddy, how you doing, darling? All this kind of stuff, very cordial, very mannerly, all this kind of stuff. Would you like to get me something to eat? Would you like a drink? You know what I mean? All this kind of shit. You know what I mean? What we think doesn't really matter outside of the purposes of our watching, discussing this. It's about whether she confesses. Oh, no, 100%. Like I said, this is just like, for us in terms of like the training exercise and all this kind of stuff, it's just kind of like feeding back and forth. With you guys, you know what I mean? But like I said, I'd give her a 2 or 3 out of 10. Personally, like I said, it's my opinion. We're just talking about opinions here. Of course, she wants to talk to his family. What a sick cunt. 100%. 100%. Just like she wanted to see the picture of his body. Yeah, like part of me thinks that like, she's almost like proud of what she's doing, Smart thing would have been trying to run up a plea deal like life in prison instead of a death penalty. I mean, that's what I would do if I was a psychopath or a sociopath. But also, like, factor in the ego, Halfwood. Like, this whole thing of, like, your ego is your own worst enemy. Like, that's kind of like the rational position at this point. Like, once you're kind of showing the evidence, it's like, okay, yeah, I'll do the plea. Like, I don't want to get the chair and all this kind of stuff. But I think her ego's gotten on top for her now. And she still thinks that she might be able to get away with it, You don't run pleas until later. Good point. Yeah, she doesn't she shouldn't have said that, but I think at this point they know she's fucked and it's about to give up. Probably. Like, it's 2.5 hours. At least for the good cop part. She won't get a plea until they start the court process. She could negotiate though for confession, but she has no leverage. Yeah, I think like what pseudo means. What Halfwood means in terms of like the confession, and like the whole kind of like playing it from like the remorse, like trying to show remorse and all this kind of stuff. That's until later in the justice process. Imagine Andrew as an investigator. He'd do a perfect bad cop. Oh, you'd be doing like laughing in their face and all this kind of stuff. Oh, it'd be beautiful. And you'd be there like just like smoking a cigarette and all this stuff. And like the other cops would be there like watching the footage like, bro, you're not allowed to smoke indoors. Like, let him cook. Andrew would make me cry my eyes out in a situation like this. Oh, 100%. 100%.
Because he has been in contact with Travis's family a lot. Okay. I don't know if that would make any difference, but I know that he already talks to them on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, he has somewhat of a relationship with them. So I'll go see if he's...
Yeah, I'm not trying to stall or anything, but I've got to go to the bathroom again. Can we go?
Yeah.
Hello. Rachel called me and told me that you wanted to talk to me. Are you doing okay?
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
It does to me.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, how are you doing? I was like, it doesn't matter to me. And then it's literally inside my head, it's like, it matters to me. You know what I mean? And he says it. But we gotta go back and listen to this. This is beautiful. I think this detective is gonna be a lot better.
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
It does to me.
Oh my god, it's like straight out of a rom-com. Oh my god, bellissimo. Bellissimo.
Thank you, but it doesn't matter. What matters is how his family is doing.
I would have moved my chair closer just to show her that like I'm trying to reach out to her. Oh my god.
I told you yesterday I've been doing this for a long time, and you're absolutely right. You know, the person's family who was hurt, they're obviously hurting. But there's a second family that hurts as well. And in this case, it's your family.
The objective of good cop, bad cop seems to have worked. A higher level of trust and rapport seems to now be established. Jody pours out her emotion as the detective offers a sympathetic and understanding tone. But then something very interesting happens. Once she composes herself, she for some reason requests to see the photos of Travis. Not before, but after he was murdered. Many could think she is attempting to gain some sort of depraved satisfaction from seeing them. Yet going off how the rest of this interrogation plays out, it's more likely that she is trying to gather information, or at least confirm something in the photographs, before she amends her new narrative.
This is more of a selfish reason. I think it might give me some sense of closure. I know it's kind of morbid. I don't even think I really deserve closure.
What is it you want to know about the photos? Do you want to see the room? Do you want to see the bathroom, or do you want to see him? Or is it the photos before it happened that you want to see?
I think the photos of after everything.
I want to show you those.
Is there any that you can?
No. I can't do that. We had a difficult time identifying who he was by the time we got there. He wasn't the same person. So that's why I don't want you.
Yeah, this would have been the bad cop. You know? Like, to try and paint the stark difference, it would have been like, they both would have opened up with the same question. How are you doing, sweetie? How are you doing, honey? You know what I mean? She goes, it doesn't matter. I was like, yeah, great. I don't give a fuck anyways. No, anyways. You know what I mean? Like Kazum was saying, right? Is that like, it seems like she wants to look at the photos again to try and like spot a detail or whatever. Like maybe she's kind of thinking about some sort of like explanation in her head. And the detective does the right move saying, I'm not showing them all the stuff. Welcome in, Kenzie. Welcome in. And then in terms of like staying silent, yeah, if she'd say silent, attorney could have an easier time working out some kind of a deal, like no death penalty, but more she talks and sounds worse, less lenient the prosecutors tend to be. And that's what I'm saying. Like if you say nothing until the trial and then say, yeah, I'm guilty, I think that looks bad for you if you then try to, like at that point you're then trying to say that you're remorseful and all this kind of stuff. Whereas if you kind of like do it relatively soon in terms of like the interrogation process, you know what I mean, realize they have the evidence against you, and then you cop to it, and then like you do the whole like fake tears and all this kind of shit, then you've got a better chance in terms of like appearing remorseful and you're cooperating and all this kind of thing, you know?
I'll show you photos.
The detective attempts to get the dialogue flowing in a subtle manner, yet he's given the silent treatment anytime he poses an incriminating question. Jody knows exactly what she can and can't say with respect to her own preservation. Her internal self is far more calculated than the naive exterior she continuously portrays.
So why were you there that day? Please tell me. Did you just miss him? Should I be looking for somebody else? Was there anybody else with you besides you and Travis?
Yeah, she's basically like walling him off completely. I think he should have been the bad cop, and then the female cop should have been the good cop. You know? The UK is fucked, bro. It is fucked. You want to see the damage you did, what a terrible human being. I don't think it was she's trying to like seek pleasure in terms of like what she's done. I think she's trying to be like more cold and calculated, trying to like see the things, if there's something that she could point to and say, clearly I'm not responsible because of like this X detail in the picture or something like that. You know what I mean? I think of like the picture where it's like her shoe and then Travis in the background. There's like, I don't even own those shoes or something like that, you know? It depends on how genuine they think you are. They prefer compliance, but even will even work with you on certain things. It all depends. Good point. Good point.
Are you protecting somebody else?
The detective allows for extended periods of silence. Only Jody will know for sure what she was thinking, yet one could safely assume she is desperately constructing her new narrative during these moments.
Trying to just figure it out. Just trying to think. What happened to me today and from here on out? If I just told you every single detail that I know, and I gave you a confession.
Nothing else changes.
Oh my god, bad answer. Bad answer. You need to do is like, well, it depends. Depends, sweetie. You know, like if you're like genuinely remorseful, like you'll be treated well. You know what I mean? Man. This is a poor job by the detectives. You know? Well, again, it's easy for me to say. Let me start with that. It's easy for me to say this, but I think they could have played this a lot better. You know, we've seen better detective work from previous episodes. For sure, you know? I appreciate it, Tarek. Sorry. It is what it is. It is what it is, bro. You know? But, like I said, the lion shall rise again. The lion shall rise again. As Loki says in the Avengers, I assure you, brother, the sun shall shine again on our peoples, you know? Total L there. Yep. Yep.
It just speeds up the process.
Oh my, it's so terrible. Oh my god, man. Oh my god.
It's all really blurry. It really is blurry. It's all a blur. Can I please see those photos?
Why did you throw the camera in the washing machine?
Yeah, so that's why she wants to see the photos. She's like, okay, the only way to escape the death penalty is if I confess, but I want to tell a different story, or like a story that paints me off as like the like self-defense or some shit like that. That's why she wants to see the photos. Because thing, as they say, they should say we can't guarantee anything, but we will tell the prosecution how helpful you were and try to help you where we can. See? And that's why, like I said, I wasn't even able to give that explanation, but Shante was. That's what I'm saying, that the female cop should have been the good cop. And this dude should have been the bad cop. You know? I thought he was doing... Yeah, no, the intro was beautiful. The intro was beautiful, Pseudo. How are you doing, sweetie? It doesn't matter. It matters to me. But, like I said, it's... You got to play on the strengths. And putting this... The male cop as, like, the sympathetic one is not playing to the strengths. You know what I mean? Kenzie says 100%. I'm there.
We found blood in the downstairs bathroom where somebody had tried to wash their hands. There's blood on the outside of the washing machine. There's little things that give us clues to what you were doing afterwards. Everybody says he just leaves his doors open when he's home. Trusts everybody.
Have you ever seen the movie The Secret?
I don't think so.
This was the cue for Jody's next series of insufferable rambles. The detective valiantly endures this for the next 31 minutes to lower her guard.
I used to go to sleep at night and I would hear gunshots. We weren't in a bad neighborhood, but our neighborhood neighbored another neighborhood that wasn't that great, and gunshots scary. And they were, because Salinas is agricultural and there were a lot of fields, and I used to think that there were hunters in the fields with their dogs. They were swinging by and pick up Amy, my roommate. And I wasn't there, I don't think. I was at work or something. I've never been endowed. I've never been through the temple, but from what I understand, I think that's such a sacred place. And meditating there and being there will help to give you further insight about where. There were 3 fears. One was handguns, which is one of the reasons I got a gun. There was a CHP here in town that said it would take me out and go target practice. And I went to the sporting goods store several times to see what he had. And they were all $500 or $600 range for the kind that I wanted. So they're too expensive, but then there was this one, it was cheap.
Jody's dialogue eventually winds up on the subject of Travis, and how Travis was private about the shower. The detective seizes the moment to catch Jody off guard. He subtly poses a highly incriminating question in a jokingly manner.
He was very private about the shower, like we...
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No, no.
She doesn't deny she was there, only that she wasn't taking the pictures for that particular reason. She doesn't refute what is essentially an accusation, only a part of the context within it. This seems to be the moment where Jody realizes the holes in her story are beyond repair. She has to admit she was at least at the scene of the crime, and will now start to scramble her thoughts to garner the most self-preserving storyline.
Trying to get back at him.
No,
What went wrong? Did he say something to you? What did you do? Did you plan on doing that the whole time? I don't believe you planned it. Jody, please.
I can't.
Why not?
See, this is what I'm saying about like the female cop. I'm pretty sure would have been like, you know, like just like putting out like that image is like, oh, darling, like you must be in a wreck. I can see you. You're in a wreck. You're tortured by this. You know, what I mean? Like that whole kind of like sympathetic thing. You must be feeling so thing. Trust me, darling. It's better just to get it off your chest. Like I can see it. You know, you're hurting. And all this kind of shit, like play on that whole aspect. You know what I mean? I live in a quite quiet little town where I know everyone and I still ain't leaving my doors wide open. I don't trust none of y'all. I ain't trust none of you motherfuckers. Good mentality to have, Shante. You know what I'm saying? Us girls stroke hair when guilty, 100%. See, like that's the thing about body language. You know what I mean? It can give you indicators, but it's not 100% all the time. You know what I mean? Because, like, for example, like the whole like pickup artist things and all that stuff will say is, oh, if a woman is like, you know, playing with her hair, that means she's interested. Not always. Not always, you know. Do the math chef's like, what the fuck? I think there's a specific level of ways they have to do it or it'll backfire in court since all video evidence, including the interview, is used in court. True, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, calling her a bitch and a cunt and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure that's against protocol. Shanti says, I touch my hair all the time. I get fidgety when I'm lying, though. Yeah, but this one is the complete opposite. Like, she's fidgety when she's not, when the cop's not in the room. When she's lying, like, she goes, like, stonewall and all this kind of thing, you know? Halfwood, yeah, they're allowed to say, they can say what I said. It's a normal thing they tell people. I think it's about what I was saying. You know what I mean? Like I'd have to kind of look into like what's the procedure, the standard procedure. That's a good trap. What you mean specifically, Pseudo? In terms of the good trap. Stroke hair or hysterically laugh. I start glitching when I'm lying under too much pressure. Forget how to function right. Good point. Good point.
Did someone catch you there? Someone not expecting you to be there?
They couldn't see my car.
Then who was it?
I don't know. Listen, I can tell you. I can tell you everything that I know or that I remember.
Okay. What do you remember?
Is there any way I can see those pictures?
No, not right now.
Can I see them soon? I will. You
need to start letting me know what happened.
Okay.
You're telling me that some other people were there.
He was kneeling down in the shower. this is his shower and the sink is over here, I was like right here taking pictures. And I don't really know what happened after that exactly, except I think he was shot.
Where were you?
If this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like, well, if this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like right here on my knees, and his bathtub was right here, and I was taking him here, and I was just going through the pictures, and I heard this loud ring. And I don't really remember except Travis was screaming. I think I got knocked out, but I don't think I was out long. And there were two people there, and
What'd you say?
I remember putting my hand on his back because he was on all four of his knees. He was like on his.
Hey, all four of his knees? What the fuck? Also, shout out to Ken's becoming a new member. Welcome into the club. And enjoy the emojis in chat as well. We got a whole host of them, including our boy Pepe, you know what I'm saying? Especially Pepe, been working hard, all this kind of good stuff. We got the Tylenol meme. We even got the doggo meme as well. You know what I'm saying? They're all emojis, so enjoy the emojis. But yeah, I don't think it was self-defense. I think she's going to play the thing of like, oh, I got knocked out, and, you know, there was someone else, there was intruders or whatever. And then I panicked, and then I just started because, like, I didn't want to get accused and all this kind of stuff.
Knees like this, doing something like this or something like, I don't know. And I was like, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? He's like, go get help, go get help. And I said, okay. And I turned around. There were two people there. One was a guy and one was a girl. I couldn't tell that at first, but I could just see one was a girl, and I assumed the other was a guy because their build, and then their voices. Travis was screaming the whole time. He wasn't screaming like a girl. He was just like he was in pain, like he was like shocked, like you know.
What happened, Jody? What did you see?
I took it out like a little bitch. I ran. He was still like conscious and still alive, and
You just left him there.
no, I ran into the closet, and he stopped me, and he didn't touch me. He was just held the gun to my head, and he was like, "You don't go anywhere." And he told the other girl to finish it. I didn't see. He told me to stay there and not to move.
And where was that, in the closet?
No, it was
She describes that the male stopped her from leaving, and then goes into detail about how her phone wasn't charged and how she forgot her phone charger. She then describes how she valiantly tried to save Travis from the female attacker.
She was over him, and I just rushed her and I pushed her.
In the next moment, she will state that the assailant comes back when she never went anywhere to begin with.
I got Travis, and he wasn't like standing up really. He wasn't really doing much, and I was trying to get him, and she came back. I got him kind of far, like right here. She came back. He was starting to just get weaker and weaker. And this guy came back in. And she said that they needed to do me too, because it was there. And he's like, no, that's not why we're here.
From what you're telling me, she was the aggressive one and he was the more passive.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely aggression as far as, I mean, I don't know what you define aggression by, but like there was definitely a sternness.
So it seemed like they knew him, obviously.
Yeah, but he didn't seem to know them. I mean, he was a little out of it, plus they had masks on anyway, but he didn't express any kind of recognition.
I couldn't talk.
The detective takes her back to the moment she tried to save Travis from the female attacker.
So I wasn't sure. I just knew I had to hold on to her hands because she had a knife.
What hand did she have in?
She had it in this hand, but well, her right, I guess. So.
Right.
I just said, come on, come on. You know, he was naked, but I didn't care. Just come on. And he's like, I can't. I said, come on. He's like, I can't feel my legs.
Jody had obviously seen a lot of bad movies. Bear in mind, this conversation she had with Travis was supposedly happening as she was simultaneously fighting off a knife-wielding attacker. She glosses over the struggle, and she somehow ends up outside the bathroom. The two assailants are now inside the bathroom, arguing with each other about Jody's fate. She hasn't stated whether Travis is alive or dead at this point.
It wasn't like super yelling. It was kind of like hushed, but intense. Like, you need to da-da-da. Shut up. It's not over here. Things like that.
The male assailant then takes Jody's registration out of her wallet and looks at her address.
He said, if you ever say anything about this, he said they'll do to my family the same way and me. And I didn't care so much about me at that point. He said, you need to leave, and don't you call anybody, and don't you say anything. He's all, I'm giving you one chance. And she said,
now there's something that completely blows this quote unquote confession, apparently, straight out of the water. And it's a little pop quiz for the chat. Okay. So what crucial thing or piece of evidence blows a hole straight in this whole thing and basically shows that Jody is a stupid bitch? But as you do that, as you get your answers in chat, I'm just going to catch up as well. Half it says, if I've never once said I think I blacked out. Every time I blacked out, whether I was drunk or not, I knew I blacked out. True that. I've turned myself before, but I was wanted for questioning. Ah, damn. Shante got the old balaclava on. Because I'm very open and honest about the shit I do. And I had no issues with the consequences. Facts. Or even knocked out. Oh, yeah, knocked out, blacked out. I would 100% tell myself for doing something like this. It would eat me alive. Good point, Shante. Left hand, Jody. Hey, I'm left-handed. What are you trying to insinuate about lefties? And Ned Flanders was a left-handed person as well. I'm just saying. Shante says, yeah, I've never not known when I've blacked out. It's pretty damn noticeable when you're missing a chunk of time when you was wide awake. True that. Or you have little moments of clarity in those blackouts. Suda says, wow, this chick is delusional. She's retarded, because there's one key thing that completely proves that all of this is bullshit. Alright? I mean, they're not the best detectives, but they weren't born yesterday either. Exactly. I couldn't imagine getting so jealous that I did something like this. I've been jealous and had to check myself. Like, the fuck you jealous for, bitch? Quit being so dumb. But it's the ego. That's why I keep saying, like, your ego is your greatest enemy. Your own ego is your greatest enemy. Pseudo says the pictures. Sides are pictures. I used to be a dealer, a card dealer. I heard there was a leprechaun over these ways. Hey, welcome in, Freer. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. We're currently walking through a psychotic bitch, to say the least. You know what I mean? Just noted, for fuck's sake, Tartan. I'm just being observant. What's tartan? A woven pattern featuring intersection of horizontal and vertical bands of various colors, which right angles, the checkered effect. Wait, what? I've just noted, for fuck's sake, tartan. I'm just being observant. Start my text. Okay, yeah. It's supposed to be Teriyaki. Shantae's gonna have a field day with that one, Kenzie. I'm gonna be called Tartan for like the next week. You know, Teriyaki. See, Kenzie. Oh God, yeah. My bad. Like I said, please be patient. My mom took Tylenols. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm kidding, Kenzie. I'm kidding. Like, just basically, like, disregard. Like, we like to have fun here and all this kind of shit. So anytime, like, I say shit like that, it's a joke. Oh my guys, they're gonna be roasting me. They're gonna be calling me Tartan for, like I said, the next month probably. Hey Tartan, what's up, Tartan? Unbelievable, unbelievable. But yeah, what is the key thing? Key piece of evidence, right? And I don't know if I should even call it the evidence, but like one of the facts of the case, right? That like completely blows this whole thing out of the water. Does anybody know? Not the photos, by the way. Not the photos. Not the pictures. Tartan was hilarious. See you, Shantae. Whoop you tick. Oh, God. It is what it is. I was born Paddy's Day, lads. So just flow. Hey, it is what it is. Water off a duck's back, as they say. You know what I mean? How we build up like the strong resilience, you know what I mean? It's like we can't be going against lefties and like, you know, being weak-willed or weak-spirited, you know? Hey, Ferryman, good to see you again. See, even Ferrer gets it. Unbelievable. Ferryman, unbelievable. But does anyone chat know a key thing that blows us out of the water? I'll give you 20 seconds. Give you 20 seconds, right? So when it gets to exactly 3:30. Oh wait, you can't see that. Yeah, so yeah, basically 20 seconds. Get your answers in now. Last chance, folks. Last chance. 5 seconds left. We're at the buzzer, right? What she's saying here now is, right, apparently this male and female showed up and killed the dude and all this kind of stuff, and then they let her go and said, don't you dare talk to anybody and all this kind of shit, right? Killer whales with their blowholes. Nope. And it's not the photos either. Because again, like, that's why she wanted to look at the photos to try and paint off that, like, oh, someone else, all this kind of shit. The key thing that blows us out of the water, guys, is she sent the voicemail. Remember, she was like driving in the car, she was on her trip or whatever, and then she calls him as if to act that like, oh, like this is gonna be my piece of evidence to try and fool the cops that I thought he was still alive at that stage. Remember, she leaves the whole voicemail, she's talking through the whole thing, like enjoy your trip and all this kind of shit. So she's basically copped to knowing that he's dead. And she's basically going to say now that, oh, the reason why I went off on this crazy journey, like this 48-hour trip, is to try and get as far away from the house as possible and all this kind of shit. They just killed that dude and they're apparently letting me go free. So then the question would be, why did you then call Travis's mobile or his phone and leave a voicemail acting as though he's still alive? That blows a hole straight into like this whole fucking fabrication that she's doing now, right? I'm jumping around everywhere. Sorry, lots of things occurring. No worries. Like I said, tonight's been a busy night. Everybody's been live, I think, tonight. All the boys and girls. You know what I'm saying? But no worries for her. No worries. Welcome in as well. You know. So the fact that she left a voicemail on Travis's phone is the thing that's going to kill her in this. And I'm wondering if the detective is going to push her on that.
She's gonna rat us off. She's gonna say something, and he was like, shut up. He's like, you get one chance.
Jody then leaves in her car. She of course doesn't mention the fact that she then left Travis a voicemail to give herself an alibi for not being there.
Bada bing, bada boom. Kazoom didn't miss it.
I was really scared. I was really freaked out of my mind.
Jody.
Precisely, pseudo.
I don't believe you. I came in here hoping that you would tell me the truth. And this is not the truth, Jody.
This is all I know.
Does not make any sense.
I feel responsible because I feel that I could have done more. I feel that I should have gotten help. I feel that I should have been stronger.
You feel responsible because you did this.
I did not.
Jody, you
Travis.
did. You did. And there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind at this point. This is an elaborate story which does not make any sense. I've done this for a long time. And this is the most far-fetched story I've ever heard. And it's not going to help you. Is that how you want to leave this?
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
There is a reason why you did this, and you just refuse to tell me why. Maybe because you are cold and calculated. There's no reason somebody else would come in and do this to him. There's no motive whatsoever. I haven't found any.
What is my motive?
Jealousy, anger, fear, if you're being alone, angry at him for not keeping you in his life. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. There are so many motives with you. Too many.
Jody continues to give random details about the fictional assailants for a further 8 minutes without being asked. The detective then ends the interrogation.
One was male, one was female. They were taller than me. Not by a whole lot.
Are you ready to go back?
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to say something to his family, but I don't think I have anything that could bring them comfort.
Okay.
Maybe I could write them a letter.
Even as the detective is leaving the room, Jody attempts to add further credibility to the new narrative and gives more details of the two attackers.
I can give you the
So
best
many
description.
inconsistencies that I don't even want to deal with right now.
Okay, I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Okay. They won't get hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling me the truth. That's what you're doing. Okay?
Detective Blaney comes back with a pen and paper 3 minutes later. She was curious to see what Jody would write to Travis's family. It ended up being a self-serving and whimsical paragraph about how sorry she was that she couldn't save Travis. The family were never given the letter.
What an absolute bitch. Bob, welcome in, Picasso. Welcome in, Marin. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Boom, bang, gush, 100% voicemail. Yeah. Explain the voicemail, bitch. I think the detective done a good job from not pointing that out. It's like, let her actually run with this story and then we'll get her in the court. All right, when it goes to trial. Oh yeah, I forgot she said this. It's been forever since I've seen this. That's why we do it. That's why we do these shows, Shante. Just a carnivore because Terrier told me, hey, my man, it was good. Good to hear, good to hear. I also had corn on the cob. Hey, Shante. Gotta get the corn out. Because even with corn, you know what I mean? You can't even digest corn. You know, it comes out the same way going out that it does coming in, you know? Shooter says, yeah, so many different creators explore, got to bounce back and forth the best I can. Yeah, like I said, no pressure, because there is, like, this is kind of like mainly, like, this is probably the best stream for, like, rewatch value, if you get me. Hey, Mr. Drunk Wife, unbelievable. You talk about rum one time and, unbelievable shot there. Who the what? Is this Jodie Foster? Silence of the Lambs, you know? Well, she is. She might not be Jodie Foster, but she is a goddamn psychopath. I can tell you that, Picasso. Hey, Shante, welcome in, Marin. Picasso, the corn on the cob just killed your cow. Hey, what can I say? Nah, it was buttered up. It was buttered up. Yeah, it's Jodie. Picasso, I mean, all the sugar in the corn. True that, true that. She is blazing. Oh, well, gotta eat. better than Burger King. True that. But just take away the corn. I mean, just more meat, maybe some cheese, maybe an egg or two, True, I'm just saying it's not carnivore. That is a good point. But like I was saying to the boys as well, if you can even just get the keto first, you know what I mean, then work your way from there, This is why I'll never do carnivore. Fuck the corn. Yeah, fuck the corn. Give me crack corn. But I don't care, Carnivore-ish. Keto. Keto's the word. Ketogenic. You know what I mean? Uncle Yak, bruv Mango. How's it go, Chris? Welcome in. Currently going through the photographer's shadow. This goddamn psychopath called Jody. Yeah, 100% healthier than fast food crap. I'm not full carnivore keto either. I just keep my carbs to a minimum. Keeping your carbs to a minimum, pseudo, is keto. You know what I mean? I see it's the California Streetwalker. But Shad she's just rattling them off at this stage. Everybody's getting some, I'm from the Midwest. You don't crack the corn, you eat it. Unbelievable. Yeah, good sweet corn on the cob is a tough one for me to pass up. I just limit it. It tastes good though. My man. Like I said, focus on the keto. Then if you can work your way to the line diet or carnivore through that, then all the better. But enough of the food talk. We're talking about this psychopathic bitch.
Jody completely dissects and carefully examines the ham and cheese sandwich before she eats any of it, and as you've probably guessed by now, continues to behave in a rather unusual manner.
Okay, you ready to go?
I think so. I guess that's really all I needed. Sorry. Don't roll the tape yet.
Why was he a good traveling companion?
Oh, he was a great traveling companion for many reasons. Traveling with Travis was kind of like traveling with your own personal comedian or serenader.
Jody not only stuck with her story about the assassination squad, she doubled down and agreed to every media request that came her way. She also stuck with a soft-spoken, sweet-natured, Jesus-loving character that wouldn't hurt spiders, let alone human beings. But she once again fails to realize this fake disposition doesn't match the situation whatsoever. If you were sitting in a squalid jail, wrongfully accused of murder, and as a result facing life in prison or even the death penalty, you wouldn't be acting like this. She's trying to come across as the innocent girl next door, but she just looks like a terrifying lunatic.
To know that he was stabbed some 27 times and shot once in the left cheek, who could have done this to him?
I don't know.
Who do you think killed him?
I have no idea.
Jody, you're pretty calm sitting here. How are you managing to stay so calm?
Through my faith and through the knowledge of my own innocence. That's the only thing. I would be shaking in my boots right now if I had to answer to God for such a heinous crime.
Jody Arias killed Travis Alexander. There is no question about it.
This is Jody's defense team, and what you just saw was the very beginning of their opening statement on the first day of her trial. The date is January 2nd, 2013, exactly 4 years, 6 months, and 2 days after Travis was murdered.
The $1 million question is what would have forced her to do it.
They must have figured the assassination story wouldn't go down well with a jury, especially when confronted with the many steps Jody took to get away with the murder. So the narrative has now changed for a third time, and the defense have to come up with a plausible explanation for Jody's trail of deception. The hole she had dug herself into was exceptionally deep, and her attorneys are now crafting the rope to pull her out.
Jody did not always tell the truth about what happened that night. She was scared. Scared about what had happened, and scared about what she had done. She had absolutely no experience with police interrogation before.
You don't say.
And so when they talked to her, she wasn't always truthful. Her fear and her panic about what had happened led her to tell different stories. Throughout this,
God damn it, man. Oh. Lawyers. Unbelievable, man. Unfucking believable. Oh, God, man. Unbelievable. Let me catch up with chat. Welcome in, Chris. Welcome in. In my car, it's about 50 to 75 grams a day average over a week. Yeah, like I said, I think it's like 50. And then, like I said, if you can kind of like get to that stage and then kind of say, okay, right, like keep moving towards trying to eliminate more and more till you're at carnivore. Your face just screams run 100%. Jate with the emojis. Our resident simp has made it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you never trust Christians. They play goody role on the outside, but on the inside, no, she's not even Christian, bro. All that's an act. You're falling for the act, GT. You know what I mean? I bet a lot of women out there actually believe her bullshit at the time. Oh, 100%. Sure, even look at the making a murderer thing. The amount of people that bought into that bunch of bollocks. You know what I mean? Not Christian, exactly. That was a rage baiting attempt. My bad. It is what it is. I don't think people believed her at the time, but I could be wrong. You'd be surprised. It's not that you can't trust Christians. It's that you can't trust that someone actually is Christian just because they say that. True that. She does have a little group of simp men. Simp pimp, loving all his hoes. What can I say? Shante, okay, I'm sure simp dude sending your letters in prison for sure. But women are way worse when it comes to stuff like that. Well, yeah, like Ted Bundy, Charlie Manson, all this kind of shit, you know? Dude, oh, I know, many women throwing themselves at male killers. Precisely.
trial, you will learn more about Jodi Arias.
Although not everyone in Travis's family were devout Mormons, all of them were close. He in particular had a very strong relationship with his sister Tanisha, and as you can probably...
Look at that face. If looks could kill, gentlemen. The amount of contempt Travis's sister has for this lawyer. That's how I feel about this lawyer when she's doing the whole thing. So it's like, oh man, some of these lawyers, they're absolute garbage.
We tell, a picture can say 1,000 words.
Much more about Jodi. You will find that she is an articulate, bright young woman who's a very talented artist and photographer. And so what would have forced her to have to take Travis's life on that awful day? In order to answer that question, we have to go back to the beginning.
The bulk of the defense's opening was to paint Jodi as the naive victim and Travis as the calculated villain.
Being a Temple member and an executive director of Prepaid Legal, outward appearances would be very important to Travis. And so while he continued this facade of being a good and virginal Mormon man, he was inwardly dealing with his own sexual issues. And in Jodi, he found somebody who was easily manipulated and controlled. Someone who would provide him with that secretive sexual relationship that he needed.
They also mentioned that Travis was violent with Jodi on several occasions, that he would fly into these sudden rages for almost no reason, and that Jodi was terrified of him. They end their statement with Jodi's latest account of how Travis was killed, which is now a case of justifiable self-defense. The attorney gets to the moment Jodi was taking pictures of Travis in the shower.
Jodi accidentally drops Travis's camera. And as that camera was falling, that was enough for Travis, because he lunged at Jodi in anger, knocking her to the ground in the bathroom where there was a struggle. Jodi's life was in danger. In just a minute from this picture, we go to the next picture, where it's Travis's body. He's clearly injured already, in a minute. Now that very brief moment of time, a minute, is not the result of premeditation. In that 1 minute, had Jodi not been forced to defend herself, none of us would be here. in that 1 minute, had Jody not chosen to defend herself, she would not be here.
This is not a case of whodunit. The person who done it, the person who committed this killing, sits in court today. It's the defendant, Jody Ann Arias. And the person that she done it to is an individual by the name of Travis Victor Alexander, a former boyfriend of hers, an individual that she was in love with, an individual that was a good man, an individual that was one of the greatest blessings in her life. And this love, well, she rewarded that love for Travis Victor Alexander by sticking a knife in his chest. And you know, he was a good man, according to her. And with regard to being a good man, well, she slit his throat as a reward for being a good man. And in terms of these blessings, well, she knocked the blessings out of him by putting a bullet in his head. She took the knife and began to stab him when he was in that defenseless sitting position.
This is very important to take note of. The prosecution just referred to this, the last photograph of Travis alive. Their argument is that Jody either asked him to sit down or at least waited for him to sit down before she began her attack. She knew Travis had to be in a disadvantaged position before she commenced her assault, and the prosecution's argument is that it was at this moment when Travis received a stab wound to the heart. He would have then began to rapidly lose consciousness from that point forward. He attempted to protect himself and escape, but he was soon overwhelmed by his attacker due to the rapid blood loss. The pool of blood outside his bathroom reinforces the argument that his throat was cut after the stabbings, and a coroner's report, which will be revealed in more detail later on, concludes that Travis was in all likelihood shot in the head last. Jody's version, on the other hand, has to be that Travis was shot first. The reason for this will also be explained later on.
And began and stuck the knife in his chest. He struggled. He grabbed the knife. And when he grabbed the knife, of course that resulted in more blood. I pushed the girl who was there, and I was able to get the...
Like, in terms of... I don't know how they're going to explain, like, being stabbed 27 times and how the body moved from, like, in the bathroom to out of the bathroom, and how, like, the gunshot wound as well, like, being shot in the head. But what's their thing going to be? That she shot him in the head and he was still conscious, or he was still like attacking her or some shit like that, and then she took out a knife and started oh my god, man, this is unbelievable.
Better her, and I was about to run out, get out and go get some help, except that I was then confronted by the guy. This guy started looking through my purse, and lo and behold, in my purse, believe it or not, I happen to have my car registration that shows my address, because that's what I carry around. So they knew, they being this guy, knew exactly where I lived. And he said to me, well, if you tell what happened here, the same thing's going to happen to your family. There's a different story now. Now, it's not that she wasn't there. Now, it's not that it's two people with whatever variation she may have provided to these national shows. Now, she admits it. It was her. She's the person who actually did this. And even though she says that, she still has a view as to the evidence. And this is exhibit number 248.
No jury is going to convict me.
Why not?
Because I'm innocent, and you can mark my words on that one. No jury will convict me.
I also ask that you mark her words while you're marking the guilty verdict for her premeditated killing of Travis Alexander.
Jody spent 18 days on the stand. When she knew what questions were coming, and when completely uncontested, she was very much in her element. She was able to respond to the questions instinctively, and her dialogue came out in a confident and natural manner. You could tell she had each and every one of her responses planned to a T, and had considerable faith that her manipulative prowess would ultimately save her.
I don't know why, but they were Spider-Man, and...
At this point in the trial, the defense had already detailed how Travis was physically emotionally abusive, sexually overbearing, and a deep-seated pedophile. Jody stated that she caught him on his computer looking at images of children, and that Travis had even asked her to wear Spider-Man underwear during sex. The next segment is Jody's supposed theory as to why Travis had such a request.
I do know, however, that the year prior, there's a child he was close with that really liked Spider-Man. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but he was very much into Spider-Man.
This is the reason why she never left Travis after finding out about his pedophilic urges.
I was under the impression that when he was able to sleep with a woman as opposed to fantasizing about a child, he felt like more normal as a man. So also I had seen prior to this incident many beautiful qualities about him and good qualities about him and things that were attractive about him. And I believed that this incident was a negative part of himself that he didn't want to foster or that he was fighting or struggling against, and that he ultimately wanted to eradicate.
So just to clarify what she actually said, her understanding and support of nature was the reason she stayed in a relationship with an unashamed pedophile. She kept it a complete secret, hoping he would change, all the while he was being physically and emotionally abusive on a regular basis. She's tearing down his character, but trying to do so in a subtle manner. She gives off the impression that she's holding back on his detraction to preserve some of his reputation, when she's actually trying to destroy it as much as she possibly can. This is Jody's version of events that led up to the killing in her own words. It's important to note.
No, so why do you believe these psycho bitches? This is all her trying to paint him off as like the worst human possible. He's a wife beater, he's this, he's that. You know what I mean? This is why she's a goddamn psychopath and a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That when you rehearse something in your head repeatedly, it can be as though it actually happened. And as we know, Jody had nothing but time on her hands for the last 4.5 years. The clip will begin at the moment she dropped Travis's camera.
It slipped. It was kind of like, the best I could describe it, like when you go to catch a football but it bounces and you kind of fumble it a little, because it didn't slip and just drop. It slipped and I tried to catch it and it kind of bounced a little and then fell on the ground and bounced and rolled onto the tile. It fell first on the mat, then it rolled right onto the tile. The mat isn't very big, it's just kind of right outside the shower. At that point, he got very angry and he stepped out of the shower. He lifted me up from the crouch position with enough force that my feet came off the ground momentarily, and he body slammed me on the tile. At that point, I rolled and I ran down the hallway. I ran into the closet. I slammed the door. I start running. If you are looking at the diagram, it would be on the left side of the seat. I began running that way with my initial intent to probably run out this door. I instead went for the gun.
According to Jody, a gun was hidden above the shelves in Travis's closet. She had discovered it a month earlier while cleaning.
I grabbed the gun. Right about then, Travis was opening the door. I grabbed it. I ran out into the bathroom. He ran, I believe, straight toward the door as well. At that point, I had run out of the bathroom and I turned and I just wanted him to stop, so I pointed the gun at him, hoping that that would just make him halt. And it didn't. Instead, he lunged at me right around the time that the gun went off. And I didn't mean for it to go off.
This is why her version has to be that Travis was shot first. According to her, it was all an accident. There was no intention to actually kill, and Travis's death was the unintended result of his own senseless aggression. So you might be wondering how she can explain the 27 stab wounds and the laceration to his throat.
We fell with a pretty good force down in the corner, near 15, but not quite that close. It was kind of near the sink, sort of that area. And he fell kind of on top of me, but to my right. I didn't want him to get on top of me. He was grabbing at my clothes. He was trying to get on top of me. I don't know where the gun went at that point. It was not in my hands anymore. If it got knocked out of my hands or if I dropped it, what. I broke away from him, and the moment I broke away, that's when he threatened my life.
Just to be clear on what Jody is talking about, After she accidentally shot Travis in the head, he wrestled her to the floor, but she then managed to break away, at which point he screamed the words, "I'll fucking kill you, bitch."
I'd have no clear memories after that, at all. Things began to get really foggy after the gun went off.
So there it is, her explanation as to why she slit the throat and continued stabbing the man she had no intention of killing is that she can't remember. The trauma of the situation caused complete memory loss, but she's able to detail how terrified she was right before her recollection goes blank.
It's hard to describe the fear.
Oh my God, man. So, like, you shoot someone in the head, and then they're able to clearly say, "I'll fucking kill you, bitch." And then she, like, man. And then she just, I guess my mind just went blank. And then, I don't know how, but he's got 27 stab wounds. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Like, maybe this is like the... To try and give the defense lawyers an out, like they're kind of like, yeah, we're just going to convince her that this is a good story, and like hopefully this bitch gets hung. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. And folks, we're getting close to the end of this as well. Let me know in chat if you want this to be a double header and you want us to continue on to the next case as well. But holy shit, this bitch is a goddamn psychopath.
It was like mortal terror. It really was. When he was trying to get on top of me, I thought he was, and then he threatened my life. I really thought he had intentions to kill me. So I don't remember any specifics of what happened right after that point.
This is her explanation as to why she never called the police once she came to her senses, and also why she went to such lengths in order to cover up her involvement.
I didn't want people to know the kinds of things that were going on in our relationship. I felt that if I told police Travis attacked me, I would have to give explanation as to why he attacked me. And if I gave explanation as to why, I would have to go back through the different incidents that we'd gone through and how those things didn't really begin until after I walked in on him. I believe they were related, and I didn't ever want to go there. So it was all convoluted, and I thought that by saying that would open the door to that, to that, to that. And I didn't want to de-edify him.
So just to abbreviate what she said, it was all to protect Travis's reputation. The final strategy from the defense is to portray self-blame from the defendant. It's a subtle ploy to make it seem as though she's not even trying to appear innocent, and thus give credibility to everything she had stated up to this point.
Have you forgiven yourself for not finding another way out of the situation you found yourself in on June 4th?
No, I think that if I had just left before any of that happened, I have a million regrets. I mean, I was scared of him and I reacted, but I will always regret everything about that.
Do you blame yourself for not taking some other alternative measures?
Yes, I think maybe if I had handled the gun properly and I meant to just point it at him, I thought it would stop him. And maybe he wouldn't have gotten as angry as he did. Maybe he wouldn't have threatened to kill me. I don't know.
Ma'am, do you remember having a conversation?
Imagine if like your brother was the victim. Like, imagine your brother was Travis, and you're sitting in court watching this cunt do all this shit. Oh my God, man! Like, I'm already like fucking vexed, and like I'm not even related to Travis. Oh, like. I just be thinking they're going, bitch, you better hope they send you to prison. You better hope they send you to prison. Because if I ever see you on the fucking streets, you cunt. Oh my God, man. It makes the blood boil. Holy shit.
Conversation with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department back on July 15th of 2008.
Yes.
And this was the day that you were arrested, right?
Yes.
What's fascinating about this prosecutor's approach is that the vast majority of his cross-examination doesn't even challenge Jody's new storyline. He simply asks specific questions within it. He puts a microscope under certain elements and lets the absurdity of it all speak for itself.
And during that time, you told him something, and let's take a look at it right now.
I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay.
That's not true, is it?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what help means.
Yes or no? Were you there to help him?
I don't know.
Were you there to tell the truth?
No.
That wasn't the truth, was it? That you were there to help him, was it?
No, that was not the truth.
You'll notice that Jody has a hard time agreeing to details that actually conform to her own narrative. The tone of the prosecutor puts her on the defensive, and she tries her best to avoid agreeing with what he's saying, even though the actual context of his dialogue correlates with her own defense.
And in fact, you were there for a different purpose. You were there so that he wouldn't get the truth, right?
No, I was there against my will.
There's nothing that the detective ever did to get you to say whatever it was that you said at the first interview, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, again, we're with the memory issue. Ma'am, are you having problems remembering what happened back on July 15th of 2008?
No.
So he didn't do anything then, right?
Anything what?
What are we talking about, ma'am? Are you again having problems understanding what's going on?
Your Honor, if she can't understand his questions, that's...
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't understand his question.
Ma'am, the detective didn't do...
Even the court typer was like, bitch, you crazy? Even this dude's like, bitch. Even this cunt is like, he wants to smack this bitch.
Anything during the interview to cause you to lie, right?
No.
So with this interview, you then started to talk about whether or not you had been in Arizona, right?
Yes.
You said no, you hadn't been in Arizona, right?
That's right.
That's an absolute lie, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you didn't want to admit to being in Arizona is because you knew that you had killed Travis Alexander, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, after that interview, you then had another chance to have a conversation with Detective Flores the next day, right?
Yes.
And again, it was a voluntary conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was the same situation as the day before, right? He sat down, he asked you questions, right?
Yes.
That's when you changed your story, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you did not want any consequences with regard to the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
I wasn't concerned about consequences at that point.
Cross-examination on the actual killing started on day 39. At this moment, Jody has already explained that she dropped the camera, was body slammed by Travis, rolled away, and had just ran into the closet to get the gun.
So then you just said that you were going over to the closet area to get the gun, right?
The corner.
The corner, right? And as you are in that corner, he's coming in through the door, right?
Yes.
But man, this is a very small closet, isn't it?
No, it's bigger than the cell that I live in.
It's bigger than what?
It's bigger than the cell that I live in. It's not a small closet.
Ma'am, we don't want to know where you live in. Do you understand that?
I'm just using that as reference. It's not small.
Do you understand? Did I ask you where you were living?
No.
We're clear, right? We do not want to know where you're living right now. You understand that?
Okay, sorry.
You run into the bathroom, don't you?
Yes.
You're in a hurry, right?
Yes.
You want to get away, right?
I want him to not get close to me.
Well, you want to get away. That's what's going on, right?
I want him to not get near me. That's what's going on.
And so what you do then is, according to you, is you then go in here and then you pivot, right? Or turn around.
Yes.
You have the gun. Which hand do you have the gun in?
Both.
So you have it out like this with both hands outstretched?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And so you have the gun outstretched and he's still not there yet, right? He's still in the closet.
He's coming out the door as I turn.
So he's at the door now, right? And according to you, he is on you when you shoot him, right?
Not quite on me. I think the gun went off and then he impacted me. right shortly after that.
And in fact, according to your testimony on direct, he falls on top of you, right?
He lunges at me like a linebacker.
Jody used this linebacker analogy a number of times throughout the trial. The prosecutor now asks her to give a visual example. It appeared to have no real tactical purpose, but it was certainly a welcome and somewhat comical distraction for the viewers at home amid the graphic testimony.
As he was
No, just show me. That's what I'm asking you to do, not talk. Show me. Show me the linebacker pose.
He got down and...
Well, show me the linebacker pose. That's what I'm asking for you to do.
Okay. He went like that, and he turned his head and grabbed my waist.
Just like that, correct?
Pretty much.
And he grabbed your waist, right?
I can't say it's just like that, but that's what I remember.
Well, no, just I want, without talking, just show me the pose.
He got down like that.
Like that?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and have a seat then. After he came at you, ma'am, and that happened, did you go down?
We both went down.
And he's still not dead, right?
Definitely not. He's very angry.
He's very angry, and this is seconds afterwards, right?
Yes.
Is he on all fours now?
He's on the side of me, grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me.
What happens then?
I break away from him, and he screams out, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
And then what do you do?
I don't really remember. I just remember... I don't remember anything at that point, so I would be speculating.
So you don't remember a single solitary thing after that, right?
The prosecutor for the next several hours would argue the improbability of that being the case. The memory loss caused by trauma would put Jody's mind in a state of disorganized chaos. Yet her next steps were highly calculated, as we all know. Even going by her own narrative, she knew exactly where to strike Travis with a knife in order to kill him. She also cleaned down the crime scene and deleted the photos from Travis's camera. This argument took over 3 hours to conduct and had to be explained through the scope of mathematics and science. On paper, it was perhaps the most damning part of cross-examination, yet it was so complicated that much of the testimony could have been lost with a jury. It was in fact the start of day 44 that had the most impact. It involved the time span between the two photographs taken on Travis's camera by accident. The prosecutor's argument is that Jody would not have enough time to carry out her version of events. He will first get her to recount all of these events in detail, and as she is doing so, will be oblivious to the prosecutor's closing argument. She will begin digging her own grave without realizing it, and it's important to note that all of what she is about to recount occurred in just 62 seconds.
This exhibit 161 is when the camera, according to you, actually hit the ground, right?
I don't know if it's hitting the ground as that photo was taken or not.
So you don't know how this photograph was taken then, right?
It could have been when I was trying to catch it. I don't know.
At some point, the camera hits the ground, right?
Yes.
That's what you told the jury, right?
It hits the mat, yes, and rolls to the top.
Ma'am, yes or no? Didn't you tell the jury that the camera hit the ground near the shower? Yes or no?
No. I said it landed on the mat.
Is that near the shower?
Yes.
Is the mat on the floor near the shower?
Yes.
And the camera hitting the mat, would that be near the shower?
Yes.
And you then said that Mr. Alexander became very upset, right?
Yes.
And that's what started this whole thing out, because he sort of stepped out of the shower and then came after you, right?
He picked me up.
That's coming after you, isn't it? And according to you, those movements culminated or continued when he grabbed you and put you down on the ground, right?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you said that you bumped your head or hit your head, right?
Yes.
And maybe it knocked the wind out of you, right?
Yes.
And that you were in fear at that point, right?
Yes, very much.
And you were able to fight him off so that you could get away, right?
I rolled.
You roll away and you begin to run down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And then you went into the closet, right?
Correct.
According to you, that's where you went and obtained the gun, right?
Yes.
When you went into the bathroom, you were able to turn around, if you will, and now you had the gun in your hands, right? That's what you told us, right?
Yes.
And that's when he was coming at you in this linebacker pose, right?
Around that time, yes.
And that's when you shot him in the face, right?
Yeah, that's when the gun went off.
So then, according to you, he fell on top of you, right?
It was kind of on top, but maybe more to the right. I don't know. It wasn't directly on top of me. I was trying to prevent him from getting on top of me.
And that's when the memory issue started, correct? Right?
I'd say that.
Actually, man, the way you describe that, it's impossible for the killing to have happened in that manner, isn't it?
Objection argumentative.
No, that's just according to you.
You'll notice that Jody evades the majority of the questions in this next segment. She starts to realize the argument put forward is making complete sense, and will at all costs avoid saying yes to most of the points laid out for her. It's as though she knows a fundamental part of her storyline is about to be exposed.
We know that there's some action that is going on at 5.
And again, this is where like the timestamps are going to be key. You know what I mean? Because all this happened within 62 seconds just to explain that. Right? Just the gun going, well, in her words, the gun going off, or her shooting him. Right? But then there's also all the stabbings and all this kind of shit. And then the second photo would have been taken. So this bitch is cooked. She is cooked more than Jack Steaks.
31-14, right? Something's going on there, right?
Yes.
We also know that Exhibit 162 is 5:32:16, which is a minute and 2 seconds later, correct?
Correct.
So you've now shot him. You've told us that the fog is rolling in and that you have no memory. You still don't know where the knife is, do you?
I don't remember a lot from that period. It could be.
Right, but you told us before that period even that you didn't know where the knife was. Do you remember just telling me that?
Today, as I sit here, I don't remember where the knife was. On June 4th, I might have remembered where it was.
Do you remember in cross-examination that I asked you if you knew where the knife was on June 4th? And you said, no, I don't remember where the knife was. And so as you shot Mr. Alexander, you by necessity then have to go look for the knife, don't you?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, you didn't have the knife in your hand when you shot him. Did you?
Sustained.
Did you have the knife in your hand when you shot him?
Objection argumentative. It's the same question.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
So that means that if you didn't have the knife in your hand, you needed to go get it from somewhere, right?
I guess. I don't know.
No. There's no guessing here now. If you didn't have it in your hand, and you just shot him, and you rolled away, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
You do then agree that if you didn't know where the knife was, and Mr. Alexander didn't have it, it would take time for you to go find that knife, wouldn't it?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know. I don't know where the knife was.
Right. Since you didn't know where the knife was, it would take time to go find it, irrespective of where it was, wouldn't it?
I guess under that theory.
Sure, under that theory. It would take time, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And what you're telling us, under your scenario, is that in 62 seconds, you get body slammed, you do whatever you do, but you get away, you run down the hallway, you go in the closet, you grab a gun, you back up, you shoot Mr. Alexander, he goes down, he's still pawing at you and saying, fucking kill you, bitch. And then, after you're able to get away, you go get the knife, and he ends up at the end of the hallway, all in 62 seconds. That's what you're telling us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And he didn't say fucking kill you, bitch, till I got away. And
pardon?
He didn't say fucking kill you, bitch, until after I got away. You said he said it before I broke away, but he said it right as I broke away.
She just created a non-argument for the purpose of deflecting from the primary contention. Whether or not Travis said those words before or after she broke away has no bearing whatsoever on the prosecutor's assertion, which he now reiterates.
And then you had to go get the knife for everything to occur so that we got here.
I don't know what's all the particulars of what's going on in that picture, so I can't even say if that's true or not.
You might be thinking Jody has an argument here, that perhaps Travis was only shot and not stabbed. This would have given reason for the blood, and contend that Jody wouldn't have had to go looking for the knife. But the medical examiner found little to no bleeding at the site of the bullet track. The probable reason for this is that Travis was already dead. But there are also medical phenomena that could still prove Jody's narrative to be true. What she can't prove, however, is that this blood came from the gunshot.
You say that he gets shot, right?
That's correct.
Goes down, and you describe for us that he's pawing at you, and then you're able to sort of stand up, fucking kill you, bitch, and then the fog rolls in, right?
No, then I have no memory. The fog was already there.
The fog was already there, and did you or did you not
Is
have
the
knife
fog
with you?
with us in the
I did
room
not.
right now?
And you obtained it at some other point when you can't tell us, right?
It would appear that way, yes.
You say it would appear that way. Let's be clear, there wasn't anybody else there, right?
That's correct.
And you did stand up at some point. You remember telling us that, right?
I believe I did.
And when you stood up, he was still on the ground, right?
I don't recall looking back.
Pardon?
I don't recall looking back.
So you were, even though he's still a threat to you, according to you, and he's just threatened your life, you turn your back on the threat?
Yeah, I'm trying to get away.
This was the time she stated verbatim, the fog was already there. Yet when she feels threatened by a question, she all of a sudden has a vivid recollection. The element of the time span between the two photographs goes on for another 45 minutes, yet the full context of the argument had already been asserted by this point, and perhaps strengthened by Jody's defensive posture throughout the entire exchange.
When a battered woman is attacked and they're defending their life, they don't know when to stop. Travis Alexander's body was stabbed 27 times. It may be that Jody Arias didn't know when to stop.
Shut the fuck up, you fat cunt. I'm not even gonna grace this with the rest of it. Clearly, this bitch is guilty. Section 230, welcome in. Only got here and he's like, this bitch is guilty. You know what I'm saying? But folks, like I said, we're gonna go on a quick little grift break. Like I said, we're going to be loading up the next one. The next one's going to be a double header, folks. So make sure you get the donations in. We're going a little extra long tonight and all this kind of stuff, or this morning, depending on where you are in terms of the time zone. Also, Kenny says, thank you, Teriak. I appreciate you 100%. I'm impressed by your choice of showing Jody. I did deep dive. She monster. Bless you in chat, dog. Fell asleep with my glass. So 100% catch up soon. 100% Kenzie. Have a good one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because we're going to be delving into the next. Delving into the next case once we get back from the grift break. That goddamn psychopathic bitch, Jody. What can I say? What can I say? You know what I'm saying? So, folks, let me put down the curtains. Let me put up the banner of the grift break. Ladies and gentlemen, now's the perfect time to take the LP break, freshen up the coffees, get some more waters, all the good stuff, as you know, and get the grift break going. You know what I'm saying? If you got any spare shekels in the wallet, now is the perfect time. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the music. I'll see you in a little bit.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good.
pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah. In the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while on for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terrier. Down among the pigs safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil. Temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle. They began abusing, hurrah me souls as I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray. They joined in the affray, we quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. Now with me, little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock.
Folks, we're back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going a little bit later, or a little bit late today. Like I said, we're going to be doing a double header. This next one is called The Disappearing Girlfriend. But before we get into that, let me catch up and chat, because chat has been on fire. Second 230 saying stab 27 times. Exactly. Exactly. How is it self-defense when you stab the motherfucker 27 times? Unbelievable. I got rope. It is what it is. It is what it is. He says grip break. He means the need to grab a drink and use the latrine. True that. True that. Also load up the next case as well. You know. Okay. There's a bit that does be done in this whole like the back end. You know, as they say. I'm so serious. I don't. I just know the title. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? Also, Kenzie saying good choice. Appreciate you, Kenzie. Thank you very much. It's pretty amazing she has the intestinal fortitude to keep this bullshit defense up. Her lawyer should be embarrassed by thinking putting on her or on the stand was a good strategy. Man, that's what I'm saying. Like, it makes you lose respect for lawyers, you know, seeing that kind of shit be done. But it is what it is. Good to see you, Kenzie. I don't know if you're leaving, but if it was nice to see you, thanks for stopping by. 100%. And like I said, folks, don't be afraid to smash that like button or caress it or press it or whatever vocabulary you want to use for it. So long as the like button is registered, that's all I care about. Because it's free. Goddamn free. You know what I'm saying? They're like, we can't lie as good as her. Put her in there. It is what it is. But a masterful job by the prosecution to just expose the whole thing with like the 62 seconds. Like, so you're telling me all of this transpired in 62 seconds. You know? Women are typically good at lying. I don't know if you'd say that that's good lying. You know what I mean? And also, YouTube takes 30%, folks. So if you can, use the Ko-Fi link. We also have a PayPal link as well, because YouTube takes 30%. And if you're on an Apple device, Apple will take 30%, then YouTube will take 30%. So the way that works, if you're to super chat $10 using an Apple device, essentially what happens is Apple takes 30%, so then the $10 goes down to $7. Then YouTube will take 30%, so then YouTube takes another $2.10 out of that, which means from your original $10 super chat, we only get $4.90. So if you can, use the PayPal and Ko-Fi links. Shante, bye, Kenzie. Huh? Anyways, Slice, I can't believe they actually put her up there. I know the prosecution has a right to question the accused, but damn! God damn! Like I said, it didn't even warrant. I didn't want to hear what that fat fucking lawyer had to say. You know what I mean? Piece of shit. Does she end up getting acquitted? No. No, she doesn't. She did not escape justice, you know? Pseudo, they probably knew prosecution was going to question her anyway, so they did it first, tried to control the narrative or something. Yeah, didn't work though. Didn't work. All right, my last goal for the Leprechaun tonight. Wait, did you donate? Un sec, un momento, por favore. Just loading up there. No, didn't get anything on my end at least. Pseudo, let me know. Let me know. Maybe it could be a delay though. So again, yep, that bitch is rotting in the prison cell. You know, 100% as well. Smash that like button, as Shantae would say as well. It's free, free. You know. We're up to 26 likes as well on the stream. That's pretty good showing. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very kindly. Pretty sure she got life. I can't even remember. I don't think she's eligible for parole. Nor should she be. Nor should she be. You know? Do you know what prison? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put it back in your pants, gentlemen. JK. For Honey Bun, she does it all. What? I'm not even going to ask the question. Okay? No, they don't allow conjugal visits. Probably she's manipulated and fucked all the guards for extra benefits. Wouldn't put it past her. She's already got the Honey Bun Picasso. She needs the Picasso. Picasso just needs to. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, where's the clip? Where's the clip? We got a clip for that one. Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. Oh wait, did I get rid of that clip? Un momento, por favore. No, I think I got rid of it. I got rid of the... Put the chubs... Oh, wait, no, I didn't get rid of it. I didn't get rid of it.
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You don't have a fucking chub right now.
Section 230. Put the chubs away. Golly. Well, hell else would you know? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I got Jack saying back for a few minutes. Jack, what's going on tonight? Are you falling asleep? Is that what this is? And you're trying to give us the illusion that you're still awake? I see you, Jack. I see you. Appreciate you, Jack. Some prisons still allow them. Unbelievable. Jack, you stop it. Stop it, Jack. Whatever you're doing, stop. That includes breathing. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I don't do crazy, especially crazier killer psycho. Exactly. Gentlemen, let's start building up the standard, because they say, you know, women have too high of a standard. I'd argue that men don't have a high enough standard. You know? It is what it is. Trying to get some paper tips for my joints. Oh, okay, those joints. Okay. I get you. Took me a bit. I honestly don't know, but Gypsy Rose got them. I'm almost certain. Unbelievable. I'd hate it. What did I tell you about putting the chubs away, gentlemen? Put the goddamn chubs away. Speaking of crazy, I'm with my ex right now. Oh my god. Jack, you need one of these.
Most of the guys I've been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. Get rid of that bitch, Jack. Get rid of... You broke up with her for a reason. You know? Oh, fuck. Get the hell out of the... where I can. That's what I'm saying. You know, if you need to call for backup or reinforcement, let us know, Jack. Let us know. Jonathan says, my first boyfriend was in federal and was allowed them. I mean, that was like 09, 2010. So it could be different now. I don't know. Possibly. Jack, you dirty dog. Wait, I thought you were smoking. Wait, yeah, what the fuck is... Jack, what's going on, Jack? What is going on?
What the fuck is going on right now?
Unbelievable, Jack. Unbelievable. Wish they allowed them when I did my forced vacation time. Hey, it is what it is. Not all prisons allow them, just like state laws. It's all different from prison to prison. Fair point. I did for a while, but got some given to me and a deal for some more. That's how they get you, Jack. That's how they get you. They give you a little bit of a taste, and then they got you hooked. We both went to jail and they end up in prison and end up dying. Oh fuck. Hitting us with the heavy. Jack with the... Don't even know what this emoji would be. Shocked or stunned. Or... I guess shocked would be a way to describe that emoji. Not 100%. It is what it is. Yeah, holy crap. God damn. Oh, fuck, sorry, shot tape. Now he got out for one day, committed another crime, and ended up in prison for it. Yikes. Yeah, 2 stabs more. But it was also the gunshot wound to the head, Halfwood. The case made, like, her final story, should we say, makes no sense. You know? The lawyer should know better. You know? It's all good. It wasn't a good relationship anyway, so it would have been dead by now if that hadn't happened. Fair point, fair point. Glad you're not dead. They don't have to talk to the music lover all day. It is what it is. It is what it is. I also wouldn't have my daughter if it didn't happen that way. I also wouldn't know these musicals. Well, musicals. Never really got into musicals, if I'm honest, you know? I wouldn't call it good lying, but it's manipulation utilizing the look innocence. Oh man, she was doing the whole like, oh, I'm just a sweet innocent Christian, all this kind of shit, the fake crocodile tears, all that kind of stuff, you know? Waiting 5 minutes now for my Ko-Fi. Let me give it a refresh as well, just to make sure. Yeah, still nothing on my end, pseudo. So you do know the sound of music. I do not. I'm going to have to now. Got bad cramps, grams. Welcome in, sir. Howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy. Pull up a chair, sir. I can hear Teriak blushing all over that one. How does one hear a blush? You know? Close your ears, Gramps. You don't want to see this shit. It is what it is. And good to see you, Gramps. Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Pull up a chair. We're about to start our second case of the evening, or day, or morning, or night, depending on what time zone you're in. I still need to do a review about the 2 murders I went to school with. God damn. Jackson Love. Ah. No one lets Jack just be great. It is what it is. Ko-Fi fucked. Yeah, like I said, man, I haven't seen that on my end. But I don't know if you're able to, like... there we go. There we go. Unbelievable. Ko-Fi's been smoking with Jack. Jack, what are you doing smoking with Ko-Fi? Holy shit, that was like 10 minutes. That was literally 10 minutes, bro. Unbelievable. But shout out to Pseudo Master Chef for the donation. Hills are alive with it, he says on the Ko-Fi. Let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. Wait, where is it? Thank you very kindly, Student Master Chef, and especially for using the Ko-Fi. I understand it can be difficult at times. That was a long ass delay, I can tell you that for a fact. But hey, it is what it is. We got Kenzie saying, big up the boys. Appreciate you kindly for the support, folks. Now, let me get into the next case, ladies and gentlemen. This case is called The Vanishing Girlfriend. My dear listeners, welcome back to Deductionist Files, your dedicated audio space for a comprehensive, methodical breakdowns of complex criminal case filled with evolving accounts, forensic details, and extended recorded interactions that reward close attention. I am Detective Teriak, your host, committed to guiding us through the full context, personal histories, timelines, and investigative threads that define these tragedies. In this series, we take the necessary time to reconstruct the environments, relationships, daily patterns, and escalating pressures that lead to pivotal moments. We examine how initial explanations hold up or crumble when confronted with evidence, how demeanor and consistency play out over extended questioning, and how investigators methodically build pressure through facts, records, and careful observations. This program is for listeners who seek depth, those who want to understand the broader social setting, the physiological or psychological elements, the role of technology in forensics, and the human impact on everyone involved. Each episode strengthens our shared ability to spot narrative gaps, evaluate motives, and appreciate the patience required in serious investigations. We move across different locations and time periods, always centering respect for the victims and the work of those seeking answers. This particular file features one of the more extensive single-session interrogation recordings available, providing ample material for in-depth review and reaction alongside our discussion. Settle in fully, keep your attention sharp, and prepare to follow the accumulating details as they unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is afoot. Shantae saying, Yaki Holmes. You know, it is what it is, you know, or Lieutenant Teriak. He actually got 2 degrees while inside, owns a landscape and underground plumbing and drainage business. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. My nose is starting to run as well. Unbelievable. But let us outline the case, folks, okay? Let us set the scene. In the early 2020s, in the Midwest United States, a period shaped by the lingering effects of the pandemic, widespread use of digital communication for maintaining relationships, and communities where young adults navigated work, personal ambitions, and sometimes turbulent partnerships. This was an era where phones, social media, and location data played increasingly central roles in investigations, often revealing more than spoken statements. Central figure include Stephanie Pavlons, a young woman with her own life, dreams, and connections, and her boyfriend Matthew Powell. Their relationship had a history marked by ups and downs, with periods of closeness intersped with difficulties. Stephanie went missing, prompting concern from family and friends who had not heard from her as expected. When investigators began looking into her disappearance, attention turned towards Matthew Powell. He was brought in for questioning on September 17th, 2022. What followed was a lengthy, detailed interrogation session where Powell provided accounts of events surrounding Stephanie's disappearance. His narrative included claims about her mental state, alleged instability in the time leading up to her vanishing, and explanations for his own actions and whereabouts. Detectives pressed on inconsistencies, travel details, digital records, and other evidence that appeared to contradict parts of his story. The case involved a search for Stephanie, with eventual discovery that turned the disappearance into a homicide investigation. Physical evidence, communication records, and behavioral patterns became key elements. Hal maintained certain positions throughout the questioning, at times expressing surprise or deflection while attempting to address the points raised by investigators. The session captured shifts in tone, detailed recounting of events, and repeated return to specific claims as new information was introduced. Key players include Stephanie Pavlon's family and loved ones desperately seeking answers and justice, law enforcement investigators who methodically gathered and presented evidence during the interview, and Matthew Powell himself, whose statements formed the core of the recorded material. Evidence threads encompassed digital forensics with phone data and messaging, physical findings once Stephanie was located, relationship history, and logistical timelines of travel and activities. Early challenges in the case involved the initial missing person phase, where standard procedures for locating an adult were followed before foul play became the focus. Red herrings or alternative explanations appeared in the form of Powell's descriptions of Stephanie's supposed struggles and external factors, requiring careful verification against available records. Broader context of their relationship dynamics, pressures of modern life, and the capabilities of contemporary investigative tools all play important roles in understanding how the case developed. We stop short here of final legal outcomes, focusing instead on the atmosphere of the time, the interpersonal history, the sequence from disappearance to questioning, and the extended opportunity the recorded sessions provides for analysis. The length of the interrogation allows for observation of sustained questioning, responses to accumulating details, and the dynamics that emerge over a prolonged period in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. But before we get to it, let me catch up and chat. Glad to see I was able to get out and get back in life like that. 100% Shante. And like, this is the whole thing of like, you know, a lot of people, they, what would be the way to describe this? Like, they try to like forget about the bad times they were in. And I think that's a wrong move to play. What I mean by that is, it's kind of like to give an analogy. It's like this same thing where you see a lot of people blackpilling. It's like, oh fuck, bro, like, you know, we're never gonna get out of this, like, you know, tyranny and all this kind of shit. But remembering back to what it was like in the, especially 2014 to 2016 kind of period, especially in the media, you know, when Jordan Peterson like started making headway and all this kind of stuff, like to see where we were and see how asleep a lot of us were to where we're at now. Very difficult to see progress when all you're doing is focusing on the day to day. But when you take that step back to the past and you see like the key clip for me is when Jesse Lee Peterson was on the Piers Morgan show. I think it was Good Morning Britain was the show that he was hosting at that stage. And Jesse Lee Peterson, all he says is that like BLM was founded by lesbians, and they cut away and they're saying, oh, we apologize for like the obscenities and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That's the situation that we were in. That's how tyrannical it was. And if you're to paint off to where we're at now, we're in a much better place, you know? So like this whole kind of like aspect of like remembering where you were, where you are, and where you want to be is a key thing, you know? All I did was read fiction books and lift weights. Staying productive. Never been to jail. Guess I'm odd man out. No, I've never been to jail either. So you're not alone, Picasso. You're not alone. I, for some reason, don't believe that. You just seem up to no good. Jante's got you. What's that? What's that expression? It's got you pegged. Sees you. Never been to prison. Shante doesn't believe you. Yeah, similar situation to yours. Myself, me and my daughter's mom were deep in the shit. Only I got locked up a couple years later. I had my daughter, and then she got back on opiates, died. Fuck, man. Sorry to hear. Shanti says, so you have been to jail. Picasso. I can neither confirm nor deny that. So anyways, how's the weather? Oh, damn, look at the time. Unbelievable. You know, Shantae's got like a sixth sense for that type of shit. If you like fictional books, you should read The Roadside Picnic. Interesting. I have no problems admitting what I did. Definitely not proud of it, but proud I was able to overcome it, I guess. If I wasn't doing the shit I wouldn't have met my daughter's mom. So it's the silver linings, as they say, you know. That's terrible. You seem to really care for your daughter, and I'm glad you were able to make it through for her. That's awful, though. I hope your daughter's well. 100%. Would have never been to prison either. So twinning. It is what it is. Halfwood. Been a while since I've read, but last I did, I read non-fiction books about war, politics. Good to hear. Must have misread. Thought you said you were also. Suda, you should never be ashamed of it. No, I think Shantae's base is saying, well, if Picasso's never been to prison, I guess I've never been to prison. You know, the whole I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. You know, Suda, you should never be ashamed of it. You've done well for you and your daughter. Our worst moments make us or break us. And you got through the other side. That's all that matters. Exactly. 100% Shantae. Suda, no, I've been to jail. My first boyfriend went to prison. Oh, you've been to jail, not prison. Oh, okay. Then I ended up with my daughter's father. Silver linings, you know. Nope, never was ashamed of it, but did some things I had to make amends for. It all happened for a reason, though. I think, yeah, and like that's the mentality you have, you know. You can't tell me as chaotic as man is that he's not a troublemaker. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. He's doing the old didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing defense. You know? My daughter got a grey head on her shoulders. Man, I'd love to hear that. You know? Not only went to jail because my first boyfriend was an idiot, caught selling. All the shit he did was in the open was no issue. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He didn't listen to me when I told him we were being surveilled. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, boys. That's what I'm saying. You know, like a lot of guys are like, they go full red pill. You're like, I'm never gonna listen to a woman. I'm never gonna listen to a woman. But gentlemen, a wise king listens to his queen and his subjects. You gotta listen. You know, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You know. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the case. Oh wait, gotta pull up the clip first. Unbelievable, Teriak. Unbelievable, Teriak. Anyways, let's get to it.
Okay. And the interview of Mr. Paul occurs after the execution of the search warrant?
It does.
Okay. Mr. Paul was transported to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And there, did you read him a copy of what's known as his Miranda warnings?
It was. I did not, but it was read to him.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 73. You didn't actually fill this form out, but you were present with Detective Fredericks when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, you then, Mr. Paul agreed to speak with you and Detective Fredericks and answer some questions?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you... Yeah. I'm going to show you Exhibit 75, and I'm going to ask just for you to look at it first, and we'll see if you recognize that. We can go to slide 2, please. Detective Sykes, do you recognize what you're looking at there?
I do.
Okay. What is this?
This is interview room 1 of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department's Detective Bureau, and that is myself, Detective Fredericks, and Mr. Paul.
Okay. And are all of these slides clips of that interview that you conducted with Mr. Paul and Detective Fredericks on September 17th? You can scroll down.
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 75 into evidence and permission to publish.
Objection. All right, 75 is admitted. What about 73?
I'm not moving that in yet.
Okay, all right.
So we will start with the first clip in slide 2, please.
Why does it say 74?
So, by the way, just to point out, this is the detective in the footage we're about to see, not the actual perpetrator.
Yeah.
You're going to play the video, there's audio as well.
There is audio, Judge, and
I'm not going to ask my reporter to try to transcribe it. Is that okay with you?
Yes, please.
Is that okay with the defense? Yes, sir. Okay, very good.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, we my daughter moved. She's on the stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently in the last?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going into August. That's where I had somebody else help me with my foot. In May it was really bad. I couldn't even stand in the shower. I needed a caretaker, and she came over once in a while and helped me.
Stephanie did, or the caretaker?
Stephanie did. and I had somebody else help me. But
where's she living?
Mostly at her parents, except when she would come over and help me. She went up north up at the Dells, and she texted me many texts saying that, you know, she was sorry what happened to my leg, that, you know, she wished that she would have called me that day. That's a whole different story in itself what happened, but if we would have been together, it would have never would have happened, but that's a whole different story. And she texted me saying that I feel so helpless. My nobody in my family gives a shit about me. I mean, I can pull it right off my phone. Sure. I can show you right off my phone. Yeah, or I'm sure you guys, maybe you got my phone tapped. Maybe you already know. I don't know. Phone tapped. Okay, but I have the text, and she begged me to pick her up. She said, "Please pick me up. And something happened up north where she just snapped. She freaking snapped, and they said that she went out in the woods, and they had to find her out in the woods.
Where?
Up north, in the Dells.
Who? Is there somebody who lives up north? Like, what was she doing up north?
Well, her parents have a place up there, timeshare, just like my family does.
So who from her family was telling you about her wandering off into the woods?
Well, she told me, and the little time that I talked to Layla was like really concerned, and they just totally alienated her up there, and her depression, and I told her, I said, please do not take the...
Notice already. Question was, who was looking for her up north? He's not answering the question. Straight off the bat, even though, like I said, there's not a lot of information going into this one, folks. Especially not as well as the previous video I was saying where we got the whole backstory and all this kind of stuff. But this is, I think, like more accurate to like you as like if you were a detective. Like the whole like aspect here. It's like you're going to be dealing with like a lot of uncertainty. All right. All right. It does look like jungle. Is it detective jungle? Maybe. You never know. But just to reiterate, these are the two detectives here on this side with the jeans and the like blackish gray shirts or t-shirts, and then the suspect here is in the gray shirt with the brown pants, right? So again, the question is who is looking for her, and then he gives this whole thing of like, oh, you know, like the family thing, like he's basically answering his own questions here.
Medication that one of the doctors is prescribing you. One of the doctors was just way prescribing too much medication, and one of them is Zoloft. And I have medical people in my family, and that's one of the black box that can actually cause homicidal or suicidal situations for people, and that's documented. That's not coming from me. Look up the research. I'm not trying to be Joe Know-It-All here. I mean, that's pretty much everybody knows that some of those serious antidepressants are not good.
Agreed. Yeah.
So something snapped in her, and she said, "Please come and pick me up." And I picked her up from home, and she came, helped me for a little bit. She helped me. She went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it, because I wasn't going to be able to put it, because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, you can get the I have a 3-prong fracture in my foot. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. I couldn't move that good.
Yeah.
Just this last 2 weeks going through therapy, it finally broke through, and the swelling went down, and I'm actually able to get my feet in the shoes now. Good. Otherwise, I was on crutches and in a walking boot. So we went to the bed thing, and she just, she wasn't right. I told her, I said, you know, I'm looking at you and something's not right. And she was always really sneaky with stuff, you know. I try to help her with that stuff, but she was always trying to escape whatever demons were in her head. She just wanted to.
Detective Seitz, before this portion of the interview started, had you told Mr. Paul anything about Stephanie or her whereabouts?
I don't believe so before this portion.
Okay. Did he know why he was there to talk to you?
No.
Did you tell him that you were there to investigate the death of Stephanie?
No.
Had anyone up to the point made any death notification to Mr. Paul?
No.
Okay. We can play the next clip, please.
So this is a key thing as well, like withholding information and see what they say. But already this dude like pinpoints like who was looking for her, and then he goes off in this whole tangent where he's talking about the case, but he's not addressing the question. You know what I mean? When people kind of like do that, where they're kind of like answering their own question in their head rather than actually answering your question, particularly in debate, that shows a sign that they're being misleading or shit like that. You know what I mean?
Your daughter on a regular basis, is it?
Asked about Stephanie, why this happened to her. When I first met Stephanie, she was absolutely fine up here, okay? She was diagnosed with grand mal seizures during this period where
Second slide should be, this is 4. This should be slide 3, 2008 to 2014. Okay, so I think we need to go back to slide 2. There we go. Nope, that's one Jerry. Okay. Yes, please, please. Yeah.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, we my daughter moved. She's on the stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently in the last?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going.
Guys, get your shit together. Holy shit.
I don't know if this one's played because this should start at 1999. Can we play slide 2, please? Starting at 1950.
Already that you didn't do anything.
Welcome in, Rex.
Some basic questions for you, okay?
Again,
we're not trying to trick you.
That's what I've heard before, and that's what you say, but how do I know?
Because all I'm asking you is to have a little faith that I'm not lying to you. Okay, you've never met us, all right? I'm asking you just to go on a little bit of a limb that I'm not.
That's what I live on, faith, because that's a hell of a lot stronger word than hope. Okay. Okay.
All right.
I don't hope. I have faith. Okay.
If at any
because I know I didn't do anything wrong. But whatever reason you have me here.
That's what we want to talk about. Okay.
It doesn't matter what you found in my apartment. Everything that I have in my apartment is legal.
Sure.
Okay?
Right.
I wouldn't be that freaking stupid if I did have something illegal. I would not have something.
Matt, nobody thinks you're stupid. All right. And again, if we start disrespecting you, then
no. But I'm just saying, I go by my gut. Okay. And if I feel that I'm going to be played, that's it. Attorney.
I'm not trying to play you. Yeah, we're just having a conversation, man. That's all. And again, we have some real basic questions, and you can answer whatever questions you choose to. If you don't want to answer a question, don't answer it.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Do you have any? Are you curious at all about why we want to talk to you?
Well, of course I am.
And that's kind of why
that's why I asked what.
Right, because we haven't accused you of doing anything wrong, right?
It something that happened yesterday? I mean, I went right over by the police. I mean, nobody.
We're not here about anything yesterday, okay? Okay, and neither of us has accused you of doing anything wrong. All we want to do is
No,
talk
not-
to you.
Not yet, but you have a job. Your job is to make a case.
Yeah, it's not find the truth. Yeah, fact finders. You know what I mean?
Please, I hope so.
That's all we're, like I said, me and Brian are not about putting stuff on people that didn't do it. Okay, I promise you. All right? I know you never met us, but I'm shooting you straight. Okay?
Oh, I've seen both of you guys before.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
We have no
Very
desire.
observant.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good.
I've seen you make a few busts in the undercover capacity.
Let's talk about Stephanie. What is she to you?
Oh my God. Stephanie is the mother of my daughter. And you guys already know that.
Yeah. Did you guys have a current relationship?
We've always had some type of relationship with helping each other.
Okay.
She helped me. She was spending a lot of time with her family and friends, and she helped me recently when I broke my ankle. She helped me out quite a bit, and I was quite thankful for that. I had a few other family members that helped. When I've been with her, this is well documented with her doctors. It's well documented with the suicide attempts that she's made in numerous places. Back in April, she took a whole bottle of pills by her parents' house, and they just kind of blew it off like it was nothing. And I tried to get her to stop the medications, to get help.
What did she take when she overdosed by her parents? Like, what was she taking?
She was taking, one of the doctors was prescribing her a lot of medications, antidepressants, pain medications, benzoins, and a lot of times I would go with her to pick up the medications, which the pharmacist has well documented that I would go there and pick them up, or we would go together. And a lot of times I would give the medications my daughter. Allegedly my daughter, there's never been a DNA test that definitively proved that, okay? I believe in my heart she's my daughter, but I have a brother that's deceased that we're very close to each other, and we all lived together at one time 20 years ago. So, getting back to your, what was it?
You said she takes antidepressants, so she's been diagnosed with depression.
Oh yeah, I actually, what's going on here?
Do you know where she is? Do you know when's the last time you saw her?
No.
You don't know where she is? Do you remember the last time you saw her?
No, weeks ago.
Weeks ago?
And I'm sick to my stomach.
Why is that?
Because I have a bad feeling.
Walk me through the last, when you said you saw her a few weeks ago, where were you guys?
I can't recall the exact time that I saw her. She, do you want to go to that, or do you want to stick on the antidepressants? And the few times I had to go to the hospital with her because she was in such poor condition.
We'll come back to that.
I also have documentation. I called the suicide line. She attempted to slash her wrist.
When was that?
She started this stuff 3 or 4.
A key question that I would ask here, and it seems like a frivolous one, is like, can you tell me about her? Can you tell me about Stephanie? And pay particular close attention to what tense he describes her in, right? Because if he starts describing her in the past tense, starts saying, "Oh well, Stephanie was like this," or "She was that," and using like the past tense, it gives a key indicator that like he knows that she's dead, right? And like this is because like a lot of the questions that they're currently asking is about past time events. You know what I mean? Stuff that was in the past. You know what I mean? Duda says, "Boy, good thing I'm working second shift tomorrow." Hey, my man, he's a talker. But like, notice that like he's avoiding the questioning. I mean, do you guys want to talk about that? Last time I talked to her, do you want to talk about the medication? Like this whole thing is he's trying to like force the questions so he can force the conversation in terms of like, oh no, like trying to paint off that like, oh, she was suicidal and all this kind of shit.
4 years ago, and I just didn't know where my place was in that. I wanted to do everything I could.
Welcome in, J. Kim.
I didn't want her to get locked up in a mental home, and she kept telling me that she was getting better. She was going to get better. She was recently seeking treatment to the hospital. But I would say the last year, she was just, since the beginning of the year, she was just out of control.
With what? Like as far as what?
And you can tell like the past year, she was. Right? Now again, it's like to ask the question like, tell me what she's like. You would assume that it's going to be present tense. You know what I mean? So
it's just threatening suicide all the time, threatening suicide all the time, slashing her wrists, taking pills.
What's she been like recently?
Really,
that would be the key question here.
It really got to me. It was really a serious situation.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, taking a bunch of pills like that and slashing the wrist. What was she being like? Well, why was she depressed? What was she feeling that way from?
She just wanted to be a mother. I mean, part of this whole ordeal is her kid was taken away from this exact entity.
At the court, thing is muted.
Is it strange? Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, my daughter moved. She's on a state. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently in the last?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going into August. That's where I had somebody else help me with my foot. In May, it was really bad. I couldn't even stand in the shower. I needed a caretaker, and she came over once in a while and helped me to put
Stephanie did, or the caretaker?
Stephanie did. And I had somebody else help me, but
where's she living?
Mostly at her parents, except when she would come over and help me. Okay. She went up north up at the Dells, and she texted me many texts saying that, you know, she was sorry what happened to my leg, that, you know, she wished that she would have called me that day. That's a whole different story in itself what happened, but if we would have been together, it would have never would have happened, but that's a whole different story. And she texted me saying that I feel so helpless, nobody in my family gives a shit about me. I mean, I can pull it right off my phone. Sure. I can show you right off my phone here. Or I'm sure you guys, maybe you got my phone tapped. Maybe you already know. I don't know. Okay, but I have the text, and she begged me to pick her up. She said, "Please pick me up. And something happened up north where she just snapped. She freaking snapped, and they said that she went out in the woods, and they had to find her out in the woods.
Where?
Up north, in the Dells.
Who? Is there somebody who lives up north? Like, what was she doing up north?
Well, her parents have a place up there, timeshare, just like my family does.
So who from her family was telling you about her wandering off into the woods?
Well, she told me, and the little time that I talked to Layla was like really concerned, and they just totally alienated her up there and her depression. And I told her, I said, please do not take the medication that one of the doctors is prescribing you. One of the doctors was just way prescribing too much medication, and one of them was Zoloft. And I have medical people in my family, and that's one of the black box that can actually cause homicidal or suicidal situations for people, and that's documented. That's not coming from me. Look up the research. I'm not trying to be Joe Know-It-All here. I mean, pretty much everybody knows that some of those serious antidepressants are not good.
Agreed. Yeah.
So something snapped in her, and she said, "Please come and pick me up." And I picked her up from home, and she came, helped me for a little bit. She helped me. She went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it, because I wasn't going to be able to put it, because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, you can get the I have a 3-prong fracture in my foot. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. I couldn't move that good.
Yeah.
Just this last 2 weeks going through therapy, it finally broke through, and the swelling went down, and I'm actually able to get my feet in the shoes now. Yeah. Otherwise, I was on crutches and in a walking boot. So, we went to the bed thing, and she wasn't right. I told her, I said, you know, I'm looking at you, and something's not right. And she was always really sneaky with stuff, you know. I try to help her with that
Bingo.
stuff. But
She was always really sneaky. Right? Now, as J. Kim would say about my question, sneaky smart question, Mr. Leprechaun. That's the kind of same thing here, where it's like, well, she was always sneaky. Wouldn't you describe her as she is a sneaky kind of person?
she was always trying to escape whatever demons were in her head. She just wanted to.
Okay.
She was always trying to escape the demons in her head. See the way he's referring to her in the past tense?
And slide 4, please.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis?
Asked about Stephanie why this happened to her. When I first met Stephanie, she was absolutely fine up here. Okay, she was diagnosed with grand mal seizures during this period where
Okay, and slide 5.
When was the last time you remember seeing Stephanie?
There were a couple times where she just snapped and just left. She would come and go. Sometimes she would come over and I would just say, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And she would say, I gotta go. And her mother always picked her up. So,
like, because you said if you think it's been a couple of weeks since you last saw her. If you go back, think about the last time you saw her. Where was that?
It's been over a couple of weeks. I don't remember exactly. Why? Where is she?
That's what we're trying to find out. We don't know. Or she's missing. So we're trying to figure out who saw her last, where she was.
I heard something on the social media that there was an abduction in Delafield.
An abduction?
Some type of an abduction.
When was that?
Or just a couple of days ago. They were looking into some type of abduction. I'm actually, first of all, I don't talk, since this happened, since there was a rift between my side of the family and her side of the family about what happened with Layla. And I don't talk to her mom and dad.
Okay.
We just don't talk. We don't call. We don't. The only person I've talked to is Layla, and Layla's a teenager now, and she knows it all, and she does what she wants, and she flip flops from side to side, and so I just let her do her thing because I know I went through the same thing. I was just like her when I was young. I didn't listen, and I try to do my best with her. And telling her to be careful, and don't think you know it all in life because you got a lot to learn. And I actually haven't spoke to her for since they were up north, just a little bit on the video when the whole family up there was fighting. And
that's when you talked to Layla last?
Yeah, not much. She was on video and just making goofy eyes and stuff.
Yeah. I get what you said, that Stephanie she goes on these, you said these, like, almost like little episodes where she leaves and comes back.
She totally disappeared. And now I'm really worried. I actually wanted to call the parents, and I was also thinking about coming in and making some type of report, but with all the things that have happened to me in the past, I start thinking, right away,
This isn't
right away they're gonna.
Right. Oh, this isn't so much about you. It's about Stephanie. We're trying to figure out where she is, who last saw her. That's what we're trying to figure out. So if you can think back, as you said, I understand you said you've had a lot of history with her, but recall the last time you saw her, where it was. Did she say anything? Where was she going?
Where were you going? Like that kind of stuff.
No, it was close to when we were out looking at beds.
When was that about?
Somewhere in the middle of, somewhere around the middle of last month.
You said there's some kind of conversation in your phone that would, I think you said something about going to look for beds, which we could look at. You know what that would be?
No, that's not in the phone. No, the pictures of the text that I took with some of the things that she was saying to me.
Where did you guys look at beds at?
A few places. We went to Steinhoffel's. We went to.
Do you remember if this was like a weekend, a weekday?
Milwaukee.
Okay. Do you remember if is this the morning, the afternoon, the evening?
See, here's the thing when when I really got worried and didn't understand what was going on is she put her purse in the back of my truck, in the back seat. And I took it out, but I didn't notice that the purse was there until I went to the car wash and cleaned
Welcome in, Abe.
If you search the vehicle, I hope you didn't rip open the doors. You guys had my keys. You just had to open up the keys with the doors with the keys.
Right, nothing's damaged.
Okay. I didn't notice the purse because I had from me not being able to move around, I just threw a bunch of shit in the back of my seat. Bags and clothes and stuff. I have a bag back there from when I go swimming. I have a gym bag because we go to the Y, we go to Planet Fitness.
What kind of purse was it that she dumped?
Dumped?
Did you say she dumped it in the back seat or tossed it in the back seat or whatever?
I didn't notice that the purse was in the back seat until I went to the car wash about a week ago.
Yeah.
And I took out my car mats and I started cleaning everything, and lo and behold, I see her purse, and then that's when I was like thinking, well, this is strange. But she's done that before.
Yeah.
She's left with her purse behind.
Yeah.
She also left, so I'm thinking, well, okay, well, the purse is there. She's got her phone. She should be okay.
Yeah.
So, then I notice when I get home, whenever, after I found the purse, that she left her phone and the iPad at my apartment.
Okay. What was the purse?
The iPad was something that, we had our phones on for many years on and off through one contract, so that was not unusual for us to swap iPads or swap phones.
Okay.
I mean, you can look into it. It's on T-Mobile. I can sit here and bullshit you.
No.
The phone is still on. In fact, I went on the phone, and I was looking for any type of messages. I couldn't call her because the phone was at my place.
What kind of purse is it though? Is what I'm asking. That she left in the back of your truck.
Black purse.
Black purse.
Yeah.
Was there any marks on it, or did it have anything distinguishable? I'm not a purse. You know what I mean? I know women have.
Well, if you guys went into my apartment, did you find a purse?
Where was it in there? I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. We had other stuff we were working on, so.
Well, what were you working on there?
What's that?
Were you looking for her?
No. We weren't working on there. I said we were there for a little while, then we had to go.
Well, what were you looking for then?
For where?
In my apartment.
We're getting there. I'm trying to find out, where was Stephanie last seen? Who was she last with? You guys said you went bed or mattress shopping, right? Do you know, okay, so walk me through that day, Matt. Okay, so you guys went looking around at different mattresses or bed frames or what? Mattresses?
Yeah.
You said you went to a couple different places like Steinhoff.
Yeah, we went to a couple different places.
Did you guys buy it? Order a mattress? Did you buy a mattress?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys come back to your apartment? Do you remember?
Yeah. After that, we did.
Did she spend the night?
Yep.
Okay.
I believe she spent the night, and then we went to. The next day, we went somewhere, and I believe that's the day she took off. And I thought, well, that's nothing new because she's done this. She calls her mom.
When she took off, so you wake up, right? She spent the night. Do you guys Are you guys at the apartment? Are you staying at the apartment? Do you leave together? Does she leave? Do you leave? Like, that's what we're trying to figure out. Can you walk me through that morning? So you wake up, you said you thought you may have went somewhere. Do you remember where you guys went, or where you went, or where she went?
Yeah, we went to, I was going to Orthopedic Associates.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so we've paused at 20:27:48 in the time counter. Detective, you started your questioning of Mr. Paul. The first slide started at 19:59. That sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time that you're able to get Mr. Paul to indicate when the last time he saw Ms. Pavlons and where is at 20:27 in the interview?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Continue, please.
With you? Did she stay at the apartment?
She went with me to Orthopedic. She went with me a couple times there.
Okay, so that day.
In fact, I was there Friday the 9th. I had a doctor's appointment Friday the 9th. When
9th of September?
Yeah, when there was a huge crime scene there.
But you weren't there when you last saw her. You said you weren't there.
I was there Friday when I saw a huge crime scene there.
Okay.
What happened there?
Well, real quick, Matt. You said you went with her to an appointment at Orthopedics.
You guys know something you're not telling me.
No, we're trying to figure out where she is or who last saw her. So I guess you just told me you said you guys went to Orthopedics together.
Yeah. Oh, I've been going to Orthopedics since.
Right. This is the day after
May.
Right. This is the day after though. You guys went mattress shopping.
I can't recall the exact dates, but she went there with me a few times.
Okay. This would be the last time that you would have seen her though, in the last few weeks, you said. This one would be kind of, I would, if you're thinking back, you haven't seen her since this day. And you said you guys went out there.
I believe so.
Did she drive? Do you drive?
I drove, but sometimes in the beginning she drove, because I wasn't supposed to drive because of my foot.
Do you remember if you went straight to Orthopedics? Do you remember what time you went there, what your appointment was, anything like that?
Well, yeah, I had physical.
You know what time that would have been?
My times were all different.
Morning, afternoon?
Yeah, a lot of times they were in the morning.
Okay. She went with you there?
Yeah, she went with me a few times.
Did you go to your appointment that day, do you remember?
Yeah.
Did she come in with you?
I never missed any of my appointments. No. One time I came out of my appointment and I left the keys in the truck for her.
Is this the same time we're talking about, the day after you went mattress shopping?
No, this is before.
No, so
I came, but this is kind of peculiar though.
Okay.
I came out and she was, I walked out and the truck was running. I left the keys in there. If I'm not in the truck, I won't let her drive because I have to watch her because of the seizures and meds she's on. I'm obviously not going to let her drive. That's common sense.
Yep.
But because I wasn't supposed to drive, it's happened before where she's kind of went off the road and I grabbed the wheel. So I go out there and I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? She's like, oh my God, I had to put the air conditioner on. She goes, I lost my bladder. I'm like, what? Why? What are you doing? So immediately I thought that she was taking too many of her pills.
Okay. This day after you said you had a morning appointment and you guys went out there together. You said when you got out there, you went into your appointment. So this is the last time you would have seen her, it sounds like, okay? Did she come in the building with you, do you remember?
No.
She stayed in the truck?
Yeah, she stayed in the truck.
You finished your appointment?
Yeah.
Come out to your truck, and then what?
She's gone.
She's not in the truck anymore?
She's gone, yeah.
Did she have the keys or no? Do you remember?
Oh, no, I had the keys. I had the keys.
Did she give you any indication she was going to go anywhere or like where she would be going?
No. She just, I was just perplexed with a lot of things, that how she was acting. I just don't like this. It seems like you guys are trying to get me, for some reason, to be with her.
No, Matt.
What happened?
Matt,
where is she?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Matt. We don't know. Okay, she's been missing, right? You said you haven't seen her for weeks. So we're trying to talk to everybody.
Please tell me. This is not normal for her not to get a hold of me. This is not normal for me not to hear something from her.
Right. When you got back out to your truck, Matt, and she wasn't there, did you go in the building? Did you check the bathroom?
Man, what's going on, man?
That's what we're trying to find out, Matt.
And like this is the same thing that we seen earlier on, where it's like this feigned kind of like aspect of like I'm gonna try to like put the focus on something else because I'm not comfortable with what's being said or what's being done in the previous case further on in this episode. It's the same thing, for example, with the tape recorder thing, where all of a sudden she's interested in that because she doesn't want to have to deal with the reality. You know what I mean? With what's staring them in the face. You know?
Okay. Like you said, when you came out here.
What happened?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Matt. Matt, we're looking into. You said when you came out to your truck, she wasn't there. Okay. What happened next?
At that particular time, I thought it was another time that she went and called her mom to pick her up.
Okay. Did you try giving her a call?
No, I couldn't, because she left the phone at the house.
She left her phone at the house?
Yeah, she left the phone at the house.
But you didn't really.
So, like I've done before, I drove up and down looking for her, and I can't, with my leg, I can't.
Oh, I gotcha. Did she have any bags with her, any property that she took with her?
No. No. I don't know what you were just gonna say, but no, I knew that she didn't have a phone that time before I went in, because I said I'll text you or something. She's like, oh no, I forgot my phone. And I thought that was really strange. But that wasn't unusual either. She's left her phone behind. Sometimes she brings her iPad. I really didn't notice. I just went in.
And notice like the key thing here is like when you came out and she wasn't there, like why didn't you text her? Why didn't you do any of this behavior to try and see where she is and all this kind of stuff? All right. I was like, oh, because she left the phone at the house. But how did you know she left the phone at the house? And now it's all of a sudden, oh, when we were driving there, she said she let me know that she forgot her phone. And this is this whole thing of like the whole retconning thing, realizing what you just said, and now you have to justify it, and then you're just basically trying to shoehorn in excuses.
I came out, and she was gone.
When you said you drove up and down, you looked for her. Did you?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe she took a walk up the street.
Did you?
Maybe she called her mom. Maybe she was just venting, because she's had a habit of this in the past, to run out to the woods, call her mom, do stuff like that.
Okay. What did you?
When I was over on West Ave, she got really extremely upset over a phone call at Layla, and I got a picture of my phone. She ran out to the bushes, hid in the bushes, and started slashing her wrists. And then she said she was going to jump in front of a train, and I said she didn't have her phone that time either, but she went up, she covered her wrists, she went up to a store, and she called me from the store, and she said, I'm settled down now, and I'm just like, well, what's wrong? Talk to me. And she's like, well, I'll come back and talk to you.
This last time that you saw her when she wasn't in the truck, He said he drove up and down looking for her. Did you ever go back to check the apartment if maybe she got a ride from someone? Did you get hold of her mom? Did you ask her mom if she'd seen her?
No, because me and the mom didn't talk. I mean, if she went with her mom, why wouldn't her mom? Her mom could have called me too.
Do you remember when you got back?
Ask her mom that. Ask her mom why she doesn't call me. Her mom doesn't. No, I'm just saying.
Do you remember when you got back to the apartment? Was she there?
You guys were over there yesterday talking to the parents.
I haven't talked to anybody's parents yesterday. When you met,
somebody was.
Matt, you said when you got back.
Really?
Did you go?
Well, if she's missing, that's the first place that you go to is the parents.
You said
never
at
her
house yesterday. Yeah.
Not you, but somebody was.
Did you go back here looking for her?
Did I go back to the apartment?
Yeah, after you were looking for her.
Yeah.
Do you remember if she was there at all?
Oh, no.
Is there anything there that gave you an indication that she had been there while you were in your appointment or anything like that?
No, not at this place, but at the last place, she got really bad and duplicated my key. Oh no, she didn't duplicate the key. What did she do? She did something where she was able to get in the door, but it was the drugs that was making her whacked out. So she did some really whacked out stuff sometimes.
Okay, all right. Has she contacted you since then?
No. I'm not a social media person, but since the iPad was at the house, I did look on social media. I did look to see if she was active. Maybe she used her mom's phone or whatever, and I noticed that her family was unusually active the last couple of days, and I started thinking, oh no, something's not right here, because this is. There have times that we haven't talked. We just done our own things.
I got you.
But not. This is
what? A little different.
Too long. Yeah, I've been really having a sick feeling.
How long?
Something bad.
How long after that you saw her, Matt? How long after that appointment, when you went back to the apartment? You said you went to the car wash or something. That was like recently, though. That was a few days ago or a week ago.
Wait a second. I need to. You guys are. I'm being cooperative.
Yeah, I'm not trying to confuse you.
Really being honest. I just feel like I'm being boxed in the corner for some reason.
No, like I said, we're trying to figure out who last saw her.
And again, like, notice that thing where he's constantly trying to go to that lifeline of, oh, you guys are scaring me. I feel like I'm bossing the corner and stuff. It's like, we're just asking questions. And it's like trying to pull teeth, trying to just go to like, when was the last time you talked to her? Can you just walk us through that day? That's fundamentally all the detectives are asking so far. Can you just walk me through that day? And it's like pulling fucking teeth. Which again is suspicious behavior.
Where she was going.
Okay, if that's all this was, why wouldn't you call me why wouldn't you call me up on the phone if you have my phone number?
I don't make those decisions.
Because I'm pretty sure the parents have my phone number through Layla, but I don't even think I have their updated numbers because I don't talk to the parents.
Right. You said when you met.
Not much. I mean, there were times that I went over there and we said hi and goodbye to each other, but nothing. We don't talk on social media. We don't talk.
I'm trying to get as much pertinent information regarding Stephanie as I can. Okay. And you told me, you said you made a comment a little bit earlier about that, something about her purse in the back of the truck. Something about a car wash. I don't recall. What was that? Is it the same day, or is this more recent?
No. I didn't know. The phone, the iPad and the phone wasn't that strange, but and she's walked away before without her phone and used other people's phones. So, but with the new phone, when I did see it, I thought that was kind of odd. And then when I did do the car wash, I thought it was really odd that the purse was in the back seat of my truck, and she had the wallet was in there. I looked. I mean, the wallet was in there. Her smoking stuff was in there.
Okay. And this is, so it would have had to have been in there from the last time you saw her for the appointment, right?
Yeah, I would believe so. Yeah, I would believe so.
I mean, did you see it? Did you see it in the truck the day she left?
Oh, no. It was, I wasn't able to wash my truck for at least 2 weeks after. It was just recently.
Do you remember anything the last time you saw her, the day she left? Did she leave anything in the car that you could, you thought was odd? That you noticed?
Yeah. I didn't notice it right away. I noticed it when I cleaned the car out and I pulled the car mats out, which
when you found the purse.
Which you guys already know what was in there. Well, come on, man. Stop playing stupid with me.
They haven't gone through your car, man.
No, I did not.
You just said you had a warrant for the car.
Doesn't mean we did anything with it yet.
I did not. Neither one of us had. We're here talking to you. Okay. I'm trying to.
Where is the truck?
We have a truck.
Where?
Not far.
There's nothing you're gonna find in it than what I've already told you.
Well, that's good.
What do you think? You think I cut up a body in there or something?
Why would you go to that?
No, man.
Well, why would you take the truck? Usually that's
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? You guys just hear that shit?
than what I've already told you.
Well, that's good.
What do you think? You think I cut up a body in there or something?
Why would you go to that?
No, man.
Well, why would you take the truck? Usually that's what you take a truck for, is you look for evidence of some type of...
We're trying to be thorough, man. That's all we're trying to do, okay? Just like we would be for anybody that's missing, okay?
Bro, if they found the body and it was cut up, that is the dude who's just signed his fucking death warrant right here. You know what I mean? Not gonna lie, the first 50 minutes of this has been kind of like milquetoast. But now it's like, oh shit. Oh shit. Like, if I'm this dude's lawyer, I'd be saying this.
What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
That's your fucking question? What the fuck? Guilty conscience much? Exactly, Shantae. That's not why they did, oh, we took your truck. Oh, they must be looking because I cut up a dead body. What? Also, welcome in, James. You've joined at the perfect opportunity. I'm not gonna lie, it's been calm and all this kind of shit. Like I said, I was there trying to I was paying it purely focusing on has he ever referred to this woman in the present tense? And he hasn't. It's all been past tense. And now we said this shit. Holy fuck, dude.
Why would she throw her? You know why she would throw her purse in the back of the
You
truck?
guys aren't being honest. Oh.
Do you know why? Has she ever thrown her purse in the way back in the truck before? And a week goes by or 2 weeks goes by, and then all of a sudden you find it when you were cleaning it out.
You're not going to tell me that this thing going down the road, if something happened to her, that it was my fault, because that's...
Matt, all I'm asking you is questions about the last time you saw her. That's it. I haven't accused you of anything, and neither is my partner.
Did you see?
Did I see what?
What was in the car?
I did not look in your truck.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to say somebody else found it or whatever.
The
day that I found the purse.
Yeah.
When I cleaned the truck out, there was a note underneath, there was a note underneath the car mat.
Well, that's,
It wasn't anything that I haven't already heard before through email, through texting about threatening her life. But in the note, she didn't threaten her life. She said that, I'm tired of everybody. I'm tired of everybody. I hate everybody. I hate you. I hate my parents. Everybody, you know, that type of language.
that note's in your truck now?
Yeah.
What did that note make you think?
I just left it there because I have nothing to hide. I mean, come on, guys.
All I'm asking you, man, was that
you guys aren't stupid. If you're trying to accuse me of something,
Matt, no one's accusing you of
I
anything.
wouldn't have any of this stuff. But
Matt, no one.
I didn't know what to think about it, so I left it there.
I'm asking you what you thought.
Even my dad has been in his truck since there, and he read it. He said it just sounds like a cry, a plea for help.
Do you think she left that note that last time you saw her?
Possibly. I can't say for sure. Well, yeah, I have to go pee. It's probably a good educated guess because I didn't find it. I found it the same day I found the purse, pretty close to the last time I saw her. But then again, there's no data on it, and I have emails on my phone and emails of, other times that she's threatened, threatened. And, numerous times I would call her up and say, look, I know you're getting your medications. I want to go with you or I'm going to go get them. And if you don't allow me to, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to call the suicide police. I'm not going to let you take the whole pile of pills.
Yeah.
And there's, when somebody, mental illness is a serious thing, and I did not know this until just recently, but she just had a scan of her brain, and they said that it was like of a football player getting hit in the head. Why do those football players that make millions of dollars a year get depressed? It's because it's a freaking mental illness. Okay, we don't fully understand our own brains. Why do they do the things they do? Because it's a mental illness. I tried the best I could with her, but these last couple of years, she was just going off the deep end. And like my dad said, she should have.
I've tried these past couple of years that she was going off the deep end. Bruh. You want to look at my house, officer? For what? You think I just hack up bodies in here and have them in my freezer? What do you think I am? You know what I'm saying? Like this whole thing, press X to doubt I'm spamming that X button. What the fuck is the suicide police? You know?
Institutionalized. But nobody would listen. The doctors wouldn't listen. They just kept prescribing more and more drugs, more and more drugs.
Was she against the idea of seeing a doctor, like a psychologist or something?
I got her into seeing a therapist once a week.
Okay.
She was seeing a therapist through her medical thing where they would be in a group and they would talk and I asked her if she was doing better to help her and she said yes, but she was always really sneaky with medication. She was always wanting to feel something different to help with that, whatever demon she had in her head. And I saw that she was on Zoloft in the past, and I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "Please don't do that.
And just notice, like, whatever demons was in her head. He's referring to her in the past tense. He's never referred to her in the present tense. And again, that's why, like I said, the way I'd kind of like, I would have kickstarted this interview off would be, can you tell me a bit about her? Can you tell me what she's like? And all this kind of stuff. And if this whole thing, it's like, if she's got a mental illness, you'd say she has, not even like she has, but it's like, she is mentally ill, you know?
Again. And I did look at her medical chart, and I did notice that she was recently on Zol.
Okay, for the record, the video stopped at 2048:03. I think there was a typo in our slide that says 2043:03. If we can go to the next slide, please, which would be slide 6. Yes, hold, please.
You said she was staying with you, helping you out. I don't mean to offend you. Are you guys a couple, or is this monogamous? Or is she seeing anybody else that you know of that we can talk to?
I saw. Oh, I really have to go pee. All I saw on Messenger is that she was talking to.
Are you guys annoyed? Are you guys in a relationship? Listen to that again. Like I said, I think the detective is trying to get the same kind of gauge that we've been paying attention
Or is she seeing anybody else that you know of that we can talk to?
Is she seeing someone else?
I saw. Oh, I really have to go pee. All I saw on Messenger is that she was talking to. She was talking to a couple guys, but that's what she wants to do.
You guys aren't.
Oh no, we were never like to the point, whatever you want to call it, where you're obsessed with each other or whatever. That we kind of had just an open relationship where
you guys didn't have any titles or anything, boyfriend, girlfriend.
We had an open relationship.
No, we always had a deep feeling for love for each other, but we also understood.
We always had a deep loving for each other.
That too, everything that we went through and how many years we've been together, just like a normal couple that's been together for 15 years. I didn't understand that when I was younger, but you just fall out of love. Yeah. But you can still love that person and care for them, but it's not the type of love where it's sexual or what I want to use the word possessive or anything like that. We just cared for each other.
All right.
We cared for each other, not that we care for each other. See the way he's describing the relationship in the past tense.
You have a boyfriend or anything that you can think of?
I just saw her texting. I'm not sure who it was on social media. I don't know if she's seen these guys or not. I mean, all I read is that she was in Delafield and she was at the bar drinking, and I thought to myself, oh Jesus, man, you're not supposed to be drinking on those medications.
Where did you see that? Just so I can go. Where did you see the thing about her in the Delafield bar drinking? Was that like a Facebook post she had, or like a text message? Or?
Yeah, it was if you bring me my phone here, I can show you.
Okay.
I don't know if that one I don't know if I can get into. Her phone, well, it's actually not her phone. Our phones they were all put on one contract, so we were kind of sharing the phones and iPads.
We were kind of sharing the phones.
We just did that years ago. And I actually bought the phones, so they're actually my phones, but since I bought them, she just made the monthly payment out of her bank statement. We would set up some deals like that just to.
Okay, and slide 7, please.
The last, you had an appointment. Do you remember what day that appointment was? You saw her.
You guys, what's the deal? Am I walking out of here tonight, or am I going to tell you that I'm going to be an attorney?
I don't know. Are you asking for an attorney, man? Again, we're trying to figure out what we can find out about Stephanie. That's our focus.
Are you charging me with something?
Am I charging you with nothing? No.
Are you charging me with something?
No. We haven't accused you of anything.
You guys are allowed by law to lie, okay?
I'm not. We're not charging you with anything. We're here asking you questions about Stephanie, and that's it.
I know I didn't do anything. There's nothing.
We're not accusing you of it.
There's nothing illegal in my truck. There's nothing illegal in my apartment.
Have we accused you of anything?
There's no illegal drugs in there. There's no weapons in there.
Yeah, we're not
I know I got a history. That's why you guys came the way you did, because I got a history of being heavily armed, which is another. See, I know, okay? I know.
You were never charged with any kind of weapons violation.
No, that's another, like I told you, another freaking nonsense thing.
Yep.
Somebody made up some story that I got guns or something or whatever. That's how it started.
Okay, the next slide, please.
I understand you have an open, ongoing investigation. You have a lengthy history with Stephanie. That's why.
Which is understandable.
Yeah, and it sounds like, as far as we know, you may have been the last person that saw her or talked to her. That's what we're trying to figure out. If you can help us point to where she
That's
was.
possible, but when she gets out and she takes off, right?
Yeah.
That's out of my control. I can't be blamed for anything like that. And she, like I said, she has a history of that. She has a history of going up to strangers to use their phone. She has a history. Actually, when I first met her, I got out of prison. I met her right here in Waukesha, and I have empathy. I felt sorry for her. She was. I met her at the bowling alley, and she was with some shady character, and I got her away from that, and I changed her life around for the better. I got her to stop drinking. I got her license back. I had her go through treatment. I got her a job, and she was really, really a good young woman until the mental stuff started with the seizures and losing a kid.
Yeah. When you tried to reach out to her, recently, like, I don't know, was she responsive to it? Like, when you sat down with her and said, Stephanie, you need help or you need this, did she take you seriously?
I did everything I could, almost like the same techniques you guys use. I threatened. I said, I'm gonna call the police. I'm gonna get the suicide police. And this is when she was even by her parents' house. I said, your parents aren't going to be happy because you're not going to be able to hide in your room eating those pills, dying. I mean, even in front of Layla, when I went over there, she was walking around just like in a zombie state, and she was telling me, Layla, that she was choking and coughing. Well, to what I know about opioids, that's near death. And then there were times where, because of her back, one of the doctors put her on fentanyl. And when I was around her, she would pass out. She'd be wheezing, and I got her off that. I'm like, my God, they're overdoing that. overdoing that with you, and I got her off that, and I said, then, don't you want to live? I mean, why? There's so much to do in life. Life is so joyful. This is our time to. Everybody thinks that, it's going to be better wherever we go after this. How do we know that? You should enjoy every time. Nobody knows what's on the other side, It might be a lot different than what people expect. Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm just saying, I get into heavy conversations about religion and what it's, what the image of God is. He might be different than some guy sitting up there with a long beard and a throne. He might look like an alien or something.
Yeah.
In fact, I've been doing a lot of reading on that recently. They're starting to prove that there's ancient civilizations that they keep hushing up about. I don't know if you guys study history, but
Not to that extent, no.
no. Well,
No.
history is really, really interesting. The people in power that they control the history, they control the future, and if they control the present, they control the past. Those are the people in power. You know who said that?
No.
George Orwell.
Oh, yeah?
1984. When I wrote to the judge about them being able to monitor your kids and this and that, he thought I was crazy, but now, that was like 15 years ago, but now the way society's coming with phones and technology and being able to watch people, it's not too far off the truth.
When you, was there anything in...
Sorry.
Shout out to Are You Crazy? Welcome in, sir, for the $4. Let me give you a bit of a money clip for that. Thank you very kindly, especially for using the Ko-Fi and the PayPal chat. Because, like I said, in terms of like using the super chats, like I said, YouTube takes 30%. If you're using an Apple device, the Apple also takes 30% as well. You know what I'm saying? So 51% of the donation if you're using an Apple device, we don't even get. Shout out to Are You Crazy on the Ko-Fi says even numbers. My man, we're up to $40, folks. Appreciate you, kindly crazy. Salutes to you, sir. He's so full of shit, his eyes must be turning brown as he speaks. Man, it's crazy. He hasn't referred to Stephanie in the present tense once. You know what I mean? And that last clip, bro, it was, we loved each other. We cared about each other. Not that we care for each other. You know what I mean? Because, like, technically, like, it's not always if they refer to the present tense, they're guilty or whatever the fuck. Like, sometimes if you ask a question specifically, like the detectives work on, like, saying, like, for example, like the questions of when did you see her last? We're going to be talking about a historical event. When the detective asked him to describe the relationship, it was, oh, well, we cared about each other. We might not have loved each other, but we still cared about each other. That's one of those things where it's like, this is an ongoing relationship, but you're referring to it as a previous event. You know what I mean? Which means, like, that's like, and it has to be a very particular question. That's why I said, like, can you describe her? What is she like and all this kind of stuff. And if he goes to the present tense from that kind of a question, then there's something up. But the fucking truck thing, where it's like, wow, you think there's a cut up body in it? Like, that was wild as fuck, bro. Also, salute you, sir. He's been creeping on us. I appreciate you kindly, sir. We don't mind the creepers, $40, make you hara. Appreciate you kindly. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. He's doing a bit of recon,
Guys, was all right. Was there anything you found in her purse that would make you think anything was wrong? Like, it's weird.
Yeah, for me, she quit smoking. She quit smoking, but she had vapes in there, and the vapes were on and off. I thought that was odd.
Yeah.
I thought that looking in there, seeing that she had her wallet and cards in there, I thought that was odd, but she's done that before when she's called people up to get picked up. That's all stuff that she's done before, including the note that she put in the car. And it wasn't a note. You'll find it. It's right underneath the passenger car mat, I believe.
You put it under the passenger car mat?
I didn't put it there. She did.
Well, you pulled it out to read it, and your dad read it, right?
Yeah, I didn't notice it until the same day that I found the purse in the back.
Right, and then you read it, and then your dad read it.
Yeah.
And then you put it back underneath the...
Yeah, I just kept it in the car because what does a person do in a situation like that? You know, I'm thinking it's going to look stupid if I throw stuff away, so I'm going to leave it the way it was in case for whatever reason somebody has to read it or whatever.
Yeah.
That's my logical thinking.
Did she leave anything other than the purse in the truck?
Like, notice, like, he comes back out after the appointment. Doesn't even try to call her because he quote unquote knew that the phone is back in the house. Doesn't call the police either. Then he finds this note, apparently. And again, rather than that bringing that to the attention to the police and all this kind of stuff, puts it back there and just leaves it and just waits for them to find it and all this kind of shit. So his whole story is fishy as fuck, to say the least.
Do you remember?
No, just the purse. Had I saw the purse and the note together, I would have called the police right away, most likely. But I didn't. And I didn't hear, my gut feeling was that her mom was going to pick her up because she had a prescription ready that day. So my gut feeling was that she was playing the game of having her mom go get the prescription so she could take, so nobody would help her take her doses like she was supposed to. Okay? It's not, my dad's done it. My dad's a pharmacist, by the way, and after a while he would not even fill her prescriptions anymore because he got so scared. Okay? Me, Layla, her parents were supposed to, I really don't know how cooperative her parents were about that because I didn't talk about it. She told me that they did, but I had a feeling that she was lying about that.
Sure.
But with me, I would give her prescriptions as prescribed, period. Because I cared about her, okay? And I've seen what happened to her when she was taking...
I cared about her. Not that I care about her.
Too many pills.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing I needed was, for her to OD with me, with just like you guys said, that I'm known as being armed. Well, how is that going to look if...
Well, I mean, it looks like she overdosed and you called 911 help. That's how it would look. Who cares about you being flagged for having a gun if this girl overdoses, right? Like, who gives a shit about what it looks like?
Well, me, I'm a little paranoid, so I start thinking that, somehow I'm going to get blamed for it. I got...
Next slide, please.
And if she would ever overdose while she's at your house or with you wherever,
well,
calling 911 is really the best. Like, even, if it was too far gone to help, I mean, calling is...
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What I did is, when her breathing wasn't, I would stay up and I would shake her and I would make sure she wouldn't take any more medication. What I was saying is, I was scared to death that I would wake up next to a dead body.
Okay. I would agree with that.
And then somebody saying, oh, well, you gave it to her, you did this, or you did that, or whatever.
Okay, next slide, please.
You start getting, so the day that she wasn't in the truck when you come back, at what point did you start worrying?
It started really worrying when I thought, okay, after I drove by the way, this wouldn't be the first time that I go looking for it.
No, I got you.
I thought, okay, she's gonna get her medications, and then she's gonna call me, and then she's gonna say she's sorry. I'll have you, Layla, Layla's on the picture now, but Layla used to help with that, monitor my meds again, because I don't want you calling my doctor. I don't know how many times I threatened to call a doctor or the suicide police or whatever. I started getting worried when I saw a text on the phone saying that the medication was ready to get picked up.
Is this the same day? Is this the next day?
This is, it was supposed to be the next day, but I didn't get to the pharmacy till another day after. Okay. So I went and picked up the medication, and then I thought to myself, well, probably be getting a phone call soon from her. From her parents.
To get her meds.
Yeah, to get her meds. And then I thought, strange, maybe she finally did what she was going to say and go in and quit. For a minute there, she started saying, you know what, maybe I'll just go in and get off these meds and see if they can lower even my seizure medication, because even my dad said she was on such a high dose of seizure medication that she couldn't even go a day without that medication, and she would start shaking and going into seizures. Okay. So then I thought, well, maybe she's in treatment, but I don't know if I can call them mental health. I don't even think they'll tell me if she's in there. And then I thought, I really didn't know what to think. I thought, well, maybe she's probably got some pills stashed at her parents' house from the last situation. When I found the purse and I found the note, that's when I started thinking, oh no, this ain't good. And that's the truth.
Yeah.
So you said once you do the car wash thing, right? That's when you find the purse. And you take it in the house, in your house, your apartment. Is that
where do you get your car washed?
Over in what road is that? It's got a hand washer. You put it install it.
Arcadian?
Mm-hmm.
By John's Root Beer? That's where you go?
Yeah.
All right.
So when you had just your purse or whatever, did you just like sling it over your shoulder when you brought it in, or did you have a bunch of stuff with you, or like what? That was the only thing she had, right? In your car?
Yeah, I don't think that would prove that.
Well, right, I get, yeah. I mean,
that sounded a little funny.
Yeah. That did sound odd. You didn't sling it over your shoulder like a purse, but you just carried it in his own home.
How long are you going to keep the truck? How am I going to get back tonight?
You know what?
How am I going to get back home tonight?
The deputy's going to give you a ride back. That's why he's still hanging out here.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, he has no other reason to just sit there and take up space.
Really?
Yeah.
Is my apartment torn apart?
Yeah, we went through some things, so yeah.
Nothing's broken.
Did you take anything?
A couple items, but it's not as messy. I would say it's a little messier than how you left it. Okay.
Can I ask what you took? Why not find out?
Yeah, but I don't even know. There was a list they were putting together, what was taken. Yeah.
And like this is a key thing as well. Just to catch up with Chaz as well. He did see them together. What the fuck he's talking about? Like, this is the thing. He says, like, if I saw them together, then maybe, and then we get this whole diatribe that, oh, like, maybe I thought like she was trying to get off the medication and stuff, and then I seen the note, and I was like, oh my god. But then even at that point, nothing to the cops. Like, she's missing for how long? You know what I mean? He is digging himself a fucking hole. How he explained it, he saw the purse in the bag, saw the cards in it, then later today saw the note under the mat. Exactly. Fuck does seeing them together even mean? Like if the note and purse would have been together in the same spot, fuck the difference. That's why he went on this whole diatribe. It's like, oh, maybe because she said before apparently that she wants to get off the medication, and maybe I thought she was in like rehab or some shit like that. You know what I mean? That's weird. That's uber suspicious. And that's why, like I said, he's doing this whole retcon thing, trying to justify like some like batshit crazy behavior. You know what I mean? Why do you think you get blamed for missing? You know what I mean? And he does. And it's the same fucking handkerchief. You know what I mean? Also, again, what the fuck is the suicide police? Exactly. What is YouTube super cop and chats? Like YouTube has some like weird like auto moderation that you're not allowed to switch off. Crazy, man. Crazy. Yeah. Trying to call Terry Akatrani. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Tartan. All sorts. I've been called all sorts tonight. Unbelievable. You know? Did it show the error message? Basically said, I want to see him as forcibly removed his chair. Etc. Basically said, I want to see him forcibly removed from his chair. Etc. Why the fuck would it? Man, YouTube is the weirdest platform I've ever seen in my entire life. Mine didn't. They usually do, but acted like they sent, just didn't go through chat. Unbelievable, man. All mine got the number 1 and number 2 purple crown, but it didn't post on my TV. Seen Kmart store security ruffle people for bullshitting less than this clown. Man, 100%.
Mainly stuff for her. Trying to figure out where she is or what would be
Well, yeah, because you shouldn't be taking any of my stuff.
We're focused on stuff.
Because she had a few items of clothes there.
Okay.
That were in the closet.
Okay.
Some of them that were bought recently when she was up in the Dells, and she had one little section in front of my bed where she would keep her clothes, and that's where I put her purse.
All right.
Other than that, there's
any of her electronics, anything like that?
Well, the iPad she used, she would keep there. Sometimes she'd take it with her.
The iPad she used, she would keep there. You know? They're yakophobic. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? Anti-leprechaun rhetoric from the YouTubes. The YouTube trying to hold your boy, the leprechaun, down. You know?
The phone, our two phones are kind of linked on the same plan, so
Okay. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Linked on the same plan?
they're linked on the same plan.
So it's both your lines are through T-Mobile, right? Just like a family plan kind of thing or whatever?
Right. So that we both use both phones.
You guys share, like you exchange phones?
We just got a new, whatever it is, she was all excited about it, the new Samsung 22 Lightning, so she was using that most of the time, and that was sitting right in my room, on my dresser.
Gotcha, all right.
I had nothing on there that I have to hide.
On her phone?
On any phone, anything.
Right. I gotcha.
It's just if you don't know something, what do you know that she's missing? Can I ask a few questions? Because
of course,
this is like you have to know something if you're concerned about her phone. I mean, yes, it's something's not right that she hasn't texted or called.
Right.
But what else do you know?
With regards to what?
Did something happen to her?
We're trying to figure that out. Okay? That's why we're talking to you, to see when the last time you spoke with her or last time you saw her. And the circumstances of where you guys were, where we should be looking. I don't have any reason to believe something happened to her.
You know, me and her at one time were very close.
Okay.
I got a really bad feeling.
Right now, or when you found the purse, or when?
No, I had a really bad feeling the last couple of days.
Okay. I mean, what's the longest, you know, you said it's been a few weeks since you've seen her, correct? Okay. You said that's normal or not normal for her?
It's not normal this long, although we have gone for periods of time not talking. I mean, not seeing each other, but generally always getting a text or, hey, how you doing, or something like that.
Yeah. Have you talked to anybody about your concerns with her?
Well, yeah, I mean, me and my dad are close, and he just keeps telling me you gotta stop worrying about it. You know, her mental illness is not you. You can't beat yourself up over it. You can't. You can only do so much for somebody. And,
all right. So, John, you understand?
Do you think she's
John? I thought you John. Sorry.
Do you think she was taken?
I don't know. You understand that when we do, like when we take investigations seriously, so we pull out all the strings on resources and try to figure out if somebody went missing, when they went missing, where they went missing from, who they talked to, who saw them.
So you're regular sheriffs?
Waukesha County Sheriff, yeah.
What do you investigate?
Everything.
So you're a homicide detective?
No, our department's not specialized enough to have a homicide division. Why do you think homicide?
Well, I'm just thinking that, I hope you're not thinking that I did something or I made her disappear or something. That's, I'm just asking, because if you're homicide, then
No. Like I said again, we haven't sat here and accused you of anything, okay? We're just asking questions about her whereabouts.
No, I really,
So Matt, you understand that when we have these types of cases, we pull out all the stops and the resources, right? Okay? Okay? You understand that? Okay. Okay. You see that's August 23rd, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? That's her going out.
Oh, of course.
Right.
Of course you're gonna have pictures going in and out.
That's her going out to the truck.
And I told you I saw it.
I'm just showing you some stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right? That's her walking out to the truck, okay?
That's the purse, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good.
A couple of minutes later, you're walking out over here, and the truck drives away, and you guys go off to the appointment and everything. I think you guys went to Quick Trip. Does that sound familiar?
Oh boy. We're turning up the heat now. We're turning up the heat. Hello! Hello, sir! What's up, dude? Howdy ho, Darth Anus Joe. Don't call him Darth Anus. He's not a fucking communist. You know what I'm saying? What up, Darth? Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Just chilling like a villain. My man. My man. This guy's just unbelievable. Like I said, man. Like I said. This guy hasn't said a single correct thing. 100%. Especially when he was describing the relationship, like I cared about her. Not I care about her, I cared about her.
I don't know.
But you went to your appointment that day at 8:30, right? Okay. All right. Okay. This is where we need to figure out something because it doesn't make any sense. All right. That's you coming back the same day at 11:14. Okay. Hold on. Listen, Matt. You're holding her water bottle, and Matt. Okay. That's you going upstairs wearing the same shirt you have on now. Okay. This is the same day. And at 12:29, so less than an hour later, you walk in, and that's her purse in the bag. Okay. So this whole story, Matt, about...
That's her purse in the bag.
Yes, Matt. So the whole story about finding the purse in the truck later makes it wouldn't have happened because
No.
Matt, that's her purse in a plastic bag, okay, that you carried inside after you carried her water bottle in. That she walked, Matt, look. You see, that's her water bottle and that's her purse, okay? You walk in with her water bottle, you go to
What time is this?
when you got home, Matt.
Shit, buddy.
Yeah, that's when I came back from my appointment.
Right. So you carried in her water bottle and her purse that same day. This is the 23rd, the same day. This isn't a week or two later at the car wash where you found it in the back seat with a note that you then read and then stuck underneath the floor mat. Matt.
It's not her purse in the bag.
It is her purse.
No, it's closed.
It's closed.
This stupid motherfucker. We have a picture of her with the purse. Then we have a picture of you with said purse and water bottle. Oh my god. But there's only like 8 minutes left in the video. Oh, this would have been a good one if you had a full length.
It's closed.
Who's closed?
Yeah.
I want to see this cunt sweat.
In the back. That's not a purse.
It is her purse, Matt.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not her purse.
How do you figure, Matt?
Because it's not. That's a bag.
Can I show you something?
It's a bag of clothes.
I'm going to show you something, Matt, okay? You'll... Here, Matt.
See, I knew you guys were going to
No,
do
Matt,
this.
but what the problem is...
I knew you guys were going to do this. That's why
Nobody's doing anything. You're the one
showing you an
Look at Matt. Can I show you something? That's her purse right there, right? You see that?
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah.
If I was
What
so
is
worried,
this?
if I was so worried about the purse.
That's her purse. Okay? So we're not going to play games about it's not her purse. It is her purse. Okay? We know it's her purse. We also know that her phone went with her out to where you guys went for your appointment, and then it came back with you. We know this. So you saying the phone stayed at her apartment? We're asking you to be honest with us and help us, okay? But if you're going to tell us stories about going to a car wash and finding her purse in there a week later, it doesn't make sense. None of it does. What happened? It'd be one thing if she had some type of drug overdose, okay? And you're doing something. We don't know.
Regardless, I have nothing to do with what happened to her.
What happened to her?
So that purse.
What happened?
That purse and water bottle.
Matt, what happened?
That purse and water bottle. Okay, that's not going to prove anything.
We're not here.
That's not going to prove or disprove anything.
Agreed. Matt,
okay.
Yeah. What happened to her? Only you can tell us.
I don't know what happened to her. I don't know what happened to her.
Why were you at the place on the 9th? You didn't have an appointment that day.
I was? Yeah, I did. I had it.
No, you did not. You had one on the 6th and the 12th.
I had a doctor's appointment on the 9th. An orthopedic associate. What do you mean, what place?
You had an appointment on September 6th and September 12th.
I had an appointment on September 9th at orthopedic associate.
What time, Matt?
See,
I'm just asking you what time.
This is what you're trying to do. Now you're trying to get slipped. You're trying to pin whatever was found over in that area on me.
Why would you associate anything we found over there on you?
Because I was there.
When?
I was there on the 9th. I had a doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock. I saw the crime lab there. They were there by 11 o'clock. Everybody in there was talking about it.
What did you see at 1 o'clock over there?
The doctor.
Who?
Dr. Shu.
Did you have an appointment?
Yes. I had
it pre-planned, or did you call it in?
This was scheduled.
So you had a scheduled appointment on the 9th of September at 1 p.m. with Dr. Shu.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think something happened to her? Or why are you associating that with her?
Why are you getting so aggressive about this?
I'm not getting aggressive.
See, you're changing tactics. See, this is why I shouldn't have even tried to explain this to you.
Man, it's our job to point out inconsistencies, okay? So when you tell me you found her purse a week or two later while cleaning out the truck, and then you found a note under it that talked about, supposedly about her alluding to suicide, which you then showed your dad.
She's got another purse.
I understand, but you're telling me you found this note, and then
She's got another purse.
Matt, but listen.
She's got another purse. She's got a gray.
That's not the purse we're talking about, Matt. What I'm talking about.
How do you know which purse was I was talking about?
I'm talking about the purse in the photos, Matt. And when I'm talking about the note, you said you found a note.
Maybe. Yeah, but that's not the purse that I was talking about. That's not the purse that I found in the back seat.
Okay. You found
the purse that I found in the back seat was. It's a gray strap-on bag. Okay.
Yeah, now you see the whole wreck on. Oh no, I was talking about a gray purse. No, bro. When they asked you to describe it, you said a black purse. We ain't stupid. We ain't stupid. You know what I'm saying? He is Darth Anus number 2, actually. Okay, interesting. Shante, can we maybe just go with Steve-O? Shit. Steve-O's already taken. Oh, fuck, man. Fuck. Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What does mine say? Dude. I'll stop during one of your lives when I get a chance. Back to work now, trying to adjust back into reality. Hey, my man. Back to work. He said, back to work. What does yours say? Not sure what you mean. No worries. Glad you're back to work, dude. My man. Dude, you're supposed to say sweet, but what does mine say? It's from Dude, Where's My Car? Exactly. The memes. We gotta get the memes. I mean, wish I was fucking retired. Not quite there yet, though. Hey, but one day, man. One day. We'll get there. We'll get there. I never saw that movie. Well, at least never actually watched it and paid attention. Mama, it's a classic, you know. Good to see you nonetheless. Well, it's about to be 4:20 somewhere. Good to see you. This has been a fun one. Able to catch it since I have to work second shift tomorrow. Just when I got back to normal sleep schedule. Hey, my man. I can't win. We never do, brah. We never do, unfortunately.
So that purse doesn't mean nothing.
So this black purse is the one you brought in the day that she went missing?
Yeah. That was in the car. That was in the car.
In the car?
In the front. In the front. And the other purse I found in the back. It's a shoulder bag purse.
Matt, you understand, not too long ago I asked you what property she left in the truck, and you said nothing. She didn't leave anything. You said she left her phone at home, okay? You said she left nothing in there. You went looking around, nothing, okay? And then a week later, or 2 weeks later, you found her purse.
I honestly don't recall everything. I don't know. The phone might have been in the car.
Well, you said that
Why?
Matt, you said that you told her when you went to your appointment that I'll text you, and she said, no, I left my phone in the house. That's what you said before.
Mm-hmm. That I'll text you.
Yeah, you said I'll text you when I'm in there or something, and she said, no, I left my phone at the house, or your apartment, rather. That's what you told us a little while ago.
No, I couldn't text her because I
silence.
had the phone.
You had your phone. You said you were going to text her. You said that she then said,
you know what?
I left the phone.
If you're gonna charge me. I didn't do anything. I can't.
You're the only one who can give us info about her.
I didn't do nothing.
You just answered her
I
family.
can't be honest anymore.
What do you mean you can't be honest? You've been honest?
I can't be
You
honest
haven't been honest
because
with us, Matt.
you keep everything that
We're
I say.
not twisting anything you say.
keep twisting.
All we're doing is pointing out the inconsistencies on what you're
Because
saying.
I can't remember everything exactly.
Okay, but remembering what somebody had for lunch a week ago is different from remembering, this is the last time you've known this woman most of your adult life, correct? Right? You have a daughter in common, supposedly, like you said. You don't know, you can't prove it. You view her as your daughter.
I didn't do nothing.
We didn't accuse you of anything.
I didn't do nothing to this girl, regardless of the purse, regardless of the purses, regardless of the stupid water bottle. That water bottle was left in and out of the truck. There's so much crap going in and out of that truck half the time, I don't remember.
If you carried her purse in from the car, why did you put it in a plastic bag?
Silence.
And why did you go on an exit that you didn't use earlier?
I can use
I know you can, but explain to me why you would have to conceal
I
a
can
purse
use
in a plastic
I can
bag.
use any exit I want, and hypothetically, if I did move a purse, I would not want to be walking around with a purse looking strange.
Why would you look strange carrying a purse? It's not over your
Because
shoulder.
I'm a man.
You can hold it with your
Because
hand.
I'm a
correct?
man.
I'm a man. I put my daughter's Disney backpack on my back.
Okay, I have to get an attorney.
Okay, Matthew.
Then he puts the old attorney card on the table.
Okay, so we've stopped it at 21:41:59. Detective Sites, did that conclude your interview of Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Interview of Mr.
Beautiful.
Paul occurs after. Okay. And the
Like I said, we might do more on this case. We might do more on this case. You know what I'm saying? But like I said,
interview
folks,
of Mr. Paul
what was
occurs
the next one?
after.
Yeah, there's even more videos on this one as well. But as Pseudo Master Chef would say, I didn't do nothing. For breakfast, I had a muffin. And then for lunch, like a dragon, I was puffing. There's the admission of guilt. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? I tried, you know? A lot of really strange things have happened in my life the past 11 years. Kind of made me constantly think like a detective. It's funny, forensics was in my box of career choices. Hey, my man. But ladies and gentlemen, to conclude with the outro, and so, listeners, we conclude this thorough exploration in the Deductionist files, having delved deeply into the Vanishing Girlfriend case. From the modern relational dynamics in the early 2020s Midwest, through Stephanie Pavlon's disappearance and the subsequent focus on Matthew Pal, to the lengthy interrogation filled with detailed statements, claims of instability, and investigator scrutiny, this file highlights the challenges of aligning personal accounts with objective evidence. We've reconstructed the contextual background, the history between Stephanie and Matthew, the timeline of her vanishing, and the concerns that prompted the investigation, and the extended questioning where stories were tested against records and facts. Apparently you found a black purse in the car, and then it turned into a grey purse, you know? Magically, apparently. The red herrings within the provided explanations require persistent follow-up, while the record or recorded session offers rich material for examining consistency, emotional presentation, and the effects sustained pressure over time. And again, this whole thing of like a common pattern we see is the detectives start off cool, calm, collected, and then they gradually turn the heat up. You know what I'm saying? These interrogation materials are particularly valuable due to their length, providing ample opportunity to observe how narratives hold or adapt when confronted repeatedly with specifics. Notice he kept having to like retcon stuff in, like after he gives a particular detail, then he's like, oh no, actually no, she actually messaged or she said to me that no, the phone's back in the house. And then the detectives reveal that no, actually we have the GPS on the phone, and the phone was there, and actually we can track you back all the way back to the house with the phone GPS. They illustrate broader lessons about digital evidence, relationship red flags, and the importance of thorough verification in missing persons cases that evolve into homicides. And again, this kind of red flag thing, Shantae mentioned it in chat. This dude had controlling behavior written all over him. This tragedy underscores the pain felt by Stephanie's loved ones and the value of dedicated investigative work that refuses to accept surface explanations. Her memory deserves this level of careful attention. So do all victims. Thank you for joining me through this detailed episode and for engaging with the longer form recording, especially because we went late today. Your own observations after listening add significant value to our collective analysis. And I like the back and forth where we kind of give gradings in terms of the detective work and all this kind of stuff. Next week, we will prepare for another compelling case featuring substantial recorded interrogation content suited for extended review and reaction. But until then, keep honing your attention to detail in the stories and accounts you encounter daily. Look for alignment between words and evidence. This is Detective Teriak signing off from the Deductionist Files. stay focused, stay analytical, and I look forward to our next case together. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed the show. Dart says, I hate to be a whore, but I'm one sub away from 100. There you go, sir. There you go. Get her done, boys. Who wants to be number 100 for Darth? Who wants to be number 100 for Darth? Well, good night, Teriak. Good night, chat, as they say. Pieces and deuces. And as we sign off, same way as we do every show, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for Wheel of Madness, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.